The purple-haired girl was quick and skillful. A thin layer of mist surrounded her, and the corners of her clothes drifted in the wind. Pure light scattered down from her body as she emerged from the earth like a lunar princess. However, after hearing the little guy's words, she was no longer calm and collected like before. Her pure and beautiful face had anger written all of it. It was simply intolerable. Every time she saw him, she would be called a vicious beast. The purple-clothed girl's bright pupils flickered with astonishing divine, multicolored light. Her teeth began to chew on her bright red lips as she stared at him. She truly wanted to give him a really good beating. Vicious beast. Where are you going? The little guy rushed over with a whoosh sound, taking the initiative to pounce towards the purple-clothed girl. His eyes were filled with excited radiance. Everyone became shocked. This pair of old and young that showed up definitely had shocking origins. Yet the devilish brat actually rushed up like this. It was truly an example of the strong being daring as he rushed up without any fear. Disgraceful devilish brat. The purple-clothed girl was outstanding and extraordinary. Yet currently, she felt extremely angry. She truly couldn't stand the devilish child, because he was always so savage every time he met her. With a wung sound, her slender jade-like hands made a stroke in the air. Brilliant symbols covered this place densely before descending like a rain of light, submerging everything in front of her. She made her move as well. The little guy released a light shout, releasing a breath at full force from his mouth. It looked like a real dragon, surging with golden light before turning into a frantic gale. It wrapped itself around the golden symbols and charged forward. In that instant, the silt and rocks immediately began to fly about in disorder. Ear-splitting woo-woo sounds could be heard as energy waves poured out like a hurricane. It pulled up the giant trees nearby by the roots and caused giant boulders to roll about before they all exploded high in the air. With a hong sound, the golden symbols smashed into those symbols. It was as if it struck rotten weeds, directing breaking through the opponent's bone text precious technique. It was ridiculously powerful. Everyone became frightened. Just how terrifying was this devilish brat? He merely spat out a breath of air, yet it was already so powerful. His power was a bit too excessive. The purple-haired girl's expression changed. She was a heaven-warping talent from the archaic divine mountain. Her identity was shocking, so she naturally saw how terrifying the devilish child was. He opened the 10th heavenly passage after all. Symbols moved fluidly within his body as the force between the heaven and earth was seized. Just the raising of a limb would create a powerful attack, and even the essence energy he spat out contained powerful precious technique symbols that could destroy divine weapons. Vicious beast, where are you going? Today, my cultivation realm isn't any lower than yours, so there's no need to wrestle anymore. I'm not scared of your precious artifacts attacks. The little guy shouted. The purple-colored girl clenched her sparkling white fist. She hated the words wrestle the most because it was just too crude. Whenever she thought back to what happened in the 100 Shattering Mountains, she would always feel like she was driven mad. She was a goddess in the eyes of all clans' geniuses, and was absolutely exceptional. Even the heirs of deities didn't dare to treat her with disrespect. No matter where she went, she would always be held up like a moon among stars within people's hearts. Normally, who dared to speak so rudely towards her? Not to mention touching her body, there wasn't even a chance for them to approach her. They could only admire from afar. However, the devilish child on the other side was not like so. He was hateful to the point that it made her hair even stand up in anger. Within the 100 Shattering Mountains, he grabbed her sparkling white neck and even bit her beautiful ear as they wrestled and tumbled about on the ground. That was truly an experience that she did not want to recall. This fellow was definitely trying to destroy her goddess image. If these events were made known to others, then it would create a huge uproar. Once news of this traveled to the purple-clothed girl's world, the archaic divine mountain's extraordinary talents would immediately be stunned. They would undoubtedly say something like, "Why don't you just drop down to hell?" Fortunately, no one knew yet. A transparent and divine horn appeared in the purple-clad girl's hands. She slashed outwards as she ran over. The little guy immediately released a strange shout before quickly dodging. This horn was quite special. The radiance it emitted could break apart bone texts and directly close in, making it impossible to guard against. Vicious beast, what is this? Are you forcing me to fight you in close combat? The little guy widened his large eyes. His saliva gurgled as he once again threw himself over. He was not opposed to wrestling again. The purple-clothed girl quickly retreated, because this was all happening under everyone's gaze. She did not want to roll around on the ground with the devilish brat and wrestle. If something like this really did happen, she would immediately leave in anger. Dazzling multicolored light shone. Around her ears, a sparkling and transparent radiance illuminated, forming a curtain of light. It hindered the little guy, preventing him from coming closer. That earring seems to be better than the last one. It was refined by a powerful individual, making divine force flow within it. The little guy's eyes lit up as he became increasingly lively. He charged forward with full force. Hong! As a result, his fist blasted over. Golden symbols covered the sky, piercing through that curtain of light. The 10th heavenly passage was unrivaled, and there wasn't anything that could stop his advance. Vicious beast! You should just stand still and be captured, the devilish brat shouted loudly, and with the Kuan Peng precious technique revealed, gales of wind blew over. Terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens as the divine feathers directly submerged the area. He really is formidable. Finally, the elder on the side spoke. His figure moved and blocked that attack. With a push of a palm, a loud noise rumbled. It was as if the heavens were being opened as a mist began to surge. Multicolored light shot towards the heavens. Hong! This was a world-shaking strike. A wave of golden ripples were emitted, and one could clearly see it rushing towards all directions. In the end, the nearby small mountains, vegetation, and boulders were all split apart. It was like the ripple coming from a god. As it flickered with golden light, it seemed auspicious and peaceful, yet it was extraordinarily powerful at the same time. It was a force that couldn't be defended against that swept through this area. My meat soup! The little guy cried out loudly as he protected a certain area to make sure that it didn't collapse. In the distance, everyone was terrified. They were inwardly rejoicing that they stood far enough away, or else they would have immediately exploded into a bloody paste after being swept by the golden ripple. This was just too terrifying. What kind of power was this? Everyone shivered. What kind of background did that elder have? He seems to have the ability to fight with someone at the 10th heavenly passage. It was too shocking and excessively terrifying. Are you part of her clan? The little guy was suspicious as he vigilantly observed everything in front of him. This elder was too mysterious. The strength he possessed seemed a bit excessive. He was clearly just standing there, yet it gave people an illusory feeling, as if he stood aloof from the void god realm. Correct. The elder nodded. But you don't seem like a vicious beast. The little guy scratched his head in puzzlement. He was a bit doubtful because an aged vicious beast should seem more terrifying. They usually possessed a mighty divine innate gift. Currently, he only received a peaceful and auspicious feeling. Devilish child, you are speaking nonsense, the elder reprimanded. Whatever. Big vicious beast. Come again. The little guy rushed over again. He was quite excited because he was able to meet this type of opponent. After hearing how the little guy addressed him, the elder blew at his beard and scowled. Hong! A huge battle erupted between the two. The devilish brat shouted out before vigorously leaping over. His entire body surged with auspicious light, and it was so powerful that it made people feel despair. His arms and legs began to move about. Every move and form possessed an extreme power, enough to push back anything. It was world-shaking. The great powers experts were all trembling. This type of strength, this type of appearance was truly worthy of the words supreme youth. There was the disposition of an unmatched deity. The elder was shocked. As the battle continued, he began to feel it becoming more and more strenuous. The devilish brat's power was too fierce and firm, making his arm feel an almost unbearable pain. I know that there is a supreme treasure protecting your arms that possesses a divine creature's aura. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to endure until now. The devilish child realized that this elder had opened 9 heavenly passages. The 10th passage was supreme, and once matured, would overlook everything under the heavens. They would be able to command everything, because such a being would truly be unrivaled. However, it was truly a rarely seen thing. Stop! I have something to say. The elder spoke. Hand over what's protecting your arm. The little guy attacked violently. His eyes were focused on that supreme treasure. With a honglong sound, a purple swan and I rushed out, throwing itself towards that elder with a world-changing divine might. The tremendous lightning hid the sky and covered the earth, the electricity terrifying everyone. Pung finally. The elder couldn't support himself anymore and was sent flying. Smoke was emitted, and his entire head of hair stood erect. Stop! I came to look for you regarding some matters. Youngster, don't be so impatient. After the elder spoke, an imposing aura was released. It was as if a supreme deity was looking down, descending into this world. However, the devilish child didn't seem to care. His eyes lit up, and he wasn't willing to give up on that arm guard. He frantically attacked over with an inexhaustible strength around his body, not carrying the slightest hint of loosening up. Impudent! The elder shouted loudly, his voice like thunder as it shook the world. His body lit up, and terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. It was as if a supreme creature resurrected. However, the devilish brat was completely without fear. He began to argue noisily. You're the impudent one. He was extremely energetic, striking frantically with a barrage of attacks. He had his eyes set on the elder's arm guard. His saliva watered, and he was brave to a ridiculous level as he became increasingly valiant. Everyone was shocked. The purple-haired girl was stupefied. This fellow was too violent. Could it be that he really couldn't guess her grandfather's identity? No matter what, the archaic divine mountain was something that would make commoners tremble. Hong! The devilish brat was strong and powerful. The Kuan Pung wings flapped, making the elder tumble back. Following that, the swan and I precious techniques flew out. The electricity made his entire body spasm out before emitting strands of black smoke. You are making me absolutely furious. The elder turned around and left, no longer fighting zealously. What kind of identity did he have? Yet in the end, he was given a beating by an immature brat. He truly did not want to stay here any longer. Where are you going? Leave behind my arm guard. The devilish brat cried out loudly. He was extremely brave, and after fighting to this point, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. He was still full of life as he rushed over. Hong! The two individuals tangled together, and the devilish brat began to fight fiercely with him. He was thrown down, and with a hong sound, a huge human-shaped hole appeared as dust filled the air. In the distance, the purple-clothed girl's small mouth opened. The elder is so powerful, ruling over an area of the archaic divine mountain. Who would be able to put him in such a miserable state? Today, the devilish child was actually this stubborn, beating up such a supreme powerful existence. Absolutely infuriating. The elder was furious. His entire body erupted with symbols, making him truly seem like a deity. The little guy was overturned in an instant. He was seething with anger as he rushed over murderously. Everyone was mind-blown. This elder shouldn't be a true deity, right? The little guy was joyful and not scared at all. He was still bold and unrestrained, crying out with aoao sounds as he rushed forward. A large golden hand was formed, grabbing the elder by the neck. A fish carrying symbols immediately smashed over. Pung the elder released a muffled snort. He was beaten to such a state, and his eyes were even purple as he staggered in retreat. Great vicious beast! Give me your arm guard. The little guy's large eyes shone. He was like a lively monkey, arguing noisily as he jumped down to fight with the elder. In the distance, everyone was petrified. The battle had reached such a state, making everyone frightened. They could guess just how terrifying the elder's identity was. He came from the archaic divine mountain, so he was definitely a supreme expert, and could even be a deity. However, the little guy didn't care about all this. There was a surplus of energy inside of him as they fought. He was not scared in the slightest, because even if heavenly deities came, he would still beat them up. Devilish brat, stop. This old one has a great fate for you. A huge opportunity, the elder shouted. The devilish brat temporarily stayed his hand. Before waiting for him to say something else, he once again said the sentence, "Give me the arm guard." His expression was fiery, and there was nothing else in his eyes. He had them set on the pair of supreme treasures. If you knew what kind of origins it has, would you still dare to ask for it? The elder shouted. What kind of background? The devilish brat asked. This is the weapon of a deity. After knowing this, do you still want to receive it? The elder was extremely angry. With this sentence released, the little guy's eyes immediately became round. He seemed to have become dumbfounded, and didn't say anything. Do you understand fear now? The elder snorted. Give me the arm guard. The devilish brat began to shout loudly, seeming to be even more jumpy now. He seemed to be hopping as he rushed over, becoming even more like a monkey as he frantically beat up the elder. Peng the elder once again suffered a strike, receiving a black eye. He was so furious that he was driven mad as he roared towards the heavens. This fucker truly did not follow heavenly reason. He had never met such a money-grubbing devilish child that even dared to beat up existences from the archaic divine mountain. Originally, he wanted to discuss something with him. However, he never thought that they would fight fiercely, that the little guy would be stirred up like so. He shouted as he ran up to fight endlessly. Grandfather, since you are being suppressed here, let me help. The purple-clothed girl spoke, because she couldn't watch anymore. Her eyes flowed with multicolored light. She looked like she came out of a fantasy or dream. Her fine nose stuck out, her red lips were moist, and her white teeth were sparkling. She seemed extremely otherworldly and magnificent. Vicious beast, come over. Do you think I'm scared of you? The devilish brat shouted as he threw himself over. He penetrated the curtain of light to fight with her, and in the end, he grabbed one of her jade-like hands before directly wrestling with her. This devilish brat. The elder was furious. As for the purple-clothed girl, she was gnashing her teeth in anger. She was beyond angry at this point. The little guy clung to his opponent's arm and threw her down. Burning symbols followed, and with a hong sound, she smashed into the ground, causing earth and rocks to fly everywhere. At the same time, his palm began to surge with multicolored light. An expanse of golden symbols descended like a great downpour to subdue the purple-clothed girl. With a wong sound, a curtain of light soared. The purple-clothed girl's sparkling earpiece began to emit light. The radiance wrapped around her before quickly rushing out to avoid this strike. Youngster, stay your hand. The elder once again arrived to fight the devilish child. The little guy was looking for a gap to exploit while fighting him. The opposing party had that arm guard, and even though it was suppressed by the laws of this world, it was still rather terrifying. Stop! I have something to say. I am going to give you a great opportunity. The elder spoke in a deep voice that was extremely imposing. There was a type of intangible aura that poured over. Why are you making things sound so needlessly complicated? If you have something to say, then just say it. The little guy didn't seem to care about his proposal, and was even less scared of his prestige. Within this world, the 10th heavenly passage reigned supreme. He naturally didn't believe the opposing party. The purple-clothed girl was definitely an enemy, not friend. After being chased after from the 100 shattering mountains until now, how could she suddenly have a change of heart and give him a great opportunity? Are you doubting this old one? The elder spoke. His words created a rumbling sound, as if thunder was echoing here. Your granddaughter hates me to death, and every time she sees me she would want to chew me out. Why would she bring you over to give me a great opportunity? The little guy looked at him with contempt, as if he was looking down on him. Devilish child. The elder's face was thoroughly red. What kind of look was this? It had already been many years since the last time he was looked at like this. Pung, as a result, because of a single mishap, he was struck by the little guy's palm. He was thrown back with a P12 sound, smashing apart a stone mountain. Rocks were blasted into the air. Just speak. What do you want with me? You better not bring up the bronze precious book. The devilish brat's vitality was too exuberant. He rushed over while shouting, continuing his attacks. From his perspective, both of them were enemies. It was impossible for them to have a great opportunity for him, so there was no way he would be tricked. There was no way he would ever think that purple-clothed vicious beast would suddenly change her feelings for him. Grandpa! The purple-clothed girl was startled and immediately rushed towards the pile of rubble. She feared that the elder suffered some serious injury, so she became even more furious. Her sparkling white beautiful face was full of unwillingness. She wanted to beat him violently, but she was outmatched. Her grandfather was what kind of person? If his identity was revealed, then this great wastelands would be shaking, yet currently the devilish brat was sent flying. It was truly unbelievable. You guys shouldn't be attacking me for my precious bronze book, right? The little guy mocked before attacking again. He was quite sure that the purple-clothed girl always wanted to beat him up, so it was impossible for the grudge between them to vanish so fast. If not for his body being so strong when he fought her at close quarters, he would have been killed by her precious techniques within the 100 Shattering Mountains. From the beginning until now, the purple-clothed girl always wanted to get revenge, so how could she have suddenly changed her mind? Especially after inviting such a great vicious beast over, he definitely had to stay vigilant. As a result, the little guy wasn't moved in the slightest and continued to attack fiercely. The horned dragon didn't treat him well, and as a result was suppressed and almost turned into soup. If the elder wanted to trick him, then there was nothing to be scared of either. He believed that he was unmatched here, so even if the opposing party brought over a deity, he would still be without fear. Hong! The swan and eye precious technique was brought out, causing wind and lightning to fly about chaotically. Purple-colored symbols began to arrange themselves, and they were absolutely terrifying as they submerged everything in front. The elder was once again sent flying. If not for that arm guard, then he definitely would have been blown to pieces since he wasn't the little guy's opponent. This was a supreme youth, and within this world, he could look down on all of his opponents. Fine. This old one admits that he wanted to suppress you, but after hearing that you broke through the 10th heavenly passage, I've changed my mind. The elder truly had enough and began to spill the beans. Otherwise, he truly feared that this devilish brat would never let him go. I want to ask, are you a divine creature? The devilish brat's expression changed. He didn't understand what he was saying, but was actually somewhat interested. Why do you want to know such a thing? The elder was astonished. Because I'm curious. After fighting like this, a small divine existence was even beaten up by me. The devilish brat spoke mischievously as he laughed continuously. The elder's face immediately darkened. Stop dreaming. This battle truly made him feel suffocated. Such an incredible supreme expert was fighting with a devilish child in such a vicious manner. If news of this spread, where would he even show his face? Hong! The little guy once again made his move. Thunder struck down, and the elder's entire body was charred black by the electricity. His hair was standing straight out, cutting a sorry figure. You still dare to attack? The elder was furious, his imposing aura surfacing again. What do I have to be scared of? You came because of your granddaughter to suppress me, so you're obviously an enemy. The little guy directly began to speak noisily. Are you not scared of my identity in the real world? What is there to be scared of? Since I had the ability to open up 10 heavenly passages, do you really think I would be inferior to you guys? The little guy once again looked at him with scorn. It represented that he had power to back himself up as well. With this sentence released, everyone began to feel their bodies shiver and their minds tremble from fear. There were people that had doubts a long time ago that this fellow's origins weren't simple, and that he entered the heaven-mending pavilion simply to train himself. Now that he spoke these words, it immediately gave quite a few people a scare. In addition, he had just given that elder a beating. It was done with absolutely no restraint, so after taking all of this into consideration, wasn't the credibility extremely high? At this moment, quite a few people's fine hairs began to stand up. They felt a layer of goosebumps on their skin, along with a wave of dread. This was especially startling for those great hostile powers, because they were truly beginning to consider what to do. Hong! The little guy's 10th heavenly passage opened, and it was as if a volcano began to surge, causing magma to boil. It was incomparably dazzling as it submerged him, replenishing his essence energy as he continued to battle. Everyone was frightened. He established the 10th heavenly passage after all, and it was now real in front of their eyes, stirring up a huge commotion. Could he be the descendant of a deity? Many people became uncertain after his words and actions. With the appearance of his divine might, they all felt that he did not speak nonsense just now. The elder rushed forward to block the little guy. He fought while saying, "The things I need to discuss with you is extremely important and cannot be randomly shouted out. They need to be discussed in a quiet and peaceful place. Give me one of the arm guards then. You don't have to hand over both." The devilish child set a condition. He did not feel the slightest bit of reverence for an existence from the archaic divine mountain. The longer they were here, the more those people quaked in fear, feeling like this fellow's background was incredible. What I want to say is, a precious technique from the archaic vicious 10. One that is countless times more precious than these artifacts, the elder said under his breath. The little guy suddenly stopped. His eyes widened until they were round, and his attention was finally attracted. This was truly what he wished for the most. The horned dragon was lying on the ground with its body of brilliant scales unconscious this whole time. The little guy walked over and sat on top of him. After seeing this action, all of the outstanding heroes began to shake uncontrollably. That was a pure-blooded creature. Yet he just sat his butt down on it like that. It truly made people speechless. Smells so good. The soup in the pot was sparkling and translucent. The little guy lifted it and began to drink as he ate the chunks of horned dragon meat with delight. The elder walked forward and began to sigh. He had truly aged. The things that this little fart of a child did truly amazed him. This was a bit too unbridled. No wonder he shouted for his granddaughter to protect his village. Comparatively, they were already rather fortunate because this horned dragon was truly out of luck. You should just let him go. This old one can step in so that it doesn't hold any grudges, said the elder. Make your granddaughter not hate me first. She's always forcing me to wrestle with her. The little guy lifted his hand as if he was getting a headache from this helpless situation. The purple-clad girl was extremely outstanding and otherworldly. When she heard this, she immediately wanted to bite him. Who wanted to wrestle with you? You're always the one that gets stirred up, running and yelling at me. It's always you that provoke me. Nonsense. If it's not because of you chasing me down every time you see me, why would I be forced to wrestle with you? The little guy wasn't going to yield. That's enough. Let's stop this for now. The elder spoke. Just what kind of race are you? What kind of vicious beast? Are you going to refuse following me back? The little guy was hopeful as he looked at the purple-clothed girl. Killing intent immediately soared, the chill making people feel cold to their bones. Hey, old one. She's thinking of making a move again, the little guy said. The elder's head began to feel sore. His granddaughter and this devilish brat truly did not get along. Finally, these things were temporarily paused when the elder said, "Didn't you say you liked this arm guard? If you exchange with the precious bronze book, I can gift you a pair." "There's no need to exchange. I think I can steal it from you." The little guy spoke valiantly. In the end, it turns out that it was as he anticipated and that this elder did still have his eyes on his precious book. Other than to suppress him, the other reason for his arrival must have been for this. After noticing that another battle was going to happen, the elder immediately closed his mouth. He was extremely unsatisfied inwardly. He was such a magnificent honored individual that commanded the great wastelands, yet he was actually subdued by the devilish brat's vicious might. Then fine. Let's talk about the archaic vicious 10 matters. The elder slowly approached. Within the archaic divine mountain, there have been people that discovered traces of divine descendants. Rumor has it that there is an archaic Kuan-Pong nest in the coastal regions of the wastelands, and that a long-lost matchless precious technique was hidden within this place. What? When the little guy heard this, he was immediately shocked. His eyes was opened wide and his heart was beating quickly. This was the precious technique that he needed the most because he had always walked this path. After finding such a great thing, why would you look for me? Quickly, he had a look like he didn't think it was worth doing. It was obvious that this elder was not a good person, and it was clear that he was trying to scam him. The elder was completely silent. The devilish child was rolling his eyes at him and looking at him with disdain again. How many times was this now? It has been so many years since the last time he was treated by someone like this. It's a forbidden land that has many requirements. Only individuals at the spirit transformation realm can enter and exit freely, and it must be someone that established 10 heavenly passages there to open the path. The elder said. The devilish brat began to despise him even more, and he even almost directly attacked. This old fellow wasn't some good person. He definitely wanted to use the little guy to open the way, and later on will definitely kill him off. Would there still be any chance of survival here? You can be at ease. We won't be fighting among ourselves while seeking out this unrivaled divine ability. It's not only our group of men, so we need you to display your 10th heavenly passage strength. The little guy was at the peak of the heavenly passage realm. The next realm he was facing was precisely spirit transformation. Do you even believe the words coming out of your mouth? The little guy looked at him with disdain. Even though the spirit transformation stage was right around the corner, fighting with this old thing was still not possible. I believe that we can use a curse to seal a pledge. Should I ever endanger your life, then it will inevitably react. The elder spoke. They really needed someone at the 10th heavenly passage, or else it would be impossible to open the passage. Ancient curses were extremely mysterious. Once affected, it was difficult to get rid of. The little guy had disturbed Ghost Grandpa before, and in order to get rid of it, he had to fulfill his promise within the 100 Shattering Mountains. However, the devilish brat still did believe him. There was no way he would think the other party was so kind and loyal. Who knows, as soon as he opened the passage, he might be killed off. I think it's more reasonable for you to go back with me to guard the village. The little guy spoke to the purple-clothed girl. At that moment, a tense atmosphere immediately rose, and another fierce battle almost broke out. The devilish child wasn't scared in the slightest as he looked face to face with the purple-clothed girl. She once again began to look at the elder with a rage. Please believe my words. The Kuan-Pong has fallen, but its unrivaled precious technique still exists in this world and truly can only be obtained from that region. I came here to speak to you about this, and I speak with complete sincerity and without harm. The elder spoke. The appearance of the Kuan-Pong precious technique was definitely something that would shake the entire world. Even archaic vicious beasts couldn't sit still and wanted to go compete. But with the restriction left behind by the Kuan-Pong, there was no way for them to enter. When the little guy said that his heart wasn't moved, that was fake. He was currently walking down this path, so if he could truly study the true Kuan-Pong technique, then it would definitely link everything together. Just like this, the elder began to persuade earnestly for a long time. The little guy's expression was cold the entire time and did not nod his head once. He really wanted to go, but wanted to give this old fellow a beating even more. The other party knew that he walked this path. It was so enticing, and he was clearly trying to sway his heart. But if he did go, he would most likely lose his life. Old man, I know that you never had good intentions. You will receive my help in opening the divine gate, and then satisfy your hatred by getting rid of me. It really is killing two birds with one stone. Little friend, you are misunderstanding. How could I intervene in the struggles between the younger generation? Moreover, it is all on such a small scale, so it's something that can be dismissed with a laugh. The elder said, You came from the archaic divine mountain. Help me find 2 individuals. If you can find them, then I'll consider it. The little guy suddenly spoke. He remembered that his own parents ventured into the archaic divine mountain to pick divine medicine for his sake only to never return. As of today, there wasn't even a trace of them. Just thinking about this made his eyes turn red. Who are they? When the elder saw that things were turning for the better, he immediately asked, "Let me think things through. Wait here for now." The little guy turned around and ran away with whooshing sounds. Even the horned dragon was left behind. The great wastelands are going to become chaotic. If we can obtain this unmatched divine ability, then in the future we'll have a stable foundation. Youngster, you need to properly consider this. The elder sent his words mentally, so no one else could hear this. Wait here for me, the little guy replied. When he passed Wallinger, he stopped and said, "Big fatty thanks. In the future, I will definitely pay you back generously." He knew that the Fire Emperor's troops were definitely sent because 1, out of appreciation for him, and 2, because of Hualinger's contribution. After all, they stuck together for a period of time within the 100 Shattering Mountains, so it was extremely likely that she put in a word of advice. Hualinger didn't feel grateful and instead flipped out. "You are the fatty. Your whole family are fatties." The little guy ran away extremely quickly. The outstanding heroes frantically made room for him, not daring to obstruct him. This fellow even beat up a supreme expert from the archaic divine mountain. With such recklessness, what was there that he didn't dare to do? The little guy sped along, returning to the starting ground through the golden passageway. Following that, he once again opened some kind of passage to enter the ruined earth filled with primal chaos. The willow tree that took root within the void appeared again. "Willow deity, I was informed about the nest of a Kuan Pong." He quickly told it everything. He wanted to ask whether or not the willow deity would be able to provide support when the time comes if he went. In reality, he didn't believe that elder or any of the other supreme creatures. Even if they made an oath and used some kind of curse, it was still unreliable. The only one he could rely on was the willow deity, and when the time came, if the willow deity was willing to help out and open up a passage, there would be nothing to worry about. Kuan Pang, an unrivaled expert that fell after so many countless years. What a pity. It was so powerful. Yet its powerful tradition was lost like this. The willow deity sighed with sorrow. It was rooted within the void, and its thick scorched branches extended into the heavens. A light breeze was blowing about, and the primal chaos was moving about. More than 10 green and lush willow branches gently swayed, almost as if it returned to the era of creation. It shouldn't be a mistake. If the Kuan Pang precious technique still exists within this world, then it should just be within that sea area. The willow deity spoke after carefully thinking it over. "Then can I go?" the little guy asked hopefully. "You should go and compete a bit." The willow deity gave a decisive reply. "Awesome." The little guy was jumping with happiness. He was incomparably excited because he truly wished for this kind of precious technique and was finally going to take a look at such an unrivaled divine ability. He began to carefully speak about everything that happened, not overlooking a single detail to let the willow deity understand. After all, he was going to encounter other creatures from the archaic divine mountain, so it was extremely dangerous. Within that world, you can kill him. When the willow deity heard that the elder wanted to deal with the little guy before, he spoke peacefully like this. The devilish brat was stupefied. The auspicious and calm willow deity was actually so aggressive. That was a supreme expert from the archaic divine mountain. When it spoke, its voice was actually completely natural. Fortunately, he changed his mind. The willow deity said, "If not for the little guy breaking through the 10th heavenly passage to make that elder change his mind, then it could have been entirely possible for a bloody battle to have unfolded. At that time, it would have definitely shocked the world." Wind blew over and mist filled the air as the willow deity stood in this world. Within these boundless ruins, the scorched black tree had brilliant green tender branches extending outwards. They were hazy and mysterious. "Willow deity, I opened the 10th heavenly passage, so do I still need to undergo a baptism?" The little guy was excited as he asked, because he wanted to share his joy with it. "You are quite incredible, surpassing my expectations. This was a sincere praise coming from the willow deity. Originally, it wanted to use the baptism to give the little guy a helping hand, but never thought that he would break through on his own. This was definitely rare ever since the ancient times. Normally, when a supreme youth broke through, there would always be a supreme expert for protection. They would lend their hand from the side because this was just too incredibly dangerous. The little guy came from an unorthodox background, and for him to forcefully break through, his bravery was just absolutely ridiculous. You can go and give him your word. Leave quickly and come back quickly. It's about time I give you your baptism. The willow deity spoke. The devilish brat shouted loudly, becoming even happier as he passed through the golden passageway as fast as lightning. He was returning to that world to meet that elder. He came back. Everyone was astonished after seeing that the devilish child came back so quickly. They all revealed shocked expressions, and those that were about leave stopped their steps. After coming back so quickly, it seems like you came to a proper decision. The elder was all smiles. It was as if he was relieved from a huge burden. I still haven't agreed yet. The little guy sat his butt onto that horned dragon's body. The horned dragon was truly unfortunate. The noble pure-blooded creature was almost eaten by the devilish brat today, and in addition became his exclusive chair. The people watching all became speechless. Could it be that you still have some other type of request? The elder asked. Help me break open the eccentric symbols within this horned dragon. The little guy said. It's obvious that this horned dragon has some taboo symbols within its body. You should have been able to sense that you would explode as soon as you touch it. Even if a deity came, it would still be useless. The elder shook his head. The little guy wanted to get his hands on the horned dragon's precious techniques, but in the end, it was just not possible. Sigh. That region is just so dangerous. If I were to help open up the passage for you guys, I wouldn't have the strength to protect myself. How can I dare to venture into such a place? He seemed to be frowning and worried. The elder's smile was frozen. He knew that this brat wanted to extort some divine ability, precious bone, or other things from him. I'm going to do my best for you guys, but won't even have any assistance to protect myself. It's just too terrifying. The little guy began to shake. What do you want? The elder asked. You clan's precious technique. When the devilish child saw the other party's face darken, he quickly continued. Of course you guys wouldn't hand over. Only if my clan was exterminated. The elder said. Then I don't have any other requests besides letting me borrow the arm guard. I don't need both. Just one is enough. The little guy said. Even if I gave it to you, you still wouldn't be able to bring it outside the void god realm. The elder spoke with his face darkened. I just want to borrow it and take a look. My request shouldn't be that high, right? The little guy calmly spoke. He naturally wouldn't believe the other party. If he truly went to the seaside as soon as he lost value, then he would immediately be killed. Even though he already informed the willow deity, he still wanted to obtain a bargaining chip. After returning from the sea, the arm guard will be returned to you. The little guy said. The elder frowned. This was truly making it difficult for him because if the brat was to die, then since the arm guard wasn't in the void god realm, wouldn't it also disappear? This was going to be the case unless they quickly drew out its soul. However, it was truly difficult. That sea area was extremely dangerous. If he suddenly were to die in battle, then there definitely wouldn't be enough time. When the time comes, there definitely won't be a single individual there. They all came from Divine Mountain or other restricted lands, and so there will be many fierce and great battles. The sea area will all be dyed red in blood. Could it be that you guys were going to get rid of me as soon as I became useless? Killing me immediately after opening the passage. The little guy ridiculed. Sigh, this old one doesn't even know if my later generations are going to live or die after this. You are truly making it difficult for me. The elder shook his head. Then it's better if I don't go. Why would I throw away my life? The little guy seemed to be resolute. Immediately, the atmosphere became tense. The place was stifling, and both sides became silent. All right, I'll lend you an arm guard. The elder nodded, and finally took off a precious artifact, handing it over. The little guy calmly received it, but his heart was actually surging with waves. This Kuan Peng precious technique was indeed shocking, actually making all of the archaic vicious beasts come out. They were willing to pay any cost to fight for it. Grandfather, you cannot lose this supreme treasure, the purple-clothed girl reminded, revealing her anxiety. So selfish. What a waste for you to have grown so fat. The little guy muttered. You're the fat one. The little guy quickly put on the arm guard. In that instant, he felt as if his left hand exploded with power, as if it could pierce through the heavens. However, it was soon suppressed by the restriction of this world, not allowing it to break through the heavenly passage gate. Soon after, the little guy's expression became serious, and a bit of sadness appeared. He transmitted sound, and drew out the imagery of a man and woman, to allow the elder to search for news about them. This was the precondition to going out to sea with them. If they weren't found, then he would back out. The elder was dumbstruck. This was truly a problem. The devilish child's eyes turned red. He firmly required the elder to do this, as well as not leak out any information. Finally, the elder compromised and agreed to his request. Since it's like this, then it's decided. You already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly passage realm, so you can enter the spirit transformation realm at any time. We will wait for you. After speaking, the elder turned around to leave. Old one, don't leave. Let's chat for a bit longer. Give this young one some guidance. The devilish brat urged. I still have things to take care of. The elder did not want to stay here for a second longer. After confronting this devilish brat, he ended up taking a beating. His face darkened, and truly did not want to even look at him again. How should I eat this dragon? The little guy scratched his head. After drinking a bit of the soup, he felt the essence energy within his body boil with a powerful greatness. Even though it was the void god realm and everything was created from essence energy, it was all similar to everything in the real world. Similar effects would happen, illustrating how terrifying the deities were. Why don't you hand over this small dragon to me? When we leave for the sea area, you guys might be crossing in the same boat. The elder said. It attacked me and became captured. If I let him go like this, then wouldn't it seem like just anyone could bully me? The little guy definitely wouldn't let the horned dragon go. This is the descendant of someone from the archaic divine mountain. The elder reminded. The little guy had a look of disdain as he said, So any creature from the archaic divine mountain can forcefully attack others? Since it wanted to kill me, it should have been aware that there was a chance of being eaten. What are you going to do? Use some kind of divine ability or precious artifact to exchange. The devilish brat spoke in a matter-of-fact way. Dark lines began to appear on his forehead. This youngster truly angered both humans and deities alike, making people leave in fury. However, they still couldn't tidy him up. It wanted to kill me. Old one, are you saying that after catching it, I still have to send it off? The little guy chewed on his lip. You shouldn't say it like this. As they say, you cannot know each other without fighting first. My little master will go out to sea with you, and after being around each other, all the past conflicts will disappear with a laugh. It can also be considered having a type of good karma. Two tall and lofty figures appeared in the distance. They were dazzling and in human form, however, golden hair covered their entire body. Symbols were everywhere, and they were actually two golden beasts that were known as divine servants. In the distance, everyone was shocked. It was truly worthy of being called the archaic divine mountain. To have such powerful creatures as servants, who could compare? The little guy shook his head and said, If everyone came to kill me and then told me that it was for good karma, then I might as well commit suicide. This kind of life is too depressing. This old one is going to take his leave. The elder stated before turning around to leave, no longer staying here. He believed that the devilish child wouldn't kill the horned dragon and only wanted to extort more out of him. Someone was going to be paying a huge cost. The two golden beasts quickly displayed a great courtesy as they respectfully departed with the elder and purple-clothed girl. The two golden beasts came from the archaic divine mountain, and even though they were servants, their statuses were extraordinary. They possessed an innate powerful aura. Youngster, we admit that you're powerful, but the archaic divine mountain is not weak either, a golden beast reminded. Are you threatening me? The devilish brat directly rushed forward, and with a raise of his hand, golden symbols covered the sky, about to suppress those two golden beasts. In the distance, the outstanding heroes were all shaken as they watched. This savage child was indeed intimidating, not fearing the archaic divine mountain in the slightest. In his eyes, the two golden beasts reputed as divine servants were truly only servants in his eyes. All right, we admit willing to recognize you as a young master. The two were a bit scared, because this devilish child even dared to give the illustrious elder a fat beating. If the two of them didn't back off, then it was possible that they would be eaten by those small savage teeth. In the end, the little guy seemed satisfied. He obtained a lightning ancient technique that was incredibly profound. As soon as it was used, lightning flooded the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, this ancient technique was badly damaged and incomplete. It made him somewhat regretful. Within Stone Village, a wind blew over. The great willow tree's body lit up, blossoming with auspicious brilliance. At the same time, the hazy mist of the primal chaos pervaded the air, making it appear extremely mysterious. Half a month had already passed since the little guy returned, and during this period of time, the willow deity was always like this. It was as if it was making some kind of preparations. It was extremely solemn, and radiance began to flow and pour down like water. This made everyone shocked. The willow deity seemed to be extremely serious. This world will become chaotic soon, so I should make a few preparation. This time it is not just for your baptism. I also need to complete a transformation. The willow deity dispelled their doubts. At the same time, the willow deity pointed out that the Kuan Peng technique was reputed as an unrivaled great divine ability, so it was difficult to predict just what kind of creatures will make an appearance. It needed to undergo a transformation and recover its wounded body. Someone as formidable as itself also wanted to obtain that world-shocking precious technique. It was not just one person that was saying that a great disorder was going to happen to this world. It made the little guy feel rather gloomy inside and an urgent need to become powerful quickly. Hong Long Long. The forest trembled, and the earth shook. All of the ancient trees swayed, and leaves flew chaotically into the air. It was as if a great earthquake happened. A ground dragon roared. Its body was as large as a mountain, and it was over 100 meters long. It was currently making its way through the forest, and a collision from a vicious beast like this was enough to collapse a small mountain. A thick claw dropped down, crushing the ancient trees. Giant boulders flew in all directions as it directly trampled apart the mountain ground. Even though it looked rather clumsy, its figure was still enormous, so every step allowed it to travel a large distance. However, such a ferocious beast was currently fleeing. Behind him, a small shadow was chasing from behind like a shooting star. Every single step he took would cause the ground to crack apart. Even though his figure was small, his strength was matchless. Ow! The ground dragon roared. It realized that it could no longer move because that small figure grabbed his tail. It was as if he was carrying a sack as he pulled the ground dragon back. Rocks tumbled about and ancient trees collapsed. The little guy was dragging an enormous ground dragon as he walked out of the great mountains. Under the light of the setting sun, it was extremely horrifying to see such a small figure pulling a hill-sized giant beast behind him. The sunset elongated their shadow, almost to a disproportionate length. The little guy is too strong. In the distance, Pai Ho and Er Meng were stupefied. In the past few days, the little guy underwent all types of training, and fighting giant monsters was undoubtedly the simplest and most direct way. He did not kill any of them, but rather captured the creatures near the mountain range that could threaten the villagers before dragging them far away. This was already the 8th giant beast subdued by him. It was absolutely shocking. In the morning, the little guy got up early and left again. This time, he arrived at a waterfall that was 500 li away. He stood below and resisted the force of the downpour. A vast expanse of whiteness above him, and from time to time, huge stones would roll down. Light covered his body, and instead of using his fists, he used the dense symbols to defend against it. "Rise!" he shouted. Hong! The vast white waterfall paused momentarily, and soon after it actually began to flow in reverse, moving upwards. Golden symbols wrapped around it, as if it was a divine river. When he trained his body in the past, he also endured the pounding of the waterfalls and the falling rocks. However, currently it was completely different. With just a single breath of air, he released a shout that made symbols rush into the sky, propping up the enormous waterfall. Within the eyes of mortals, this was simply a miracle. Golden symbols were everywhere, almost dyeing the waterfall golden. Symbols interweaved, imprinting them within the waters, making it look divine and incomparably gorgeous. The little guy was training his body and consolidating the heavenly passage realm. He was waiting for the willow deity's baptism, because it was possible that another miracle could take place. He depended on himself to break into the 10th heavenly passage, surpassing the willow deity's expectations. However, it still insisted on giving this child a baptism to see if he could bring about a new transformation. At noon, the little guy arrived in front of a lake and suddenly jumped inside. Soon after, water immediately surged, and with a honglong sound, over 100 gene of water rushed out. His body's position became like a vacuum, separating a portion of the lake water and bringing it into the sky. He was like a flood dragon as he controlled and held the water in the air. The little guy was training himself, but lifting rocks was already useless for him. Meanwhile, this type of practice was much more exhausting, challenging both his body and symbols. Even his mind and spirit were being used up. With the opening of the 10th heavenly passage, the little guy could lock down everything within a certain area. Once this type of divine might was released, ordinary opponents would find it difficult to escape. This was not some kind of precious technique, but rather an accumulation of divine might. After a large amount is gathered, it would erupt, almost forming a type of domain. This was what allowed him to force back all those heavenly passage realm enemies before. He had reached the absolute peak of this realm, and could look down on everyone else in the heavenly passage stage like a god. Finally, he once again exhausted all of his divine might. With a hong sound, the golden symbols disappeared, and the lake water descended with a sound of muffled thunder, shaking the great earth. The little guy was directly pounded by everything. He was in a miserable state, and only after a long time did he crawl out from the great lake. He was completely spent as he collapsed on the grassy shore. He had already trained to the peak of this cultivation, yet he was still not satisfied. He still wanted to advance more within the heavenly passage realm and break the limits of the 10th heavenly passage. "I need to surpass the limits and become the strongest," the devilish child howled about. After getting enough rest, he began to throw everything into disorder again. The entire mountain range was not able to calm down, and all of the vicious birds and fierce beasts were frightened away. 2 months elapsed in a flash. The willow tree at the front of the village had shone the entire time. A hazy mist was floating about, and as the harmonious aura diffused through the air, it made people feel safe and relaxed. Cultivating here would result in twice the accomplishment with half the effort. Recently, the big red bird, Ziyun, Little White the unicorn, and the others all gathered around this place to cultivate, making great progress. The little guy spent his days leaving early and returning late. He would torment himself until he was completely drained to completely consolidate the heavenly passage realm. In addition, he was still trying reach the highest level as he earnestly advanced. Finally, the 3rd month arrived. The willow deity once again became peaceful. However, this was only a temporary silence. It began to emit a divine sound, calling the little guy over. Even though they were separated by over 100 li of the great wasteland depths, the devilish child could still feel it. That type of imprint was like a streak of lightning as it sliced through the sky before appearing in front of him. "It's finally going to start." He dropped everything and quickly rushed back to Stone Village. The villagers were all alarmed. This was a major event, and everyone was nervous. Even Second Baldy, Octatic Treasure Chicken, and the others were shivering with fear as they stuck their heads out to look around. Hairy Ball was scratching itself nervously. It really wanted to rush over, but was blocked out, not allowed entry. The little guy returned and caught his breath. He allowed the essence energy to fill up his body before sitting under the willow tree. He was extremely serious, no longer having his normal mischievous face. It's starting. The willow deity seemed extremely peaceful. It only spoke these words, and soon after, its body lit up. Over 10 branches descended like divine chains as they emitted precious brilliance. First, 4 jade jars were broken, and 4 drops of crystalline divine liquid flew over. With a honglong sound, they erupted into an expanse of magnificent multicolored light and surged like the waves of a vast ocean. This was precious blood from the 4 great vicious beasts, individually created from the heaven-swallowing sparrow, Mount Yi's creature, Xianxia, and southern meteoric divine mountains creature. It was a concentrated essence that had once been refined by the willow deity. At this time, the 4 drops of blood burst open, emitting a divine might that made it seem as if the heaven and earth were collapsing. A powerful fluctuation like this was enough to completely destroy a village and the great earth around it. However, all of these ripples were stopped by the 10 or so willow branches. A vast wave of multicolored light was tamed, transforming into small streams. They converged to form a waterfall that poured down from the skies, cascading onto the little guy's body. This was a type of miraculous scene, as if the world of immortals was being opened and the sweet dew of the immortal spring was descending. It nourished this youth in the secular world, refining his flesh and seizing the force between the heaven and earth. The little guy closed his eyes, and his body began to shine with a brilliant luster. The divine light formed from the blood of those supreme experts entered his body and began to rumble. At this moment, all of his organs began to glow, and the multicolored light within his body seemed as if it could allow him to transcend. Ripples were released one after another. The little guy began to feel bones burst and flesh move all around his body. With pipapapa sounds, it was like a segment of divine music, carrying with it a certain rhythm. He had already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly passage realm, and it was difficult to advance even an inch further, so only his physical body was becoming stronger. Even though the symbols flourished magnificently both inside and outside his body, there wasn't too excessive of a transformation. I don't believe it. This isn't my limit, and I can still break through more. The little guy suddenly opened his eyes. His head of black hair drifted in the wind, and his eyes seemed to have streaks of lightning running through them. His body was surrounded by a rising haze of multicolored light, making him seem just like a supreme young deity that possessed a world-shocking aura. Hong! Within his vicinity, 10 heavenly passages appeared simultaneously. This time, they did not pour out magma, but instead began to refine this multicolored light. They began to devour the divine essence of the 4 great supreme experts, causing rumbling sounds to sound incessantly. Among them, the heavenly passage at the very peak was the largest, filling up the void as it commanded the other 9 heavenly passage. It was incomparably powerful, producing an overwhelming pressure. During these past days, he had continuously studied as to why the largest heavenly passage was different. He wondered if it was possible to make the other 9 heavenly passage just as grand and imposing, because that would allow his divine might to increase greatly. This isn't going to be wasted, right? In the distance, the old village chief was astonished. If the 10th heavenly passage was going to squander this divine essence, then it would truly be a pity. He is returning the favor. Normally, he draws divine strength from the 10th heavenly passages, but now, he is nurturing them back with the endless divine essence. Is he trying to establish more heavenly passages? Second Baldy was puzzled. He had already conquered all 10 heavenly passages, so what else could he do? Suddenly, the little guy released a loud shout. The symbols around his body ignited. His bones began to crack with pipa sounds and his flesh began to move about as inexhaustible essence energy formed a true dragon that rushed out. It split into 10 parts around his body before entering the 10 heavenly passages. Hong long long. The rumbling sounds of the 10 heavenly passages fell incessantly on everyone's ears. They became even more brilliant and splendid, as if the immortal world was appearing. The 10 heavenly passages were joined together, their dazzling brilliance shocking as divine radiance surged. In the sky, the 4 great experts' divine essence turned into a waterfall and poured inside. It was as if the heaven and earth were being divided, and there was even a haze of primal chaos that filled the air. The 10 heavenly passages absorbed it all, but it was still not enough. The willow deity took action, lowering more than 10 of its tender and moist branches. Suddenly, they began to burn magnificently, and the most tender tips of each branch released a drop of liquid. The divine light connected the heavens. This was the willow deity's divine essence, and when the drop fell, it was as if the life force of an ocean descended. This type of aura alone made all of the vegetation near Stone Village grow frantically, because the vitality was just absolutely shocking. Within the grass and earth, many seeds directly took root and began to bud. They rose abruptly from the ground and grew at an amazing speed. On that cliff, the withered old trees and giant dying vines instantly emitted light. They became rich and green, directly recovering and obtaining a new life force. It was a miracle. The willow deity's liquid seemed like it could split earth and heaven apart to create a great world. Even at the end of the nothingness, a tremendous amount of life force appeared. In front of the village, everyone began to feel relaxed, and even their old illnesses completely disappeared. There was an indescribable type of comfort, because the life force was just too rich. Even the aged elders felt their complexions becoming rosy. The essence energy was exuberant, making them feel as if they became several years younger. In the center of the courtyard, the little guy sat cross-legged under a willow tree. The scorched black tree stood behind him, and the fresh tender branches surrounded him. Sparkling liquid floated above him, making him feel a wonderful feeling that was difficult to put into words. The endless essence energy surged with noise before completely entering his body. Following that, it began to flood into the 10 heavenly passages and turn into countless symbols. They were densely packed and numerous, bringing about another shocking baptism. He reached the peak of the realm step by step, all on his own. The willow deity only agreed to do the baptism for him when he did this. The willow deity wanted to see if the little guy can accomplish a miracle with his help, just like the others. He depended on himself step after step to reach this level. Only after reaching this extreme realm did the willow deity give him this baptism. It wanted to see whether he was going to be the same as others, or if with this help, create another miracle. The great vitality rushed into 10 heavenly passages and caused them to sharply inflate. The 10 heavenly passages could barely hold divine essence from the willow deity. There was too much, and every single drop of divine essence was like an ocean to him. A majestic aura spread. The 10th heavenly passages rumbled before fiercely expanding, almost running out of space for the willow deity's divine essence. It was an enormous amount, and every single drop was as vast as an ocean. Hong! The little guy's body shone, and he released a breath of air. His essence energy was refined into light, and after rushing out of his body, it flew into the 10 heavenly passages. At this moment, the world seemed to have calmed down. Everything seemed to have frozen, and all of it returned to the void. It was as if he traveled beyond time and space and built the sky and earth. That instant of time felt like millions and millions of years. His mind traveled from the great emptiness to the splitting apart of the heaven and the earth. His essence energy merged with the 10 heavenly passages, forming an immortal domain. I think I know what I should do. He was deeply touched by this. It was as if he suddenly understood it all and knew what to do next. A single thought traversed through the barren universe, roaming through the great emptiness. It witnessed the creation of celestial bodies and crossed the vast ocean of time without end. The little guy's spirit merged with the 10 great heavenly passages. It was as if he experienced the era when the heavens were opened. For just a brief moment, he could sense the true wonders of the great Tao. It was extremely vague, but it was still intimidating. He seemed to have witnessed the establishment of the world, the evolution of life, and how all living things operated. His mind was clear as he watched everything. He was appreciating the profound mysteries of the heaven and earth, understanding the transformations of the world. The primal chaos undulated up and down. Specks of light appeared, turning into supreme creatures one after another. The spiritual mountain shattered, giving birth to spiritual wonders after seemingly endless years. The little guy was in high spirits, and his mental state was calm. Even though he was young, his ability to grasp things was astonishing. He was trying to seize those fleeting imprints and keep them inside his heart. Auspicious multicolored light surged and a bright mist filled the air. His mind was fixed here, becoming one with the heavenly passages. It was as if the formation of all living things were unfolding here. Open! Finally, he released a light shout, and his mind was integrated into a heavenly passage. He was going to reconstruct this volcano and reopen the heaven and earth to expand it. Hong Long Long divine force fluctuated and brilliant auspicious colors lit up the area. Countless ripples proliferated, creating a divine rumbling sound. It made the little guy seem incomparably sacred. His body was completely still, yet it was shining. His spirit left his body and mixed into his heavenly passages. However, he could still similarly resonate with his body. Threads connected the two, as if they were divine chains that connected the luck of the heaven and earth. 9 out of the 10 heavenly passage were overflowing, and all of the essence energy were concentrated at one opening. Even the willow deity was like so, and while sparkling brilliantly, it was like a vast ocean that poured down, centralizing at one opening. Heavenly passage, evolve further. The little guy grunted. He concentrated all of his essence energy and poured it all into an opening, continuously reconstructing it. Speck after speck of light appeared, as if they were living creatures. They flourished within this heavenly passage with life force. The power of creation, something so exceptionally powerful, was difficult for him to obtain. Since the ancient times, just how many people could do such a thing? He was trying to attempt it at the heavenly passage realm, and the creation and release of life force was still something he could test. When his divine will was condensed within the 10 heavenly passages, the great vagueness of the world seemed to react to it, becoming affected. Divine multicolored light diffused and auspicious lights overflowed this area. The other 9 heavenly passages magma began to pour into this heavenly passage opening. The willow deity's liquid seemed even more like a seed of life, causing this place's vitality to overflow with an aura of evolution. It was indistinct, but it seemed to possess life. Open! The little guy shouted loudly and began to repeat this with the other heavenly passages to create vitality. He was hoping to make them greater like the 10th heavenly passage. Sure enough, it was effective. Specks of light began to appear, as if they were growing living beings. They quickly grew bigger, making all of these heavenly passages bright and full of vitality. It was just like this great world. After the heavens were opened, all types of living things came into existence. Only when all types of creatures were multiplying did it become more majestic. Its liveliness flourished, becoming increasingly magnificent and refined. Tens of thousands of creatures were growing, also supporting the establishment of the world. The order of the world was developed like this, becoming increasingly eminent and unapproachable. The force of life gradually increased, remodeling this heavenly passage. It seized the luck between the heaven and earth, and the little guy imitated this process on his small heavenly passage, using the endless divine multicolored light to analyze and continuously establish it. However, in the end, the little guy released a sigh. He was still too young, and his cultivation realm wasn't high enough. It was too difficult for him to establish it. In the end, he was still at the heavenly passage realm. The creation of life was far above the scope of what he could control, and to forcefully push further would only trigger bad omens. Is opening the 10th heavenly passage truly the limit? Why is it that no matter how much harder I work, it's still hard for me to advance even an inch further? The little guy spoke softly. He watched as the specks of light within the heavenly passage exploded one after another. The life force and refined spirit once again returned to being multicolored light. He silently observed everything and carefully began to think. In regard to this, the willow deity did not say a single thing the entire time. He did not speak or give out any pointers, and merely watched him break through by himself. In reality, the 10th heavenly passage was already perfect. He had already reached the peak of this cultivation realm, and so it was hard to find any more suggestions for it. The little guy could only depend on himself to advance, because everyone's path was different. With too much intervention, it will only lead to a confined way of thinking. Mountain winds blew over, and a haze appeared around the great willow tree. Misty haze enveloped this area, and only the 10 or so willow branches were sparkling and crystalline. They descended around the little guy's surroundings, once again protecting him. Have I really reached the end of this path? Maybe it was just not left behind in this world, and those individuals who truly reached it only sighed, not leaving behind a single word in this world. The little guy said to himself. Above his head, the 10th heavenly was massive, surpassing the other 9 heavenly passages. It was the most majestic when absorbing and releasing divine might. If the other heavenly passages could become like this, then the divine might will increase many times over. He understood his situation quite clearly, but no matter how difficult he tried during the past 3 months, it was still extremely difficult for him to advance further. He wasn't able to carry out these plans and reach those results. It seemed like he reached the end of the road. It was difficult to advance any further. Could it be that I really have to take the risk and give it a test? The little guy revealed a serious expression. A brazen idea sprung up inwardly. This was what he was thinking, but in reality it could easily result in death. He had already established the 10th heavenly passage, and could be said to have reached a glorious level. Since ancient times, there hasn't been any supreme youth who was like this, because there simply wasn't any reason to risk such danger, as it was merely a little bit of unreconciled feeling. It was possible that there was still more down this path, but the method was not passed down in this world. He wanted to take that step and cut down the obstacles in his path to tread on his own road. However, it was just too dangerous. As soon as he failed, he would disintegrate. The 10 heavenly passage legend would become a wisp of smoke, and at that time, it would truly be falling from the heavens into the underworld. Willow deity? The little guy raised his head and looked towards those green and lush willow branches, wanting to know its opinion. This is your own path. Whether or not you can succeed depends on your own self. I am merely a bystander. The willow deity quietly spoke. The little guy began to consider everything. When he lifted his head and saw the scorched black willow tree, he immediately decided that at worst, he would just try again. Even the willow deity could be reborn from such darkness, so if he lost, as long as he was still alive, then there was definitely a day when he could stand up again. This was the stubbornness of the devilish child, and also his young savageness. However, sometimes people truly did need this type of boldness, or else how were they supposed to become strong, advance, and persevere unswervingly from start to finish? Qingfeng Ermeng Pihu, if I am to fail here, you need to catch a big fatty for me in the future to take care of the latter half of my life. The devilish brat shouted out. He was prepared to go mad. Everyone was dumbstruck. This fellow was behaving as if he was putting his life on the line. Shouting out so noisily like this indicated that he was going to do something great that could affect him for the rest of his life. Be careful. Do not act rashly. The group of people howled loudly. They revealed anxious expressions as they reminded. What exactly is he trying to do? Second Baldy was confused. Harry Ball scuttled towards his head and began to shout incessantly at the little guy with Gigi sounds. Hong! The little guy gathered the force of the 9 heavenly passages and bombarded one of the heavenly passages. All of his essence energy withdrew, returning to their original states. They began to emit divine might before starting to firmly react. Heavens! The big reed bird cried out in shock. Even the village chief's face also became pale. He stretched out a trembling hand and shouted out nervously, Child! Don't! You are already a supreme youth. Do not act so impetuously. He was actually trying to destroy one of the heavenly passages. This was too crazy. Who dared to do such a thing? He could easily fall here, and a slight mishap might cripple him. wasting his lifetime of cultivation. This fellow went crazy. Second Baldy was stupefied. This was too terrifying. Was he trying to destroy himself? He was walking down a path of self-ruin. The little guy did not say a single word as he sat there. He was isolated from the outside world, submerged within his own world. He exhausted everything he had to assemble the force of the other 9 heavenly passages into that one heavenly passage. Hong! Finally, that volcano cracked apart and magma surged. It shattered within the void, making it seem as if the heavens collapsed here, destroying everything. More than 10 willow branches swayed, causing green multicolored light to drizzle down and subdue all directions. It did not allow those divine multicolored lights to frantically rush out, forcing them to return. The little guy coughed out large amounts of blood, and his body began to shake. That heavenly passage was struck to pieces, making him receive a grave injury. This was an extremely dangerous action, and if it was any normal person, he would have definitely shattered. It was because that surging divine might was comparable to a stellar river. It rushed in every direction with the ferocity of an ocean, drowning him within. The one thing he could depend on was how strong his body was. Even though one of his heavenly passages broke apart, there were still 9 more. Moreover, his body began to turn sparkling and translucent, becoming closer to immortality. He already opened 10 heavenly passages, so even if he were to destroy one of the heavenly passages in this cultivation realm, he could still endure it and preserve his life. However, the injurious were unavoidable. Moreover, they were extremely severe. Streak after streak of terrifying wounds appeared, and in the end, his sparkling flesh split apart. Even a body as strong as his ended up like this, so one could see just how frightening it was. "Child!" The village chief howled, almost coughing out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't dare to shout too loudly in fear of disturbing him. Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao and the others all clenched their fists. Qingfeng, Dazhuang, Snot Baby and the others walked over as well. They were all extremely nervous, and even Ziyun, Harry Ball and the others felt incomparably concerned. They could only watch from the distance, since there wasn't anything they could help with. To reopen the heavenly passage, once again evolving the force of life. When the little guy's eyes opened and closed, divine light would erupt and shoot out. He had already reached the perfect 10th heavenly passage, and naturally had enough experience and understanding of this realm. He had to reform it once more. In particular, he thought back to when he established the 10th heavenly passage. He silently stabilized his breath and used the divine force to refine the willow deity's fluid. His body quickly healed and he started to create it. Exhausting everything, extinguish it all into nothingness before creating the heavenly passage once more. He spoke softly. He thought back to his experience within the void god realm where he had to evolve further. To form the most powerful heavenly passage, he naturally couldn't follow the norm and had to go further, walking a different road. Hong. After recovering his wounded body, he earnestly pushed forward. However, after exhausting all of the divine might in his body to reconstruct the heavenly passage, an abnormality occurred. Right as soon as the heavenly passage was about to form, it suddenly exploded. This time, the little guy's wounds were extremely severe. His body was in tatters, almost breaking apart. It was a spectacle that was too horrible to endure, and there were many parts where even his bones were revealed. Not good. After destroying one's heavenly passage, it's difficult to establish again. This is a type of inhibition, imprisoned by the laws of this world. After being destroyed, how could it be that easy to recreate? In the distance, Second Baldy as feeling a great fear inside. The little guy, however, was not discouraged. If he couldn't even reconstruct a single heavenly passage, how was he going to complete what he had in mind? He was going to reopen the 10 heavenly passages to become more powerful. After walking to the limit of this road, he was not satisfied, and instead wanted to surpass it. He wanted to advance even further and break through this limit, stepping onto a path he could call his own. Again, his body was dripping with blood, and his body was splitting apart. The little guy frowned, but did not even make a sound as he began to try again. He was going to evolve the heavenly passage and reestablish it. His mind and spirit were being challenged. His body shone, and the symbols that appeared were like golden butterflies as they danced lightly around his body. With a hong sound, a blazing divine light surged, piercing towards the heavenly passage that turned into nothingness. This time, he used up everything he had to establish it as soon as possible. He repeated the process, and with the support of the other 9 heavenly passages, endless divine multicolored poured over to stabilize it. Unfortunately, he failed once again. The little guy cried out loudly as his body almost broke apart and blood shot out from his mouth. This was truly difficult to accomplish. To reconstruct a heavenly passage after destroying it was more difficult than even scaling the heavens. Just like this, he continuously attempted it non-stop, receiving serious injuries several times. Finally, things turned for the better, because he could vaguely see the shattered fragments. When that heavenly passage cracked apart, revealing fragments that flickered with symbols. This was a hazy expanse of the great Tao's profound mysteries. It was difficult to grasp completely, but even though it was like so, there was still a lot to be gained from even a mere glance. These were the world's natural laws, a part of an undisputable Tao that was as old as this world. His injuries were pretty severe, but he still continued to reconstruct the heavenly passage. During this period of time, he continued to study these shattered pieces. His body was already ruined to a point where it was almost beyond recognition, yet his essence energy seemed like it was improving, becoming more and more exuberant. Hong! This time, he was finally able to establish it. The heavenly passage was not destroyed, and those mysterious symbols that he was watching began to resonate, interweaving into his spirit. It made this heavenly passage release a rumbling sound, as if it had life once again. This heavenly passage was extremely large, just like the 10th heavenly passage. It surged with auspicious colors that submerged this area, and a terrifying divine fluctuation. He found the breakthrough point, and was about to exceed his current cultivation realm, advancing further. Just like this, the little guy spared no effort to test every way he could, enduring the tormenting of having his body torn apart. Finally, after a day and a night, all 10 heavenly passages were completely reestablished. All of them were now extremely massive, possessing fluctuations that were absolutely shocking. There seems to be some kind of new change. He was astonished as he spoke to himself. This is something that is going to frighten to death even those ancient powers. Second Baldy was speechless, and even his eyes and mouth were opened wide. It simply couldn't believe everything it was seeing, because this was just too heaven-defying. Was this still a human? The big red bird was also stupefied, watching from the side with a stunned look. This was too scary. This did not follow conventional reasoning at all, and was definitely an oddity. After the 10 heavenly passages were all recreated, they all began to ring with honglong sounds. The divine might was like an ocean, causing immortal light and auspicious vapors to surge. If those geniuses saw this, they would definitely be scared to death. The old village chief was shaking from excitement, and even his lips were trembling. He felt happy for the little guy, and his voice was shaking as he continuously praised the little guy. Even Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao and the others were stunned. They were all shaken. Soon after, they used their large fists to beat their chest with excitement, expressing their joy. Too powerful! Pihu, Snot Baby, Huzi and the others were also excited. They cried out loudly in celebration. They were the little guy's comrades from birth, and so they truly felt happy for him. Under the willow tree, the little guy sat with his legs crossed. Around him, the 10 heavenly passages rumbled, creating a truly magnificent sight. Every single one was incomparably large, as if they were holding a world of immortals in place. Precious splendor rose and auspicious vapors descended. It was truly spectacular. These heavenly passages were extremely large, and every single one seemed like the 10th one. The essence energy they emitted was like a divine waterfall, pouring down in a ferocious and astonishing manner. Those that were watching couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, this was what was truly happening. The 10 heavenly passages were large and perfect. In addition, at this time they had already transformed. They were no longer like volcanoes, but rather like monstrous and multicolored words, becoming true heavenly paradises. This kind of transformation immediately made the little guy think for a bit. He felt that he could still transform a bit further. The little guy was stubborn, not willing to stop here. Then 10 monstrous and multicolored circles of light were like 10 worlds. If he could join them together, just what would happen? When he reached this point, he became inspired. He decided to apply it and give it a try. Don't take any more risks. This is already enough to scare all those ancient powers. Are you still not satisfied? Second Baldy shouted, reminding in a loud voice. This was indeed already heaven-defying, and could be considered standing on glorious peak. It was enough to overlook the heavenly passage realm and show disdain towards everyone else in the same realm. To continue any further would make everyone feel like he was going too far. However, the little guy already decided to put it into action. He was going to merge all 10 heavenly passages into one. All types of auspicious multicolored light surged, and this place became covered in dense essence energy. They continuously surged, making this place incomparably gorgeous and dazzling. The little guy was unsatisfied. He attempted to refine them, and the 10 heavenly passages violently shook. They turned into one mass, fusing together into a single world. Everyone was mind-blown. What kind of strange scene was this? Within the vagueness, people could see images. Majestic spiritual mountains, elegant verdant peaks, and divine waterfalls were revealed one after another. Bright multicolored lights scattered down, and auspicious beasts and precious birds appeared. This is simply like an immortal domain. Of course, everyone understood that these were just images and weren't real. These were scenes that appeared when the little guy was opening his heavenly passages, and they were reappearing now. When his large eyes were opened, lightning radiance shot about. Only when one carefully looked would they be able to see this. The 10 heavenly passages merged, turning into a great world. It was vast and borderless, as if it could hold the sun, moon, and stars. It seemed like it could lock in the heavens. So fierce and powerful, Second Baldy exclaimed. Hong! As soon as its words were uttered, that world began to violently shake. The 10 heavenly passages simply couldn't truly be fused together. They collided into each other, as if they were going to break apart this region. Even the little guy's body was swaying. He received a tremendous attack, and a strand of blood immediately appeared on the corners of the little guy's lips. This was much more serious compared to before. The 10 heavenly passages began to shake at the same time. If they truly exploded into pieces after colliding, then his body and soul would inevitably be exterminated. Even if a deity intervened, he still couldn't be saved. The little guy began to meditate with rapt attention, and was finally able to separate those 10 heavenly passages, allowing them to rearrange in all directions. They released an undying fluctuation, creating a river of essence energy that flowed onto his body. Not good. This road is extremely difficult and won't work. He could clearly sense that it was difficult to make this process work. If he continued, it was extremely likely for his life to be put in danger. However, the devilish brat's little savageness wouldn't be calmed that easily. He was carefully testing and continuously coming into contact with it. He still wasn't willing to give up, wanting to see if he made some kind of mistake on this route. If he wasn't mistaken, then no matter how difficult it was, he would still continue on. The only thing he was scared of was taking the wrong path. Hong! After unending refinement and repeated mixing, the 10 heavenly passages finally reveal a hint of fusing together. However, there was a huge problem with his body. The 10 lumps of light squeezed together to refine his body. Sure enough, the 10 great heavenly passages merged together, and his body was the hindrance, about to be exterminated. The lights congregated, becoming parts of a whole. This made the devilish brat stupefied. If he wasn't even here anymore, what was the point? Was he supposed to be the sacrifice to leave behind a heavenly paradise world? Is this the wrong way? The little guy became confused, and then began to continuously try again. He was so shaken that he began to cough out blood. The 10 great heavenly passages weren't stable, almost creating a big problem. In the end, he sighed. This route isn't clearing up. It truly is wrong. The willow deity spoke. It had a powerful deductive ability, and after seeing what the little guy was trying to do, it could tell with just a glance. This route was using his own body as a living sacrifice, so it was impossible to succeed. However, this can result in a type of taboo technique. The willow deity softly spoke, and then entered a state of silence. It began to quietly contemplate. Finally, the willow deity sighed softly. This type of technique harmed the heavens. It was excessively ferocious, and continued use would most likely resolve in the wrath of heaven. I understand as well. If the enemy tried to kill me while borrowing power from their heavenly passages, I could use them as living sacrifices. The little guy was extremely sharp-witted when it came to cultivation, understanding in that instant. Living sacrifice. If the opportunity was presented, then they could use the heavenly passages to turn the owner into a sacrifice, offering them alive. This wasn't the time to be absent-minded. The little guy once again calmed down and concentrated on the difficulty in front of him. He continued to bathe in light like before, submerged under the flourishing radiance while he tried to break through. Within the peaceful silence, the little guy felt that he truly reached the peak of the heavenly passage realm. There was no chance of breaking through, and it seemed like this was the end of this path. Willow deity, in the past, has there been anyone like me, completely re-establishing the 10 heavenly passages? He asked. What do you think? The willow deity did not answer his question directly. Endless years have passed, and there are countless creatures that have existed throughout the boundless land. I believe that there has to be someone who walked down this path, and don't think that I am the only one, the little guy said. He was clear-headed, and did not feel complacent over this. It is excellent that you can be alert and have this type of reflection. Everything else doesn't really matter. The willow deity said. I want to advance further, but there's no way. Willow deity, do you have any other suggestion? The little guy asked for guidance. It has been your own struggle from start to finish. In order for you to tread on a different path, I cannot allow my words to restrict your way of thinking. The willow deity was serene and tranquil like before. I understand, but I still want to advance further. The little guy was at a loss. His expression was a bit bitter as he carefully considered. However, he didn't have a better way. 2 hours passed just like this. The little guy knew that he didn't have any better ideas himself, and it was difficult to open up another path. There was a chance that only a last opportunity was left. Willow deity, I am going to break through with all I have. I am going to try one last time and open the 10 heavenly passages again, allowing it to soar past the extreme. The little guy spoke. He wanted to carry out one final baptism. Give it one more push then. The willow deity nodded. Within the void, the liquid was still there. They were sparkling, transparent, and brilliant. The little guy did not completely squander it, and was currently going to make an all-out effort to make use of this divine liquid in one final push. Open for me! He released a loud roar, and the 10 heavenly passages resonated. They were extremely stirred up, and as essence energy roiled, it became like magma before pouring down like a divine waterfall towards his body. With everything he had released, the little guy threw caution to the wind. The 10 heavenly passages flourished, releasing an immortal splendor. His body was also like this, and as dense symbols circulated about, it was as if his life was being ignited, blossoming with the most powerful strength. He stood up and roared towards the heavens. His hand began to stand up, and essence was spurted out from his mouth. Symbols danced about, as if divine butterflies spiraled around his body. At this moment, his essence chi penetrated into the vast sky. The little guy seemed to have ignited with energy. All of his power was released, reaching the most powerful point. Hong! The 10 heavenly passages were opened, and they were all incomparably massive. They began to resonate, and as the little guy made them collide, precious splendor erupted. This Second Baldy's entire body was covered in goosebumps. His scalp was numb and he quickly backed off. This was too crazy. The savage child actually advanced to such a stage. 10 heavenly passage began to bump into each other, and it could easily end up in the destruction of both their body and soul. What was he trying to do? Did he go crazy? With a Wonglong sound, this entire place became distorted. The 10 heavenly passages were going to become damaged. They continuously collided into each other. The devilish child roared loudly and was not willing to give up. At this time, he began to frantically spit out and take in while circulating the symbols around this entire body. He began to centralize them towards his chest, as if he was trying to resuscitate something. Hong they fiercely collided, and the large volume of divine might roared. Together with the crystalline liquid in the sky, this place began to boil with activity. It became a vast body of divine essence. The little guy released and absorbed, making the symbols congregate towards his chest. It focused all of the essence energy into his body, entering his chest. They frantically stirred about, simply putting his body on the point of exploding. Finally, a great might pressed down. A Honglong sound continuously trembled. Its terrifying might overflowed into the skies, making even people's souls tremble. The little guy's 10 heavenly passages resonated, shining from his chest region. He began to tremble noisily, and only light and essence energy were left behind here. Everything was submerged, and violent fluctuations were released. It was powerful to the extreme. If he didn't have the Willow deity keeping things under control, then a great problem definitely would have happened. The surroundings would have received the most terrifying battering. The heavenly passages collided, creating cracks. Then, under the oppressive attacks, the center underwent a terrifying change. In the end, a strange connection was actually formed between them. Burst forth for me. One more push. The devilish brat shouted loudly. He didn't want to destroy the 10 heavenly passages, but rather wanted to join them together. In addition, he used the forbidden force from his chest, thinking of a way to make it resuscitate and participate in this process. The 10 heavenly passage revolved and collided. In addition, they were drawn towards the mysterious aura around his chest. They resonated with each other, bringing forth a mysterious transformation. With a Wung sound, the 10 heavenly passages continuously revolved around the little guy. They were mutually linked together into a magnificent and imposing divine ring. It was splendid and dazzling, causing divine multicolored light to illuminate into the 9 heavens. Finally, they began to resonate, burning even more fiercely. It was as if a flourishing divine sun had appeared, suspending in the sky with the little guy at the center. This type of scene made people feel fear. It was a world-shocking divine ring formed out of 10 great heavenly passages. They were joined together with a single person at the center, overlooking the world. The divine ring up in the sky was absolutely dazzling as it surrounded the little guy. When it was calm, it was like a divine moon with a single figure at the center. Pure splendor scattered down, creating an auspicious and divine scene. When it was powerful and exuberant, the divine ring was like a fierce sun, and the figure at the center was incredibly terrifying. This scene shocked everyone. He actually decided to go on such a path. The 10 great heavenly passages linked together, fusing together and forming a divine ring. Truly was a marvelous sight. Second Baldy was immediately scared badly, muttering, "This isn't just enough to scare the great ancient powers, but even those great archaic fellows might be startled." Even the Willow deity was shocked. Its 10 green and lush willow branches began to move freely in the wind. Specks of multicolored light began to fill the air, making this place seem like the pure land of a deity. As for Stone Village's people, they've had stupefied looks from a long time ago. This was simply too crazy. The little guy was like a heavenly deity as the magnificent divine right circled about him with a stunning aura. When had they ever seen such a scene before? They never even heard of something like this before. This was a path carved out by the little guy alone, his own Tao that evolved to such a step. No matter who it was that saw this, they would all be shocked. Hong! Suddenly, the divine ring crumbled, and the 10 great heavenly passages began to disperse. They curled and danced about, rising and falling within the little guy's vicinity. What happened? Could it be he failed? Everyone was suddenly alarmed. If the little guy were to fail here and suffer the consequences, his body and soul would definitely both be extinguished without doubt. That was truly something to be scared about. No, he is still fine, the big red bird cried out. The devilish brat stood up, seemingly a bit confused. It was because he could feel that there was a lump of light within his body that was currently expanding. It was extremely astonishing, somewhat surpassing his expectations. With a wung sound, he once again fused the 10 great heavenly passages, allowing them to mutually interconnect. A dazzling divine ring was formed, and as it surrounded him, it made him look like a young deity. His black hair scattered down. His eyes were bright and his body was sparkling. Together with the magnificent illustrious divine ring, no matter who it was, they would all tremble and feel like a deity was descending. Even deities would only have this kind of appearance. Moreover, this radiance is formed from interconnected heavenly passages, so if their cultivation levels are similar, then they are going to be inferior to this savage child. Second, Baldy sighed. What a strange feeling. The little guy carefully felt about. After the 10 great heavenly passages were linked together, they rushed towards him. The force of divine essence nourished his body, and his supreme being bone was comfortably warm. That lump of light also became increasingly rich and powerful. Strand after strand of essence energy surged and surged, entering his body. His entire body lit up, and the supreme being bone in his chest was already calming down after absorbing a portion of the frantic energy. It went into seclusion, once again becoming dormant. However, his body was still emitting light. Finally, the 10 great heavenly passages rumbled with wenglonglong sounds. The divine ring was blinding, and the splendor was light water as it cleansed the little guy's flesh, nourishing his body. At this moment, everyone could see that something was different. The light being emitted from his entire body was abnormal. Why did it seem like the dazzling light was becoming brighter and brighter? In the end, the light within his body formed a central lump that shone with absolute brilliance. The 10 heavenly passages are being nourished, and strands of auspicious energy are concentrating at one point. Is his flesh becoming a heavenly passage? The big red bird was astonished, feeling an extremely weird feeling. The little guy seemed to have transformed into a heavenly passage himself, becoming extremely bright and resplendent. His divine essence was unending as it surged in waves. The devilish brat was constantly puzzled. It was exactly this feeling that made him confused. The energy within his body was unending and extremely strange. This should have been caused by the divine ring, forming a flesh heavenly passage. It can't be, is this real? Second Baldy went stupid. As he uttered these words, he found it difficult to believe. The little guy stood at the center of it all, and was finally starting to understand. This wasn't a heavenly passage, but was similar to one. Essence energy surged wave after wave, but it originated from the nourishment of the 10 heavenly passages. However, if he displayed his might right now, it would certainly have the effects of a heavenly passage. It truly was complicated and mysterious. Was this a heavenly passage? What was he supposed to call this? Even the willow deity felt rather speechless, but there was still a great sense of admiration. This is the nourishment cooperatively produced by the resonance of 10 great heavenly passages. The lump of light within the little guy began to flourish with increasing vigor as if it was a sun. The 10 heavenly passages were interconnected, mutually discharging divine essence to form this central lump of light. The rain of light was hazy. It was incomparably peaceful and auspicious, making this place extremely sacred as if it was a piece of divine land. How are you going to utilize it? In the distance, Second Baldy gaze was fiery as he asked with curiosity. Isn't it obvious? The 10 great heavenly passages have to each nourish a precious technique, and in the future, so I will definitely have to find supreme abilities in the future. As for the one inside my body, it will naturally be used to command the 10 heavenly passages, because it will nourish my unique and unrivaled precious technique. The devilish brat said noisily. The big red bird and second Baldy became fearful. After thinking for a bit, they realized that this fellow was truly shocking. The old village chief knew that this child wasn't joking around. He had a supreme being bone within him, and if it was reborn in the future, it would definitely produce his own unmatched divine ability. In addition, after going through nirvana, the precious techniques contained within would also become even more unordinary. They would transformation along with his body, becoming completely different. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful they would become. 10 heavenly passages with a precious technique in each. Now that there is a circle of light within my own body as well, then my own precious technique has a place to grow. The devilish brat was elated. He was so happy that his large eyes became like crescent moons. This time, he created a new route that made him stand out from everyone else. Not only were the villagers shaken, even an old bird like Second Baldy became stupefied. The willow deity even became moved, feeling a sense of absent-mindedness. Right, this even drew the willow deity's attention. After thinking and carefully analyzing this situation, it released a sigh and said towards the little guy, "You are correct. Recently, the willow deity often praised the little guy, and these feelings were all sincere. The devilish brat was quite gifted in the area of cultivation, far surpassing those ordinary geniuses and often bringing surprises. The little guy continuously formed the divine ring, and then separated them in an effortless manner. There wasn't the slightest bit of hindrance, and as its divine splendor gushed out, it made people exclaim in admiration. This heavenly passage to raise the Kuan Peng, this heavenly passage temporarily for the swan and I, this. He began to count happily. His smile was extremely pure. What made people speechless was that he was imposing and powerful just now like a supreme deity, yet currently he was actually laughing like this. When fighting, he possessed an intimidating divine might, but when he was calm, he was like the boy next door. It gave people a sense of familiarity, because the little guy was straightforward by nature and extremely real. "All right, your baptism is complete," the willow deity said. The mist dispersed, and those green and lush branches retreated. Multicolored light began to recede, allowing this place to return to normal, no longer being surrounded by the dense essence energy. "I succeeded just like that?" The little guy scratched his head. Even though this process was extremely dangerous and his body was almost split apart, seemingly on the verge of being exterminated, he was finally able to stick it out. The devilish brat seemed to be a bit dizzy as he reflected on everything. He was truly full of happiness, and in the end he had a somewhat silly smile on his face. The villagers woke up from their stupor, and a group of children rushed over. They were full of joy and excitement, and all of them cried out loudly. They threw themselves over, burying the little guy under them. "You guys are crushing me to death," the little guy shouted. "Yeah, right. Even a mountain can't crush you to death." "Exactly. Grandpa Chief said that if we don't put you down now, we will regret it in the future, and we agree. When you become a deity in the future and we become aged, we can tell our children that we even bullied a deity before. Wouldn't this be great to brag about? Haha. Subdue him." The group of children threw themselves over and began to wrestle and roll on the ground with him. It was just like when they were little. These comrades were extremely intimate, and their feelings for each other were extremely deep. This kind of sincere affection and feeling will eternally be carved into the innermost parts of the little guy's heart. No matter how many years pass after this, no matter how the world transformed after this, he would never forget. After tossing and turning about, the little guy crawled back up. The clothes on his body were wrinkled and dirty. "Child, you aren't little anymore, and should go and marry a big fatty." Shi Feijiao walked over and stroked his head with a beaming smile. When Shirlene who heard this, he immediately walked up and grabbed the little guy's hand, saying, "What about our family's Hunyu? Is she fat enough?" "What? I didn't hear anything." The little guy shook off his hand and ran into the wastelands. "Ha ha." The group of people all began to laugh loudly. The little guy in the distance darkened his face as he tried to ignore them. The group of adults were chatting, and they all seemed extremely happy because what they had discussed before was going to come true. With the little guy being so heaven-defying, then it was entirely possible for him to bring back an archaic vicious beast youth to protect this place. Child, don't be so embarrassed. We aren't forcing you to marry a girl from this village. Is there someone outside that was to your liking? Hurry and bring one back. We are all waiting to drink at your wedding feast. Meng's father spoke. The little guy in the distance did not dare to reply. Right? Could it be that there's already several fatties out there? Hurry and bring them all back. We are all waiting in anticipation. Haven't you seen Brother Dezhuang already? There's even a child now. We can feel at ease once you have a few descendants. The group of elders also began to laugh with hee-hee sounds. There wasn't a single thing they weren't willing to discuss. In the distance, Ermeng, Pihu and the others were all making faces at him. Only the little guy was completely silent. He ran away in a dejected manner. Ha ha! Everyone laughed loudly. You can go to the Void God realm now. You might receive some kind of reward. Right at this moment the willow deity spoke. What? The devilish child quickly returned and ran towards the village entrance. He looked up towards the willow deity and said, The rewards that I am receiving, are those the one that the Void God realm owed me when I broke through into the 10th heavenly passage? This thought was constantly in his mind, and after coming back, he mumbled about it towards the willow deity quite a few times about how the Void God realm still owed him this debt. Only the willow deity never replied. After the passage of countless years, the Void God realm's laws and order is no longer as great as before. If there was someone that intervened, then a few changes could have happened. The willow deity said. The little guy immediately widened his large eyes and replied in astonishment. Willow deity, it shouldn't be you, right? Could it be the willow deity that intervened? He began to become somewhat suspicious. It wasn't me. It is a problem with the laws and order itself. The willow deity shook his head and said, The Void God realm has a spirit, something created by the deities of the past. No one is certain just what remains of it. Will there be any dangers if I go then? The devilish brat asked with astonishment. Unlikely. That was merely a rare accident. The willow deity did not speak in detail. Then I'm going to go now. The devilish brat was extremely stirred up as he cried out. He was happy and excited. With a hong sound, the willow branch tore through the heavens and opened a mysterious gate. Lightning appeared and thunder roared as cymbals covered the sky. My reward, I'm coming. After spending 3 months here, the devilish brat appeared once again in the Void God realm. It naturally instilled a huge tempest. There were many people who felt reverence and also many who were curious. With his appearance, a vast crowd immediately appeared. The ones that were most anxious and hopeful were those from the archaic divine mountain. They had been waiting for the little guy this entire time, and after disappearing for 3 months in one go, it made them impatient. They hoped that he would reach the spirit transformation realm earlier so that they could find the 10 vicious descendants techniques. The savage child returned. What is he trying to do now? He shouldn't be trying to create some kind of heaven overflowing chaos, right? Many people truly feared him. This fellow was full of energy, and only heaven knew what kind of things he was going to do. Those great powers that were nearly flattened were feeling even more fearful. They were gnashing their teeth in anger after hearing about the devilish brat's return, because who knew if they were going to be targeted? It was as if these people were facing a great enemy. Their faces turned ugly as they nervously waited. The little guy was completely unaware of this. After appearing, he seemed extremely familiar as he called out, waved his hand and patted the shoulders of random people. Why do you seem so familiar? I think I killed you before. You already recovered in just 3 months. Truly not simple. The devilish child was extremely friendly, giving people an unbearable feeling. Those experts hiding within the crowd immediately felt their faces pale after being recognized. They took to their heels and fled frantically, because their injured bodies were far from being completely healed. They merely forced themselves to come to pass on some information. If they were killed by the savage child now, then their true bodies would most likely be ruined as well. At the same time, they felt more and more suffocated and annoyed. In just a short period of time, a group of people were frantically running away. Ah, could it be that I'm familiar with so many of them? Were they all people that I killed before? Am I really that ruthless? I don't recall killing so many. The little guy scratched his head. The group of people cursed silently. The amount of people you killed were few. After forcefully pushing everyone back, the Rain clan, Tuoba clan, for great families and many others all suffered disastrous losses, having their pure lands directly flattened. The devilish brat appeared again, causing everyone to gather in this area. After returning to the Void God realm, he became the hottest topic. No matter whether it was friend or enemy, they were all paying particular attention to him. Don't run. Even though I still have some soul-shattering needles here, they weren't prepared for you. What's there to be scared of? The devilish brat blurted out with seemingly good intentions. This was just too strong of a blow, clearly disrespecting them. Even though he felt that they weren't worthy of the soul-shattering needles, it truly made them feel upset after hearing his words. It hurt their pride too much. The group of people were furious, especially those geniuses. They all felt an urge to never enter the Void God realm again. The devilish brat seemed extremely insensitive and enthusiastic. As he watched them flee frantically, he didn't chase after them and merely saw them all kindly. He told them that he wasn't actually going to chase them. Absolutely infuriating. No matter whether it was the older or younger generation, they all felt the urge to spit out blood. Rain clan, Tuoba clan, Western Tomb Beast Mountain and the others' faces became ashen. They truly regretted coming here, because they truly felt stifled and wronged. This wretched brat. The little guy also began to run with so-so sounds, leaving the starting ground. He entered the golden passageway and directly entered a higher-level region to the place where he established the 10th heavenly passage. I'm coming. There is still a debt. As soon as he arrived, he began to shout and scream. Within the primal chaos and ruins outside the starting ground, the willow deity took root. More than 10 tender branches pierced into the heavens, as if some kind of existence was being roused, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Within the heavenly paradise, an array of brilliant light descended from the skies. The rain of light seemed auspicious and holy as it swirled in the air, scattering down on this mountain range. A circle of light descended, and Kung-Chong sounds rang out. Strand after strand of divine light burst forth, and streaks of auspicious light was spat out. 2 pieces of bronze book appeared, dropping into the little guy's hands. The multicolored light receded and the mist of light began to recede. The bronze pieces were simple and unadorned with a few patterns carved on it. The people who followed along were all shaken. Did this child defy the heavens? After howling towards the sky for how there was still a debt, the Void God realm directly dropped down 2 pieces of divine book. This really made people speechless. Everyone became stupid. Was this real? They didn't see him do anything, yet he was able to obtain 2 pieces of bronze book so easily. No one knew just how many people were watching from the distance, because the devilish child was too well known. As a result, there were many outstanding individuals that followed along to see just what kind of things he was going to do. So selfish. Where is the interest? Why are there only 2 pieces? It's been accumulating for such a long time already. The devilish brat was furious as he jumped and shouted towards the sky. The outstanding individuals watching were all petrified. How freaking ridiculous was this? To be unsatisfied with the law and order of the Void God realm, this child was truly unmatched. He was truly hopeless and incurable. Wenglonglong within the sky, a dark cloud began to roll about. It began to descend, moving towards the little guy's head. I don't want it anymore. You can keep the interest. The devilish brat immediately took to his heels and ran. Back then, it was precisely this dark cloud that expelled him from this place and labeled him unwelcome. Now it came again, and he truly didn't want to be kicked out for 2 more years because that would be too embarrassing. Finally, the black cloud dispersed, and the world became peaceful once again. Everyone was astonished. The Void God realm truly had a spirit and definitely shouldn't be provoked. They began to revere this place even more. It was difficult to imagine just how the deities of the past founded this place. Could some kind of existence have X? A sparkling stone tablet appeared, and the words on top began to shine. The recording tablet arrived a bit late, but it still came in the end. There wasn't that many words, only a few words. Heavenly Passage Sovereign. Hong. The outstanding individuals were shaken. Then this entire area began to clamor with noise. The 4 characters were enough to explain everything, making everyone tremble. Heavenly Passage Sovereign. This was a type of confirmation, and the pinnacle of glory. Even though there was only a few words, it still explained everything. Currently within the Heavenly Passage realm, he was the most powerful. In other words, to be called the most powerful within the Heavenly Passage realm means that it is true at least within the Wasteland's Void God realm, because no one has broke through like he had within this spiritual world before. This fellow is so powerful, suddenly rising to power and forcing people back the entire time. Just how many years has it been since such a person appeared? Within the boundless land, there exists countless creatures. Too many great experts have appeared, and as for how powerful those legendary figures are, no one can clearly say. Someone shook their head in disagreement, because this was merely within the Wasteland's Void God realm. Someone so carefree and unrestrained like the devilish brat was still rarely seen. To attack in such an unorthodox methods, his mental state was too disgusting. Of course, one can also say that he had too much confidence. The little guy was elated, jumping around as he looked at the bronze book. Now, he had a total of 5 pieces, or in other words, he had completed half of the entire book. Sigh, after flattening so many great powers, I haven't seen any kind of reward. Could it be that some kind of problem occurred? He looked towards the skies and really wanted to shout out. Of course there isn't. There are those from the ancient times that were way more fierce than you. There was someone who completely wiped out 10 pure lands, eradicating even more great powers than you. Someone replied from the distance. But I'm so good and honest, the devilish brat said to himself. Ah, pay! Many people spat out these 2 words from their hearts, and these were naturally the disciples of those ancient sects whose pure lands were destroyed. Even though they felt hatred, they still did not dare to come forward. Why isn't there anyone trying to steal these now? I'm waiting here, the little guy muttered. He held the pieces of bronze book in his hand as if they were bricks, lifting them up and down as if he was trying to see how heavy they were. His actions were extremely provoking. Everyone cursed silently. This child was deserved to be known as someone who angered God and human alike. In reality, many people wanted to steal them, but they truly didn't dare to. They could only conceal their jealousy deep within them. Youngster, I finally found you. You were running too quickly. In the distance, several elders were gasping for breath as they followed over. These people began to emit divine light one after another, becoming bright and dazzling. It was as if they were enveloped within divine rings. One of them was in a circle of silver light, another had purple mist around, and there was even one where specks of scarlet multicolored light floated about. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of experts were these? They were definitely not ordinary, and were likely all formidable characters from ancient clans. Why would I need to run? Could it be that you guys want to steal my divine book? The devilish brat turned around with an extremely excited look on his face. No, we don't have those intentions. Those individuals quickly shook their heads. They truly feared that he would make things difficult, mowing them down and stripping them clean. Soon after, the little guy knew where these people came from. They came from the archaic divine mountain, because all of them were unordinary and had strange appearances. Among them, an elder shone with golden light like a divine sun. It was just like a golden beast in the shape of a human, but golden fur covered the entire body. His age was extremely great, and his teeth seemed to have almost all fallen off. The other creatures were similarly in humanoid form, but weren't actually humans. For example, there was the spirit race with silvery light covering their bodies, or the wood clan wrapped in divine light. Their ages were great and were old servants. They came from the archaic divine mountain, representing several different powers. They wanted to leave for the sea not too long in the future again, but could never find the devilish brat. Now that they saw him, they naturally rushed over. I still haven't entered the spirit transformation stage yet. Breaking through isn't something that can be rushed. Do you guys have some kind of divine text or supreme precious technique? Just give me some random guidance. The devilish brat spoke. Several people began to stare blankly. Wasn't he speaking rubbish? He was already at the peak of the 10th heavenly passage and could enter the spirit transformation realm at any time, so how could he not succeed? If you guys don't believe me, then just take a look. I really didn't break through yet. Give me some kind of archaic divine mountain breakthrough sacred manual, please. The little guy's skin was extremely thick. There isn't much time left. We are going to move out soon, and can't wait any longer. A purple-clothed girl with divine aura rising in spirals around her walked over. Her voice was slow and unhurried, as if they were the pleasant sounds of nature. What about the news I wanted? The little guy asked. Surprisingly, the little guy actually didn't call the purple-haired girl a vicious beast. In addition, his face was serious without the slightest hint of a smile. It seems like you care about them quite a bit, the purple-haired girl said. She was extremely quick-witted, and an intelligent light flashed through her purple pupils as she tried to read the little guy's face. Turns out you are also a fatty. Hurry and tell me, the little guy urged. The purple-haired girl's sparkling white forehead immediate revealed several dark streaks. She clenched her small fists, holding herself back. However, she truly felt like it was unbearable, and was already cursing inwardly. 9 years ago, there truly was an extremely powerful couple that once lingered around an archaic divine mountain. In the end, they left the wastelands. What? The little guy was shocked. His eyes were widened, and it was unclear whether there was sadness or pain on his face. He didn't say anything for a long time. I still want to know more. Only after a long time did he say these words. They left the wastelands, so currently it's quite difficult to get any sort of news, the purple-haired girl said. Even the powerful archaic divine mountain could not investigate everything, especially if they were no longer in this region. The little guy's eyes were red, and he seemed completely different from before. He was extremely quiet, and it was quite a while before he recovered. I still want to know more detailed information. He put forth his requirement. We can only do what we can. Currently, you need to enter the spirit transformation realm, or else there won't be enough time. We don't know how many different powers are going out to sea, and so there will definitely be a disastrous war. Blood will dye the sea surfaces red, and bones will fill up the seas. You need to quickly improve your strength to defend yourself. Fine, I get it. After the little guy said this, he turned around and left. The old servants each represented different powers. They were going about to ask for a concrete period of time from him, because they truly didn't want to wait any longer. In the end, they were all blocked by the purple-haired girl, not allowed to speak. It was because she knew the savage kid's temperament. Forcing him any further wouldn't do any good. Father, mother, where are you guys? The little guy walked slowly by himself. He stayed away from the outstanding heroes, quickly disappearing within the limits of the horizon. Soon after, he began to pace between different ruins. The ruins of Rain Clan, the Tuoba clan, and many others. He had visited these places before, and was currently thinking about his personal matters. This made the various great powers all feel rather gloomy. They were truly unreconciled, because this was like visiting old memories. Was this an overview of his future glory? It didn't matter whether these outstanding heroes were content or not, because no one dared to go up and suffer misfortune. Currently, the devilish brat represented savageness, so no one wanted to provoke him. Unknowingly, the little guy arrived at an extremely vast and majestic pure land. Spiritual energy descended streak after streak from the mountain tops, as if it was a small waterfall. Martial Imperial Mansion. The little guy suddenly lifted his head and saw a stone tablet sticking out from the pure land. On top of it were 3 words. Father, mother, you both definitely came here before, even though you are no longer here. The little guy clenched his fists. His gaze was intimidating, as if two streaks of lightning were shooting out. A long time passed, and the terrifying aura finally disappeared from his face. Who is there? Freeze! You are not allowed to enter. Right when he reached the gate, even though there was still quite a distance separating them, someone already shouted, coming out to obstruct him. You, what are you trying to do? Someone cried out in shock after recognizing him. I'm coming as a guest. The little guy only had these 4 words. When the devilish brat arrived, the martial imperial family immediately became scared. This was simply a sign of murder. Even though he wasn't that old, he still stirred up the entire void god realm. You, what are you trying to do? It was as if they were facing a great enemy, and someone quickly ran inside to relay information. With the appearance of this unrivaled disaster child, there wasn't a single person who wasn't nervous. If they were in the real world, then they would naturally be fearless. However, inside the void god realm, the devilish brat was invincible and could blast apart ancient great powers. After continuously eradicating the Rain clan, Tuoba clan and many others pure lands, how could it not make people fearful? I came to visit, yet you guys are unsheathing blades and drawing bows. Could it be that you want to attack me? The little guy asked. The group of people backed up, but they did not let go of the weapons in their hands. Their great bows were drawn back, and it was clear that they were nervous to the extreme. This was a special kind of power and influence. Even though the little guy was still young, no matter where he decided to travel to, there would definitely be people trembling in fear within that pure land, not daring to relax. Back down! An elder appeared and shouted before coming over. It is an honor to meet this little friend. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. We welcome you inside. This was an elder from the martial imperial family. After receiving news, he was the first one to rush over. He did not dare to show the arrogance of a king, but rather had a serious expression on his face. This child was just too famous, and he truly feared that the little guy might sweep this place clean. Elder is quite courteous. The little guy did not act disrespectfully and replied in a similar manner. Within the mountain gates, the pure land scenery seemed like it was carved from colored glass. Iris and orchids were everywhere, their fragrance wafting through the air. All types of rare birds and unusual beasts appeared. In the distance, mist was enshrouding a spiritual mountain, and essence energy was also curling about. It was truly a precious cultivating land. There was even less of a need to describe the palace. It was grand and majestic, situated within the spiritual roots. It took in and sent out multicolored splendor, and as the dense vapors rose, it was like a divine temple. It truly is a good place. I wonder how many outstanding heroes visited this place to cultivate before advancing to higher regions. The little guy spoke. The group of people felt rather strange, because they didn't know why he would mention such a thing. Sigh! The little guy released a soft sigh and entered into the heart of this pure land. He walked past many enormous buildings, but he did not enter any. Instead, he merely wandered around outside. Along the way, there was a palace pavilion with a small bridge with flowing water. Various hills towered from above, and there were spiritual springs that were rushing forth. The scenery was extremely beautiful. As essence energy was taken in and sent out, precious light shone brilliantly. Rumor has it that the martial imperial family is affiliated with the Rain clan? The little guy asked. When these words were spoke, they immediately made the others' hairs stand up straight. Many people became anxious and frightened, because their relationship with the Rain clan wasn't shallow. They had actually sent out some troops to assist the Rain clan not too long ago, but they were cut off by a great elder along the way and sent back. If everything was revealed, then it might truly end in disaster. There is a certain degree of relationship. The elder that was guided him replied while feeling extremely nervous inside. Did this murderous thing really come here to destroy everything? However, who could have guessed that this murderous thing did not make things difficult and only uttered an O sound? This gave them another wave of nervousness, because they didn't know what he was truly trying to do. The little guy did not enter those palace halls and merely came to those cultivation lands to find clues of his parents. He walked by them one after another before ultimately releasing a sigh. After arriving at this place, his mood immediately became complicated. He wanted to flatten this place out of fury, but when he actually stood here, he once again lost those feelings because he didn't see the people from back then. Back then, when war broke out within Stone Mansion, there were many elders and great elders that took action. However, today he didn't see any of them. If those people were here, then he wouldn't mind suppressing them and bringing back a bit of honor for his parents. However, towards these unrelated people who looked like they were facing a great enemy, it made him lose interest. It was quite obvious that these people were feeling incomparably tense. Now that I think about it, I also have some relations with you guys. The little guy suddenly spoke out like this. What kind of relationship? The elder asked from the side with an extremely serious expression. Sure, E belongs to your family, right? The little guy spoke. Correct, Ear is a dragon among men, and did indeed come out from my martial imperial family. From the side, an elder couldn't help but open his mouth. A sense of pride clearly manifested from his confidence. However, he snapped back to reality soon after. In front of him was a murderous being. He was similarly a dragon among men. Moreover, his performance after entering could be described as excessively formidable. When such praise was spoken about Shuri, would it lead to this youth being unhappy? He felt a wave of nervousness and immediately closed his mouth, no longer daring to say anything more. Shuri, how many heavenly passages did he open? The little guy asked. This? I do not know. An elder from the martial imperial family replied. What he said was the truth because Shuri never allowed others to know about his cultivation. After breaking through to such a stage, the great elders of the family still did not know anything. Don't tell me that he couldn't even open 9 heavenly passages, right? The little guy said. Within the martial imperial family, a group of youth couldn't hold themselves back. They were all roughly 12 or 13, and one of them was not willing to give in, saying, the martial king even came out from his seclusion, and many other supreme experts were invited to protect Brother E together. Shut up, an elder shouted. They didn't know all the details, only that the martial king who was previously training in isolation came out. As for how sure E was being protected, they didn't know. When the little guy heard this, he nodded and said, after all, he is still my senior brother. We both entered the heaven-mending pavilion, and so there is still a bit of camaraderie. Everyone became stupefied, not knowing how to respond. Only, after growing within the heaven-mending pavilion, receiving so many great resources and even entering the ancient divine courtyard, he didn't even participate in the final battle. It truly is a bit unacceptable. The little guy opened his mouth again. No one knows exactly when the ancient courtyard will open, and so Ear cannot be blamed for not participating in the battle. He didn't even know about outside matters. An elder defended. Did he really not know? It seems like the other great powers all heard about this and sent their own children to take advantage of the great opportunity to submerge themselves within the reign of the deity. It seems like this time you guys benefited the most. How could the ancient divine courtyard be an ordinary place? The little guy said. We do not know about that. They were all arranged by ancestor Shirley. The people from the martial imperial family were hesitant on this topic. The little guy was not unfamiliar with the name Shirley. Back then, this individual was the one that sent all those forces at his parents, and also the one that did everything he could to shield Shirley's mother and the rest of her family. Within the old ancestors, he was ranked 9th, and his authority was great whatever. He walked forward and said, when is that senior brother coming back? I want to test myself against him. With these words released, the martial imperial family's people expressions immediately changed. Right now, who didn't know about his 10 heavenly passage? He was known as the supreme youth, so he definitely had the strength to subdue an entire region. Shuri was similarly shocking and illustrated, but the most important thing was that he had many trump cards, so outsiders didn't know just how powerful he was. Stone Mansion's people all had quite a bit of confidence in Shuri. He possessed the divine gift of dual pupils from the ancient saints to open the world. so who could contend against him? This was a natural divine ability. Together with the mysterious divine being bone, he could be said to be without equal. In reality, the little guy never had contempt for Shuri. Even though he opened up 10 heavenly passages, he was still in a serious mental state. It was because he knew that this small big brother was truly terrifying on the field of cultivation. The most important thing was that within the ancient sacred courtyard should be, if he wasn't mistaken, the recorded heaven-mending technique. What was the heaven-mending technique? It was known to be able to mend the heavens, so as for how powerful it really was, it was difficult to imagine. What all people in this world felt was regret in their cultivation, yet this technique could make up for that, granting them another opportunity. The little guy unknowingly arrived at the practice fields of this pure land. There were all types of weapons, as well as a few strange stone tablets that were emitting precious light. What is this? He was rather amazed. These are out Martial Imperial family's own record tablets. An individual spoke out. The little guy was speechless. He looked carefully to see whether there were any traces left behind by his father. However, after looking everywhere, he could see experts from successive generations. Yet there wasn't any records left behind by Xianxia. This shouldn't have been the case because every person had their own records, and only that generation was missing. On the contrary, he found Xianxia's monument at the most noticeable spot. It was incomparably dazzling. What kind of record did he establish? The little guy asked. The stone tablet has the imprint he left behind. It allows others to see the laws and Tao he comprehended. A white-bearded elder spoke. Can I give it a try? The little guy was curious. Everyone frowned. Frankly, they really weren't willing, but since he already said these words, how could they refuse? This stone tablet's materials were special. It was created from an otherworldly meteorite with mysterious force concentrated within. It was indestructible, and was truly a divine stone that was optimal for preserving this imprint. It was sparkling and dazzling. There was a palm imprint on its surface, and even though it wasn't enormous, it was extremely distinct. Just by approaching it, one would be able to feel a wave of intimidating energy. The little guy was extremely calm as he reached out with his palm, pressing into that imprint. In that instant, this place erupted with a most dazzling light that shook all 4 directions. And the little guy was shocked. He felt a type of mysterious energy that made his chest feel like it was burning. This was an imprint carved through the force of the supreme being bone. After learning about this, there was a bit of coldness within his eyes. Hong suddenly, this stone tablet exploded, splitting into pieces in the ground. Divine light surged, startling everyone. What happened? Everyone became shocked. This stone tablet was extremely special and was known as a divine stone. It was difficult to shatter, so what was going on right now? In addition, there was Xianxia's name imprinted on it. Even if the clan's ancestors were invited over to cooperative take action, it would still be difficult to do anything within the heavenly passage realm. But now, it was blasted apart on the spot. You? Everyone began to glare at him. I apologize, it was not done on purpose. The little guy did not lie, because his breastbone resonated, causing a terrifying wave to crush apart the stone tablet. There wasn't much they could say because even though they were discontent, it was still a stone tablet in the end. Once Xianxia returned, they could recreate it. After coming to my Martial Imperial family and creating such a disturbance, do you think I'm nobody? Suddenly, someone released a low roar. At the same time, the little guy's body began to shine. All types of symbols interweaved like streaks of lightning around his body. This place immediately became so dazzling that it was hard to see anything clearly. The great restrictive formation was activated, and the little guy was trapped within. Someone had just returned from the real world, bringing back a group of experts and trapping this place. In addition, these people immediately made things difficult by activating the Pure Land's great ancient formation. Are you trying to get rid of me? The little guy calmly asked. He was standing at the center, not having taken a single step. It was as if he didn't even notice the extremely powerful restrictive symbols below him. Stop. Do not create any misunderstandings. The elders that originally accompanied the little guy hurriedly spoke. They shouted loudly to stop the backup troops. After breaking into my pure land and destroying Ear's record tablet, what kind of misunderstandings are there? An elder walked up. His pupils were like golden lanterns as they flickered with brilliance. The little guy could tell with a glance that this was Shirley, ranked 9th within the ancestors. His influence was extremely great, single-handedly shielded Shirley and his mother as well as commanded everyone to hunt down his parents back then. Since there is no misunderstanding, are you going to kill me? The little guy was very calm. As he stood at the center of the Great Formation, he looked at the group of people in front of him, particularly at the one in the middle. Shirley had blazing and powerful eyes. Though he was old, his mind was strong and his cultivation level was high. His posture was always extremely good, so living for several decades longer wasn't even a problem. He squinted his eyes to stare at the little guy, and wisps of radiance came out from his eyes. There was killing intent hidden inside him, but he did not reveal it right away. This was a powerful youth that was known as a supreme being. He could look down on the Void God realm, establishing record after record, so he was a big threat to Shirley. According to what he knew, this young man could become a formidable adversary to Shirley. This made him feel like he had a thorn stabbing into his heart, so he had been paying close attention to the little guy this entire time. When he heard that the devilish brat come to visit today, Shirley's heart thumped. He rushed over immediately, because he wanted to deal with this at the earliest opportunity. When he arrived, he saw the young man standing at the center of the Great Formation, right in the middle. He wanted to immediately kill the young man, because if he was able to kill him by activating the formation, then everything would truly be perfect. He did not know why, but he felt uncomfortable the moment he saw this young man. He kept feeling like there would be great consequences in the future, as if ominous things were about to happen. Young man, you are too arrogant. My martial imperial family isn't that easy to bully. By breaking in like this, you are challenging the dignity of an entire imperial country. Shirley shouted, finally making a firm resolution. Although the young man was extravagantly powerful, he was now standing on the eye of the formation. Could it be that he was going to defy the heavens? You have to understand that this was an ancient great formation that was known as an ancestral formation. The martial imperial family was one of the bloodlines of Stone Country. It naturally possessed outstanding methods. This was a formation passed down from an ancient guardian spirit that possessed endless power and boundless terror. The guardian spirit, also known an ancient deity, was worshipped by the entire country. How could the things it left behind be low quality? At first, Shirley was worried. After all, this young man once ate the decree from the rain deity. However, after seeing him standing at the center of a formation that will certainly kill him, Shirley immediately felt reassured. Even though the devilish brat was ridiculously powerful and could break apart this formation, it was difficult for him to escape this disaster unharmed. Ancestral Elder, he did not break in but instead paid a visit. We brought him inside to give him a tour. An elder spoke righteously, but he was worried at the same time. He was scared that an accident might happen and turn the entire situation into a disaster. Many people wanted to kill the devilish brat, but did any of them succeed? All of them died, even many big families. These are all examples that should be learned from. It was so destructive that even their sacred lands were wiped out. There is no need to be scared of him. You all dreaded his vicious might and tried to reach a compromise, but there is absolutely no need. Shirley spoke coldly. Did you finish talking? If you want to kill me, then you might as well make your move. The little guy was very calm as he stood there, showing no fear at all. You? The little guy's reaction made Shirley feel as if he only struck thin air. The little guy was too calm, leaving him an unsatisfied feeling inside. At the same time, his heart felt a wave of restraining fear, making him feel as if something wasn't right. There shouldn't be any unforeseen incidents that could happen here, right? Even though the decree passed down by a guardian spirit deity would still be restricted, it shouldn't have any problems killing the devilish brat standing right on the center. Why did he still feel anxious? His eyes revealed his unsettled mood. If you continue to hesitate, then I am going to move and deal with you, the little guy said. He looked ahead. Other than Shirley, there was still another group of people that all looked a bit familiar. After so many years had passed, he could still recognize their appearances. They were from the same branch of the family, Shiyi's relatives. These people were precisely the ones that protected him and his mother, as well as the ones who attacked the little guy's parents. However, during that battle, these people were far from enough. They were all sent flying by Xianxia's spear, and since the difference was so great, they all previously suffered serious injuries. Ancestral Elder, please reconsider. In fear of creating a huge disaster, an elder standing on the sacred land sent these words to Shirley, who had just rushed over. Kill! At that moment, Shirley waved to give the order. The field was activated immediately, causing bolt after bolt of multicolored lights danced towards every side. This place became so bright that it was a bit terrifying, as if it was a sea of blazing lightning. The interconnected symbols concentrated at one point, heading toward the devilish brat. That was the center of the formation, and it was currently gathering all of the murderous power to smash the little guy into pieces. However, at that moment, the devilish brat did not run away at all. He stood at the center without any movement, and a circle of indescribable radiance suddenly erupted from his body. The 10 heavenly passages appeared at the same time, and it seemed as if they had erupted. After they collided together, no one could see anything else. The little did this on purpose. The integration and connection of the 10 heavenly passages created an absolutely resplendent divine ring. However, no one was allowed to see it clearly. The essence that was released pierced towards everyone's eyes like divine needles, compromising their perception. Within the vast expanse of whiteness, everyone's eyes began to bleed out, losing all of their senses. It was as if they were facing a supreme deity, filling them with dread. Was this still the strength of a human? Why was it so terrifying? They were all within the heavenly passage realm, yet the difference was like heaven and earth. A deafening cracking sound was emitted from the formation. Those terrifying symbols were all burning, and as the two forces collided, it was as if two great mountains had smashed together. Following that, the symbols collapsed. Shirley's eyes were swelled. He began to retreat as fast as he could as fear grew within his heart. He never would have thought that the terrifying restrictive formation was not enough to immediately kill that youth. This was just too terrifying. The formation had been passed down from Stone Country's guardian spirit, so it was definitely powerful to the extreme and possessed power at the peak of this world. After standing on the eye of such a formation, it was the same as if Stone Country's guardian spirit's strength directly hacked down on his neck. So just a tiny bit of force should have been enough. Why did it end up like this? The formation was clearly releasing strength, even seeming to be getting more and more ferocious. However, that youth seemed like he was about to step out of it. How is that possible? He became overwhelmed with horror as his face paled. Within the center of the great restrictive formation, the little guy was surrounded by a divine ring. The 10 heavenly passages interconnected into a divine ring, and as the domineering force released, it did not try to break the formation bit by bit, but instead crush it in one go. The 10 heavenly passage began to surge with divine energy, and as its power merged with his flesh, he began to destroy the symbols imprinted in the void as if he was tearing out rotten weeds. His strength was just too powerful. Hong! Meanwhile, the majestic and imposing 10 heavenly passages were also terrifyingly powerful as they revolved around the little guy. They directly smashed apart the ground, collapsing the symbol-carved pure land and sweeping through everything. This was a type of divine might, a true and unparalleled power. The little guy forcefully pushed forward, destroying the great formation as he made his way out. As for the symbols within the formation center, they were directly crushed under his feet and turned into powder. This scene and might was just absolutely horrifying. However, thanks to the needle-like radiance released by the 10 heavenly passages, no one outside could see what was happening inside, and so they thought that he was still trying to defend himself. In this way, the little guy swept through this region, destroying most of the symbols. The entire great formation was about to sink into a deathly stillness, losing a majority of the sky covering multicolored light and patterns. Heavens, what happened? Why did the great ancient formation lose its effectiveness? Why can't I feel its fluctuations anymore? Everyone was shocked. It was missing the divine fluctuations, a sign that its divine force had been depleted. Could it be that the essence energy within the great formation had dried up and its symbols obliterated? Hong! Finally, a loud sound rang out, and the rear formation was broken apart. A resplendent circle of light appeared, as if a divine god came down into the secular world. As he stood there, it was as if he was looking down at them. The divine light around the little guy scattered, separating into 10 heavenly passages. Despite this, he still seemed like a deity, giving people an unapproachable type of feeling. This was the great restrictive formation of the martial imperial family? That's rather disappointing. The supreme youth shook his head and spoke calmly. Everyone who heard felt as if their ears were struck by thunder. This was truly something straight out of a legend. It was just a single youth, yet he destroyed the formation left behind by Stone Country's guardian spirit in just a split second. Was this true? It was just too difficult to believe. Everyone finally understood how horrifying the devilish brat was. He truly deserved his reputation of being ferocious. He was just too ridiculously strong. At this moment it was incomparably quiet. After snapping back to reality, everyone felt the hair on their body stand straight. It was because they knew that, after taking the initiative to provoke the little guy, all hell was going to break loose. The little guy began to move forward, directly rushing towards Shirley. The 10 heavenly passages shone, and with a honglong sound, symbols immediately lit this place up. This region immediately seemed like the world of deities. Ah! Shirley cried out loudly. He activated his precious technique, immediately turning around to flee. However, the devilish brat's movements were extremely simple. As soon as his hand was raised, golden symbols were imprinted into the space around him. Everything within this place seemed to have been completely frozen in place. Following that, Shirley flew out in reverse. He kept his original movement, only now he was quickly moving straight towards the little guy. The little guy grabbed him and threw his body down in one motion before stepping on it. After that, all of the golden symbols disappeared. In this place, there was only a youth wrapped in light stepping on Shirley's body. As the little guy overlooked Shirley, he said, "Someone like you, killing me?" It was only a few words, yet it immediately threw Shirley's mind into disorder. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When was the last time someone treated him with such disdain? This kind of gaze was too scornful, as if he never thought much of Shirley. "You?" Shirley's face was thoroughly red. However, while being stepped on, he couldn't move at all. "What do you mean, you? For the martial imperial family to have someone like you, it truly is embarrassing." The little guy shook his head. Even though this youth was known as the Heavenly Passage Supreme Being, Shirley still couldn't tolerate him. After living for so many years, his status was extremely high and his influence was heaven overflowing. Yet he was currently being looked down with such despise from a mere child. "You?" Shirley spit out a mouthful of blood. He could not bear any more. The little guy forcefully stepped down, causing Shirley to spit out even more blood. Being stepped on like this, how could he defend himself? Following that, the glint of a soul-shattering needle shone. It flickered with sparkling bloody light and released a terrifying chilliness. At this moment, Shirley became absolutely horrified. He immediately became motionless. Who didn't fear death? There wasn't a single person, yet there wasn't anything he could do to prevent it. The great disaster that happened today was all caused by him alone, making him full of remorse. Using the soul-shattering needle on you feels a bit like a waste, the little guy talked to himself. When Shirley heard this, he first felt a wave of relief, and then extremely anger surfaced. Who was he? He was a magnificent ancestral elder. Within the real world, he could make everyone tremble with just a stamp of his feet, yet he was currently treated with such contempt. This was truly more unbearable than even death. There are things that you still haven't seen the results of yet. If you were to die now, it would be letting you off too easily, the little guy said to himself. He wanted to visit the Martial Imperial family later in the real world and tell them that he Hao was still alive and in this world. Moreover, he wanted to cut down the people who stole his supreme being bone, letting everyone who harmed him in the past personally witness this result. In the end, he was still a child. There was anger and resentment in his heart, making him want to fight them. Return. Clean up your own necks and survive. The little guy muttered. Not everyone heard what he said, so he shouted loudly, "Get lost! Don't disgrace yourselves any further." Pooh! He stamped his foot and killed Shirley directly. Simple and direct, as if he had trampled a worm. There is still you guys. You all don't deserve to have soul-shattering needles used. It would be a waste. The little guy spoke. He raised his hand, and golden symbols flooded the skies. Following that, pew-pew sounds rang out, and they all exploded. All the troops that came with Shirley were obliterated, turning into a bloody mist. The scene was currently peaceful, and the remaining people were all frozen in place as their scalps became numb. How were they supposed to fight, and who was the enemy? If they continued to rush ahead, then they would all die. This was a demonic deity, an invincible supreme youth. Elder Shirley was stepped to death with one single foot. How lame was that? In the real world, Shirley could bid wind and rain to come at will, and commanded regions from high above. All because he was an honored elder who held great power in the martial imperial manor. Yet now he was despised as such, being killed by a stomping foot without one bit of concern. The opponent surpassed proudly with one strike, which had made Shirley unworthy of his great reputation. In the real world, a roar erupted from the martial imperial manor. All hair stood up on Shirley's head, making him look like an old lion. A savage look appeared in his eyes and blood was trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Rage filled his heart, pushing him towards craziness. Numerous screams were heard at that same time. Those led by Shirley all woke up badly injured, and their minds were severely damaged. This of course caused quite a stir, astonishing everyone in the manor. What happened? Had formidable enemies invaded the Void God realm? Inform the elders immediately. Do they need reinforcement right now? Clamor filled the manor. Everything was in chaos. Inside the Void God realm, the devilish brat did not start another slaughter in the Martial King's pure land. As in that bloodline, those who deserved to die had all been destroyed, and the rest were not on his killing list. He looked back. One glance from him was enough to mortify the crowd. They were terrified of him getting angry again. If that happened, this place would end up sharing the same fate as the Rain Clan, leaving nothing but wasteland behind. The little guy walked out without hesitation. You guys had nothing to do with this. I will not attack unless I am attacked. He stopped outside the Pure Land and looked back again. There stood the stone tablet inscribed with 3 words, Martial Imperial Manor. He would not come here again. If he did visit, the place would be the Martial Imperial Manor in the real world. He could imagine what a disturbance it would cause. It would sweep the capital of the Stone Country. The little guy walked away steadily, as if a young deity was out on an excursion. Members of the Stone clan outside the mountain gate shivered with terror. They couldn't help but step back, leaving the road wide open for him. People of the Pure Land finally exhaled with relief when he was far away. Felt like a mountain had been removed. The air was so oppressive just now, they could hardly bear it. Where is the great enemy? We are here to help, shouted a crowd gathered in force outside the Pure Land. These were the experts of the Martial Imperial Manor, and they had brought with them their forbidden killing weapons. They were here to guard the place. He has already left. Please stop shouting. An elder came forward and stopped them hastily. The aiding members were dumbfounded. The Martial Imperial Manor had never been intimidated like this. They had always been the ones with crushing power and defeating all rivalries. Yet today they had to endure this. Don't mess with that kid. Sigh. After hearing everything, they realized that the little guy was not there to eradicate the Pure Land. All exhaled with relief, yet all sighed at the same time. Being such an outstanding youngster, just how wonderful would it be if he were born as a member of the Martial Imperial Manor? We've already had heir, so with a supreme youth like him, no one can compete with us in the future. Actually, we should have had a supreme youth, a natural-born supreme being, said an elder with sad and regretful expression. Don't speak of it. What's past should not be mentioned carelessly now. Many faces turned gray and the speaker was being hushed. Why can't I speak of him? The poor kid was born a natural supreme being, but had withered at too young an age. If he were alive now, even heir may not be comparable to him. The elder seemed very emotional and raised his voice. Looking back to what had happened in those days, anger and grief filled his heart. As a matter of fact, a group of people in the martial imperial manor all felt the same way. They found what had happened then very unfair, but the other bloodline had grown so powerful. The winner takes all. There was nothing they could do but to accept the fact. Shuri, on the other hand, was outstanding and powerful enough to amaze everyone. Even the martial king had reappeared from his long seclusion for Shuri, inviting supreme experts to protect Shuri. I wonder what is going on with Xiling and his wife now. Have they been killed in secret by those men? I hope they are safe and well. The martial imperial manor has owed them too much. The kid is the most pitiful. He was born a natural supreme. You are right. Our clan should have had a supreme youth with all the glory. Yet all has been lost in that incident. The little guy walked the whole way back without further delay, because there was nothing left here that was worth his attention. Through the golden passage, he returned to the ruined earth filled with primal chaos where the willow deity was waiting. The next moment they were back in the stone village. I'm about to start my cultivation. When news from the archaic divine mountain arrives, I'll set out to look for Kuan Peng precious technique in the ocean. The little guy did not break through right away and was still strengthening himself. The 10 heavenly passages formed a dazzling ring, nourishing the heavenly passage that was his flesh. Such phenomenon was too mysterious, or at least no relevant written words could be found in any ancient books. He needed to carefully experiment and understand it to make sure there was nothing wrong. Furthermore, he needed to try to evolve various fighting techniques from it. The surrounding divine ring would bring fundamental change to his fighting methods, so it was worth looking at. He had to carefully comprehend it, because his fighting capacity will definitely see great improvement. The little guy was optimistic. He had soon forgotten that unpleasant incident and immersed himself within his cultivation. Stone Village had seen some significant changes in the past few months. The spiritual medicines that had previously been planted one after another, as well as the future divine medicine silver peach tree, were currently spurting out spiritual essence. Essence energy was scattered down generously, transforming the whole village into an actual pure land. The octatic treasure chicken also stayed, settling down next to the willow deity for good. The villagers couldn't chase it away even if they wanted to. It started to produce spiritual eggs, which became a continuous source of precious medicine. The youngsters' cultivation was quickly advancing, making everyone delighted. The sun was setting, and a group of kids were returning from the distance while riding unicorns. The gathering of silver lights were like divine mounts as they neighed towards the sky. It was the hunting team. They had come back fully loaded, dragging all sorts of wild delicacies behind the unicorns. Within the lake in front of the village, golden ripples sparkled in the water as a group of teenage girls were catching fish. Those were dragon tassel fish that could increase one's strength. The fish were entirely golden-colored and very precious. Now that Stone Village was on the right track, it would only become more powerful in the future. Uncle Little Guy, teach me, cultivate. Dazhuang's child tottered over. He was just over 1 year old. The plump little body looked sturdy and adorable. The crowd bursted into laughter. Addressing him as Uncle Little Guy sounded really funny. He's not the little guy anymore. Let's call him by his real name how from now on. Otherwise, even Dazhuang's toddler will start using the nickname. That's not appropriate. Fei Jiao suggested with a smile. You are right, we should change the habit. We'll call him how from now on. The adults agreed with him. In another few months, the little guy would have his 11th birthday. Time passed fast, and another group of little kids had replaces him as the young ones of the village. It doesn't feel right. How doesn't sound as intimate as the little guy, the teenagers teased. Uncle little guy. Dezhuang's son joined the chorus. No, you all have to change the habit. I'll deal with you all personally if anyone still tries to use that nickname. Shi Linhu added. The village chief walked over and nodded his approval. Shi Hao was no longer a little kid. He should be addressed by his official name. He could not be the little guy forever. The chief now had a ruddy complexion and walked with vigor and easiness. He had fully recovered his health, so his cultivation had seen some rapid enhancement. Stone Village now had another master. This is so unfair. Why can he use his official name, but I'm still called Snot Baby? And me? Why am I still Pihu? When your nose stops running, and when Pihu stops acting like a flaming monkey, you'll all have your official name, an elder said with a smile. Thus, although it took a little bit of getting used to, villagers started call the little guy by his real name, Shi Hao. A month later, when Shi Hao was cultivating alone in the mountains at noontime, he saw streaks of black smoke rising from afar. And Shi Hao rushed to a mountaintop and looked into the distance. Truly a group of brutes. Tragedy was happening again, only this time, it had just started. A herd of roving bandits invaded a village and was about to slaughter it. They were going to eradicate the village. The village was less than 2,000 li from the stone village. It was a small place with a mediocre guardian spirit. The spirited bird could not fight off the enemies, and was getting slaughtered. A group of teenagers from the stone village had seen similar scenes back then. Now that history was recurring in front of Shi Hao's eyes, he leapt high from where he stood, before descending towards the village. Hong! The resulting collision was like an earthquake. The huge ferocious beast brought by the bandits that was standing outside the village was more powerful than ordinary village guardian spirits, yet he was still crushed into a mush by this landing. The devilish brat jumped down the mountain as if he was falling from the sky. His glowing body smashed right into the beast. The latter had no way to ward him off. Had it not been for the Kuan Peng wings on Shi Hao's back that raised right on time to stop his momentum, the impact would have drilled open a huge crevice into the ground, completely ruining this area. Who the hell are you? The bandits were currently brandishing their knives, and upon seeing this scene, they became extremely shocked. You are too cruel and violent to be human. You should all die. Shi Hao felt a sudden need to kill. This group was extremely cruel, and had eradicated several villages back then. It was pure slaughter. The arrival of Shi Hao had saved the village. After the divine ring displayed its power, all of them were frozen and locked in place. They could not move at all, and as a result were killed off by the furious villagers. After discovering a supreme treasury, Little Western Sky has constantly been making preparations. They need a large amount of black gold and other materials to destroy the formation. Aside from their never-ending transport of these materials, they've also been using bandits to exploit the clans within the Great Wastelands. It seems that the opening of the Divine Treasury isn't too far off. Shi Hao frowned. He was going to leave soon, but this place was not peaceful. If the Willow Deity went with him, wouldn't Stone Village be in danger? This won't do. I would rather not go out to sea than put Stone Village in danger. After returning to the village, the little guy informed the village chief as well as the others about what he saw. He explained everything to the Willow Deity as well. Needless to say, this land would see bloody battles in the near future. Little Western Sky was an ancient sect. In the past, they had subdued supreme experts from divine mountains into becoming their guardian spirits. You needn't worry about the village. Set out towards the ocean. Take this with you. I'll come to you immediately if necessary, said the Willow Deity. A sparkling palm-length willow branch fell down, falling into Shi Hao's hands. Willow Deity, you don't have to come along? The little guy was surprised, but soon became relieved. There is a familiar aura that has been lying dormant within this region this entire time. I need to keep my eyes on it and wait for its appearance, the Willow Deity said. Shi Hao suddenly realized something. When he journeyed into the Great Wastelands together with Hairy Ball and Unicorn back then, he saw the earth split apart several thousands of li away. A giant claw reached out from the earth, scattering the clouds. Could that be it? He was quite shaken, and back then, He had spoken to the Willow deity about these things when he came back. Did the Supreme Treasury have any connection to that incomparable and frightening creature? Even the Willow deity was waiting for that creature to appear, so it must be extremely formidable. Time flew by, and Xianxia finally reached spirit transformation stage. He was only 11 years old. To achieve such a level at his age could shock the world. Moreover, he had also opened 10 heavenly passages, meaning that it should have taken him even longer to improve. However, he was still so unnaturally talented, enough to leave the rest of the world in absolute shock. He had entered the Void God realm several times, so the people from archaic Divine Mountain simply couldn't wait any longer. They were exceptionally anxious, fearing that some kind of change might happen to the sea area and cause the Kuan Peng treasure to slip from their hands. The purple-clothed girl brought another piece of information on Xianxia and his wife, but because it led beyond the great wilderness, it was not worth much, and did not leave behind many clues. We really should get going, or else we may lose that opportunity. The urges from the archaic Divine Mountain almost became pleads. This was because they were not the only team on the move. A few creatures from the archaic Diving Mountain had received these news, and they were all carefully making preparations. There were also some who did not plan to use people with 10 heavenly passages to clear the path, but found ancient methods instead. Some even got a hold of some bony remains of the Kuan Peng. The situation did not look good. They would surely meet fierce competition. Fine, let's set out to the sea. Xianxia nodded his approval. After some discussion, Xianxia decided to leave for sea with the others in search of the Kuan Peng's precious technique. However, when a certain topic was brought up, a problem arose. We will pick you up. No matter how far away you are, we can quickly rush over even if you give us an exact location. A divine servant spoke. Xianxia naturally refused, because he couldn't leak out the location of Stone Village or else huge issues would arise. This was a place of great importance to him, a place where his heart and spirit was entrusted to. It was not a place where anyone was allowed to enter. However, without these people picking him up, was he supposed to walk over there himself? The Great Wastelands was boundless, and a single turn would result in millions of li. If he truly was going to trudge his way there, who knew just how long it would take him? Tell me the location and wait for me. Finally, he left behind this sentence before leaving. After returning to Stone Country, Xianxia's face became gloomy as he asked the Willow deity for help. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to reach his destination within a few years. That's not a problem, and is quite simple to take care of. The scorched black tree trunk did not move, and only the dozen or so green and lush branches swayed in the wind as they released light. The Willow deity gave him its decisive response. That's great. Xianxia was happy, because he wasn't really willing to travel so arduously. When news of his journey spread and he was about to leave Stone Village, everyone came out and surrounded him. They were truly not willing to see him go. Child, you've only returned for a few months. Why is it that you have to go again? Can't you stay a bit longer? It's so dangerous out there. Going out by yourself. How could we not be worried? These comforting words made the little guy feel extremely nice and warm inside. He slapped his chest and said, "Don't worry. My appearance is like a disaster for others. No one dares to bully me." Haha. After hearing what was said, the group of youths all began to laugh. When they entered the Void God realm earlier, they learned quite a few things. They were fully aware how much of a disaster the name Devilish Brat brought. He was known as a troublesome character that angered humans and deities alike. Child, you only knowing how to comfort us and not how much bitterness you suffered in the outside world alone. You absolutely must be careful and protect yourself well first. Child, you have to return safely. Uncles and elders are all still waiting to meet your future wife. The group of people were all warning him in every way possible. They were truly not willing to part with him, and there were many great aunts that shed tears towards this pitiful child that grew up without parents. They had long considered him their own. Don't worry. After I leave this time, I will definitely bring back even more great things. Xianxia was extremely happy as he spoke. He wanted to bring back even more presents for his fellow clansmen. There's no need for you tire yourself so. Currently, our stone country isn't missing anything. Look, we even have dozens of spiritual medicines, and even the divine medicine is about to bear fruit. With even an octatic treasure chicken here, this place has already received a heavenly blessing. The villages warned repeatedly for him to be careful and to return early. The big red bird scratched its head in all different ways. It really wanted to go, but was stopped by the little guy because his journey this time was too dangerous. They were all creatures from divine mountains, so only heaven knew what he would end up encountering. On the contrary, Second Baldy shook its head from the start and was definitely not willing to go. It seemed to have some kind of relationship with the archaic divine mountain, and as a result did not want to meet any of them. Little big brother, you have to take care of yourself. Ching Feng waved towards him as he left. This was all because they didn't know how long it would be before they would meet again. If everything went smoothly, it might take a few months, but if some kind of danger appeared, then it would become difficult to say. At the entrance of the village, the lightning-struck tree body became full of symbols. It was as if a dragon coiled about and roared towards the sky like a hoe. These were all created from the scorched black patterns. The willow deity shone, and more than 10 branches began to move about. An expanse of magnificent symbols appeared, creating a lush and green passageway that led to an unknown place. Goodbye. Sure Hao turned around. Even though he was smiling, there was quite a bit of reluctance within his heart. His eyes were almost becoming red, because he didn't know if this trip was going to take many years. The great wastelands were vast, and the seas were boundless. There were simply too much that was unknown. A streak of golden light pounced over. Harry Ball scuttled over, landing on top of Sure Hao's shoulder at the most crucial moment. It was going to follow along. He was originally going to refuse, after all, the road ahead was unpredictable. The vast sea was definitely full of bloody rain and pungent winds, but after thinking about the golden Harry Ball's possible origins, he ultimately brought it along. Come back as early as possible, the group of people shouted from behind them, and many of their eyes were turning red. Finally, Sure Hao gave them one last glance before rushing into the shining passageway. His figure became indistinct as he gradually disappeared. Symbols interweaved, and as the dozen or so willow branches brandished about, a dazzling splendor rose, sending him off. When Sure Hao appeared, majestic mountains towered before his eyes. The terrain was relatively open, as if an old dragon was lying down in a coil or an ancient tortoise was living in seclusion. This was a piece of divine earth, and as soon as he arrived, he felt as if this place made him feel much lighter. It was because the spiritual essence here was extremely dense, making its way into his body autonomously. In the distance, imposing mountains could be seen that reached into the skies. They were the archaic divine mountains. Sure Hao had arrived. His small, delicate, and pretty face was full of amazement as he looked into the distance. Forget about those true divine mountains. Even the dormant turtle and coiling dragon region below his feet was so outstanding. Nearby, a spiritual waterfall cascaded down from the stone cliffs. The old medicine below him scattered their fragrance, and in the distance, precious birds and auspicious beasts roamed about. What made him shocked was that there were still a few thatched cottages nearby where experts of various races lived and cultivated. Were these the legendary pilgrims? He once heard that there were a few powerful characters that wished to worship and enter the gates of the divine mountain. As a result, they set up their own residences here. It was to the point where a few creatures were willing to become servants in order to enter and receive guidance. Of course, this region was divided up. Most of the archaic vicious beasts here were illegally occupying this land. There were no divine creatures in sight, but even though it was like so, the creatures still did not dare to linger for too long, or else they would be completely devoured. It seems like the master of this divine mountain wasn't too bad, belonging to the more good-natured ones. You've arrived. A clear voice rang out. An elder appeared soundlessly, revealing an excessively powerful force. The little guy turned around and saw a golden beast with a human body. Golden hair covering its body brilliantly. It was quite old already, and its body was scrunched over. As its supreme energy floated about, it terrified people to their soul. This was definitely an expert that was ridiculously powerful. It made people feel intimidated as soon as they saw it, unable to resist their urge to bow down. However, the little guy was completely fearless because he was innately confident. A glimpse of the 10 heavenly passages could be seen, blocking that indistinct pressure. After taking a careful look, he felt that this individual seemed rather familiar. He had encountered it before within the void god realm, and at that time, this divine servant's teeth were almost all gone. In the past, this servant had been threatened by him. Hee, youngster, you're scared now, right? The divine servant's laugh was quite scary. He was just too powerful. If he were to appear within the ancient countries, he would definitely be treated with great respect. Turns out you are so powerful. Truly is a bit unfathomable. Why didn't you seem that special at the heavenly passage realm? The devilish brat talked noisily, lacking any respect. The divine servant's cold laugh immediately froze on his face. How could this devilish brat be so confident regardless of whether he was in the void god realm or in the real world? He actually dared to talk like this. Youngster, this isn't the void god realm. In front of you is precisely the archaic divine mountain. The divine servant was incredibly awe-inspiring. The golden light covering his body was heaven overflowing. It was as if a sun was blazing, releasing an aura that was terrifying to the extreme. The little guy felt pressured. 10 great heavenly passages were released, creating rumbling sounds as they became similarly brilliant. What is so special about the archaic divine mountains? I came from a divine creature's village, so stop putting on so much airs in front of me. Didn't you guys want to go out to sea? Hurry up and lead the way. Stop dilly-dallying. The devilish brat spoke. The divine servant was prepared to give him a good beating. He wanted to tell him not to be so arrogant, because if they weren't on good terms when they traveled together, there would be many troubles and headaches. In the end, he never thought that the devilish brat would act like this, not tolerating it at all. Faced with the divine mountain, he still seemed as if he had sufficient backing. Could it be that this was the heir of a deity? However, it was quite likely that he was the child of that sure couple. Quickly bring me inside the divine mountain to take a look. Time is precious. The devilish brat's eyes shone. He had long set his eyes on that precious land. You, Sai! The divine servant released a roar. It truly couldn't control him because at this point they were begging him. They needed his 10 heavenly passages to open that restricted passage. The divine servant was rather depressed. Its entire body emitted dazzling light, causing a brilliant passage to spread out on the ground. It extended outwards, and not even the ancient trees, rocks, or streams could obstruct it. It was like a divine bridge. You are so powerful. Old one, give me some guidance, okay? Pass me some supreme precious technique and I'll pay you back in the future. Shurehao's eyes lit up, and his small and pretty face was full of expectation. The divine servant felt like he couldn't match his temperament at all. Just now, he was acting fearless. Yet in a split second, he began to beg the servant. In addition, he was trying to directly learn its secret divine ability. What a grand and imposing mountain. Is this the Taoist land created by archaic deities back then? It is still so holy to this day. The little guy sighed in admiration. The mountainous paths were like a dragon, its might soaring into the heavens as it linked up the mountains and valleys. It was as if it had a life of its own. And on top of them, streams flowed and waterfalls poured down. All types of beautiful and exalted plants grew in the surroundings. On top of the cliff, there were spiritual flood dragons coiled about. Crow nests were built on top of the enormous trees, and from the piles of rubble, a divine sable appeared. There was even a black tortoise bobbing up and down within the deep pond. The spiritual elegance of this place was shocking. All types of exotic creature and rarely seen creatures existed here. As soon as he arrived outside the mountain gates, Shuhao widened his eyes. He saw a pair of octatic treasure chickens that were leisurely pecking at the spiritual grass. He immediately jumped off the brilliant passageway and chased after them. Hey, what are you doing? The divine servant shouted out. Catching chicken. The little guy replied. These were one of the octatic archaic treasures and were rarely seen. He did not expect to see a pair of them outside the gate. The divine servant's forehead was full of black streaks. This fellow was too good at causing headaches. Those are the spiritual birds raised by the divine mountain. Don't go after them randomly. Aren't we still outside the mountains? The devilish brat was unsatisfied. Let's hurry up and go. If you are able to gain the Kuan-Peng's forbidden ability at that time, forget a pair of spiritual birds. Even obtaining all 8 of the archaic octatic treasures wouldn't be a problem. The little guy turned around while still moving forward, constantly thinking in his mind. So extravagant. You guys aren't raising them to eat their meat, right? That would be too wasteful. Is this the human youth you heavenly mountain folks picked up? So savage. Not even letting a chicken go. A youth that was roughly 14 or 15 walked over. His entire body shone with a copper radiance, and his face had look of ridicule as he mocked the little guy. There were several old servants following behind him. They were all surrounded by divine light, appearing to be incomparably terrifying. It's not only the chicken that I'm not willing to let go. Actually, I don't want to let you leave either. The devilish child stared with his saliva dripping. It was as if he was looking at his original body. Impudent! The youth shouted, his eyes glaring out like lightning. He tore through the skies with a head of hair flying behind him. You're the impudent one. Are you looking to get beat up? The devilish brat stared and took large steps forward in fury. Even after arriving at the archaic divine mountain, there was still nothing that he feared. It made the divine servant at his side stupefied. This savage child truly acted powerfully no matter where he went. Cough. The divine servant hastily coughed and said, This time, our families are in an alliance, so we cannot have any internal struggles. The few old servants behind that youth also quickly advised him otherwise, not allowing him to act out of anger. The green-haired youth's gaze was extremely cold. After staring at Sure How for a long time, he released a snort. Behave better. If you dare to snort or whine towards me anymore, I'm going to eat you. The savage child threatened. The divine servant was speechless. Who was the one going to whose home now? Why did this fellow still seem like such a prick, not being scared of anything in the slightest? The green-haired youth was furious. Green divine light began to dance about his entire body as he was about to leap into the skies and attack. Stop, our families are joining hands. This is for the sake of finding the Kuan-Peng precious technique. We have no time for internal strife right now. In the distance, someone shouted. Several young males and females walked over. They were all wrapped up in blazing divine light as if they were deities that had descended into this world. It was absolutely divine and terrifying. There were several old servants behind every one of them. They were all surrounded by holy light and excessively powerful. The purple-haired girl was the descendant of the heavenly mountain's master, so she was naturally among this group of youths. It was precisely her that opened her mouth, stopping the green-haired youth from using force. Why are all the girls there fatties with slender waists and big butts? Life within the archaic divine mountain must be great for all of them to be raised so fat. The devilish brat quietly muttered. A young girl whose entire body was covered in silver splendor was confused, and her sparkling white face was full of curiosity. Even her hair was silvery white and extremely bright. She asked softly, "Who is he calling fat?" When the purple-haired girl heard what was said, her forehead immediately grew dark creases. She opened her mouth, but found that it was difficult to explain, because that devilish child's standard of beauty had some serious issues. He has a poor eyesight, the purple-clothed girl explained with a whisper, making sure not to be overheard by that ferocious kid and irritate him. Sprinkles of light showered down, surrounding the purple-clothed girl, as if glittering petals were swirling around her. It was an extraordinary scene, making her look almost otherworldly. Obviously, the explanation was vague. The silver-haired girl grumbled with a pout. No one's eyesight is that bad. Their garments fluttered in the wind, revealing figures that were both slender and curvaceous. They had waistlines that were as soft as billowing wickers, being exceedingly beautiful. They were nowhere near the word fat. Suspicion appeared on Hao's pretty face. "Why are you whispering like that?" The others studied him with curiosity. They were amazed by this human teenager's remarkableness, that he was able to open up 10 heavenly passages. "Did I just hear you calling us fat? Is that so?" The silver-haired girl asked with a sweet smile. Her shiny hair could reflect light like a mirror. "Is that not so?" The devilish brat retorted surprisingly, hinting the answer apparent. He looked as if he had said the most natural thing, and was glancing at the inappropriate parts of their bodies. "The divine mountain does have plenty of spiritual medicines. You are all overnourished." Among them were several teenage girls. Their clothes were fluttering in the wind, exaggerating their extraordinary body curves. On hearing Hao's comment, they couldn't help but tense their fair muscles and clenched their delicate fists. Some even ground their teeth. Ignore him. According to him, only those beefy and masculine girls are mighty enough to be considered in good shape, the purple-clothed girl teased. She explained to the others with a chuckle. Her graceful body was surrounded by a layer of dim light as her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her fair and pretty face was blurred by the light, and one could only make out those lively eyes that looked like black gemstones. She was shining with a spiritual glow. "Bullshit. There's something extremely wrong with your aesthetic standard. Don't impose your bizarre interests on other normal people." Hao retorted earnestly. The purple-clothed girl paused slightly and began to grind her teeth. Exactly whom did he suggest to have a bizarre aesthetic standard? He must have said that on purpose. With her hands on her spotless forehead, she finally felt defeated. Her red lips clamped tightly and decidedly wisely not to speak again. Otherwise, she might be once again dragged into the devilish brat's unbelievable logic. Beside her, several curvaceous girls all felt indignant and frustrated. This guy had a sneaky look in his eyes. He was definitely trying to irritate them. One of the girls had a lotus-shaped mark between her eyebrows, and the mark was giving off a beautiful glow. The girl warned Hao. "Little guy, are you trying to have yourself beaten up? One more teasing word and the big sisters here will give you a good drub later. Do you want to wrestle with me? You are definitely not my match. Ask her." The devilish brat raised his chin, indicating the purple-clothed girl and trying to let her explain. The purple-clothed girl had always kept herself aloft and ethereal after 100 shattered mountains. She had not revealed her face to anyone, but people could somehow still realize her otherworldly beauty. Yet right now, she raised her eyebrows at his words, and her bright eyes threatened to release anger. She most definitely did not want to mention that incident again. Wrestling on the ground with a devilish brat was too shameful a thing to let out. The others looked at the two with wondering eyes. So something did happen? Thus, as soon as they saw each other, the two would immediately start to bicker. It was nothing serious, only enough to make others not know whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, that green-haired youth seemed to have been given the cold shoulder. He grunted coldly and stared at Hao with chilliness in his eyes. His gaze did not look kind at all. "Way. Staring at me as soon as we meet? What's your problem?" Hao leered at him and asked. "You should know that you are in the archaic divine mountains now. You cannot act in this presumptuous way. This is neither mortal men's realm, nor the void god realm. As a human being, you should show some veneration," said the green-haired boy. He was self-assured and somewhat arrogant because when people mentioned the archaic divine mountain, they would always look up to it. "Yeah, I know. The archaic divine mountain, right? So what? You are the one who invited me. You need my help, so you should be awed by me. Control yourself. Do you understand?" said Hao. He was all easy and carefree, not bothered by anything, as if nothing here was worth his attention. Instead, he was asking them to pay homage, which was pure irony. Green flames were flickered within the green-haired boy's eyes. Pride, gloominess, and every untouchable chilliness filled those eyes, but he did not act rashly. He was aware that the boy was no common human, or he would not have dared to come alone. Plus, they did need his help. Even after his service, they still needed to carefully consider whether or not to get rid of him. As sure Hao was not an ordinary human, he must have some connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cross millions of li and reached the heavenly deity mountain so swiftly. Could he have come from some village where heavenly deities reside? It did not seem so. They had come to understand that he genuinely cared about that Xiling couple. We have only just met for the first time, so let's not mention unpleasant things. We need tolerance and understanding among us. We'll have to cooperate in order to obtain the Kuan Peng precious techniques, said another boy. He had shoulder-length red hair, the color like a bright flame. He was about 15 to 16 years old. Even his eyes resembled the sun, which were blazing fiercely. Each youngster was followed by several divine servants who were accompanying them to the sea. The servants were all powerful creatures, and were starting to join in on the conversation. Let's enter the mountain. The purple-clothed girl saw that the tension was released for now. Since they were no longer arguing, she invited everyone to enter the heavenly deity mountain. They had formed an alliance. Each force was very influential and had enjoyed glories in the past. For all other creatures in this world, such status was unreachable. Now they had aligned, their power was almost unimaginable, and all this effort was put forth to obtain the archaic Vicious Ten's precious technique. More spiritual and auspicious creatures could be found in the mountains, with 5-colored cranes living in flocks and luan birds soaring in the sky. Perfumed irises and orchids were giving off the essence of heaven and earth here. While the group walked through the essence-filled mountain, it felt as if they were a group of divine creatures. It was not a place where commoners could visit. The mountain was ethereal and peaceful, with all sorts of rare birds and beasts roaming about. These creatures were extinct everywhere else, but were still multiplying in this place. Climbing the mountain was like walking in a fairyland. Divine streams gurgled and bubbled as divine birds swept across the sky, and the aroma of ancient medicines and white mists filled the air. They could see heavenly palaces here and there. Hao was amazed by this wonderland, because he had never seen such a place before. Staying here for longer periods would sure be beneficial to one's cultivation. While they were walking, he grabbed a spiritual medicine right between 2 stones. He woke up Harry Ball, who was sleeping on his shoulder, and gave it the medicine. The golden little thing was angry at first, as disturbing it from sleep annoyed it the most. However, upon seeing the precious medicine, it lit up at once and began to chew on the plant as if it was a carrot. Woo! Now that everyone's here, I hope you'll work with each other and obtain that great divine power. Many others were also on the mountain. They gathered in front of a heavenly palace where many jade tables were arranged and sat cross-legged. White mist crept up to their knees, making it look like a feast held by a heavenly court. The mountain was magnificent, and various buildings were constructed in it, all of them extremely ancient. The buildings seemed to have been there since the archaic time, enduring all the time and changes. Spiritual essence filled the air. 5-colored peacocks spread their tails in the clouds, radiating gorgeously. 3-legged golden crows covered the sky, shining like the sun. The astonished Hao was led to a jade table and sat at it. It was his first time meeting so many creatures from the divine mountain, all of which had important connections. Even though some of the elders had slouched postures, their bodies were like small, imposing suns as they flourished with divine light. As they sat there, even though they suppressed their power, their world-shaking might could still be felt. They were practically living gods. Sitting at the top tables, their radiation even lit up the jade tables in front of them. A divine ring had been formed surrounding that area. They were the leaders of the major forces, and were currently discussing how to profit from the seas this time. Even pure-blooded creatures as powerful as these were mustering such large forces. So one could see just how incomparably powerful the Kuan Peng was. Everything is covered. We are ready for the sea. In fact, they had been discussing this for quite some time, and it was about time they moved out. This campaign arranged by the big clans would use the spirit transformation teenagers as its main force. Aside from them, a great number of attendants would also join the team, which included some powerful old servants and divine guards as reinforcements. In addition to that, a large group of mighty spirit transformation experts were also following them into the divine nest, helping them with the competition. A lot of people were going to be involved in this campaign. Everything is ready. I am only worried that the so-called 10 Heavenly Passage fellow is too weak. After all, he has only just reached this level. So I hope he won't disappoint us when he's most needed and fail to open the gateway. Someone murmured, I want to try him out. See if he's strong enough. The person stood up. It was a boy about 16 to 17 years old. He had sharp eyes, and even though his position wasn't as high as those other teenagers, he was important enough to challenge Hao. The boy stared at Hao firmly. I agree with you. Otherwise, if he fail us, all this preparation will go to waste, echoed the green-haired boy. Obviously, he was still brooding on the incident at the mountain foot and was now sneering. Are you asking me for help or trying to challenge me? Hao scowled at once. These were people from the archaic divine mountain, but so what? He had the willow deity to back him up. So they should all be equals here. He was the guest, so how could they challenge him as they pleased? We apologize for that. Young friend, please don't get us wrong. A divine servant came up to him with apology. As for those elders at the heavenly palace, they were still surrounded by divine light. As they stood behind the jade tables, they looked like blazing suns, making it difficult to see their facial expressions. Their statuses were terrifyingly high and would not lightly voice their opinion. If you don't want my help, I'm going to leave right now. However, since you dare to challenge me, I have been humiliated and offended. I'm not letting you off the hook. Hao smashed the jade table into pieces with a paw sound. He stood up and took large steps forward. Everyone was shocked. This was the archaic divine mountain where all clans of the world looked up to, a place where all creatures worshipped from afar. Who dared to behave like this? Yet this human boy did just that. He was completely fearless as he pointed towards the challenger, saying, Come here and die. You... That boy erupted into fury. He reached the spirit transformation level 2 years ago and was remarkably talented. How could he possibly be inferior to some 10-year-old? As amazing as his 10 heavenly passages were, he had only just stepped into this level. Without hesitation, he dashed towards Hao like a burst of light. Mysterious runes rumbled and a crane appeared. It spread its wings and pounced down. The little guy stood still and waited for his attack. In an instant, all 10 heavenly passages opened and joined up to become a diving ring. A tremendous honglong sound rang out, as if the heaven and earth were being torn open. The crane was immediately strangled into pieces by the divine ring. Then with a slap, the 16-year-old boy screamed as he split into body parts. The blood rained down in all directions. Everyone was astonished. A single attack had smashed a spirit transformation expert into pieces. Such aggressiveness was unimaginable and incomparably fierce. You! The green-haired boy burst into rage, because the rain of blood fell right in front of him. Had it not for the light around him, the blood would have drenched him. Enough with your bullshit. Come over if you aren't convinced. The little guy retorted, becoming furious. After being invited over, someone actually provoked him in such a way. There wasn't much to be said, so he directly took action. As in this place, the more polite one appeared, the more likely one would be looked down upon. These were our creatures of divine mountains. If you behaved aggressively, you would look more mysterious, and they would start wondering what connections you might have. From the fact that he was able to cross the millions of li of the Great Wasteland, they could figure out that he was not a common human and show some restraint. The green-haired boy stood up at once, and was about to start a fight. Come over then. I'll kill you, the little guy said provocatively. Even in the archaic divine mountain, he was still fearless. At that moment, an elder sat high up spoke up. Young friend, please calm down. The elders that were sitting in front of the heavenly palace naturally had supreme statuses. Their strength was deep and profound, and they were known as supreme experts. They were the leading figures from various great powers. At this time, someone stood up and spoke out. The green-haired youth immediately stopped, no longer taking action. Xianxia stood there and calmly looked at him, saying, "I'm not creating trouble. It's those guys that are bullying me intolerably." The blood on the ground hadn't dried yet, and that young expert was blasted to pieces, splashing blood on the divine mountain. His actions were like that of a small demonic deity. After so many years, just how many people dared to fight within the divine mountains? There were many people that were staring at him, feeling shock from the power he displayed just now. The 10 heavenly passages were terrifying after all. He had just entered the spirit transformation realm, yet he was already so powerful. Even the purple-haired girl and the others had multicolored light flowing through her pupils as they looked over. This great divine mountain was extremely peaceful, and everyone was waiting to see how those elders were going to deal with this. We were all young once, and I have also acted so frivolously. This brings back memories. This elder began to laugh gently, seeming rather benevolent. As light covered his entire body, the elder didn't actually blame anyone. It's just some small matter. After dozens or even 100 years later, you guys will look back at this like a small wave in the ocean. It's not a big deal at all, so it's fine as long as we move on from this. Another elder laughed in an amiable manner, similarly shining like a small sun as precious splendor scattered down. An originally intense fight was dissolved just like this. Peace was restored to this mountaintop. Everything has been prepared, so we should set out. There are other alliances that are making moves, so we are going to fall behind if we wait any longer. An elder spoke. The other clans and I have decided that it's difficult for us to take action. This time, it will all be dependent on you guys. Several elders spoke. With the appearance of the archaic divine nest, the Kuan Peng precious technique was also revealed, bringing about chaotic movement from all directions. If these supreme experts made their moves, heaven knows to what degree their fights would reach. They agreed among themselves that they were not going to fight. Otherwise, the damages would be extremely severe. The entire wasteland would be thrown into chaos, causing the great earth to tremble. Everything was going to be decided by the younger generation, so in this way, the destruction that resulted wouldn't be too great while the opportunities would be great. The Kuan Peng precious technique would belong to whoever obtained it. In reality, these elders were far above the spirit transformation realm, and there was no way they could enter the nest of the Kuan Peng. This was the main reason why they gave up and handed over its pursuit to the younger generation. It would be great if they smoothly went in and out of that sea area, but they feared that it most likely wouldn't be like so. Others definitely will move out and use any means possible to fight over it, turning the sky and earth upside down. You all try your best. If necessary, we will show ourselves. We won't allow anyone to behave dishonestly. An elder spoke. While they fought, there shouldn't be any old fellows participating since they couldn't enter. However, when they were going to break away from the archaic divine nest, then it would become difficult to say. There was a chance that some kind of supreme expert might make their move. It was entirely possible for them to wipe out all of the younger generation for the sake of obtaining the Kuan Peng's precious technique. There was a chance for any of these cruel events to happen. Finally, they went on their way. Their party was grandiose and majestic as they entered the rainbow-colored passage. This was the Divine Mountain's heavenly path. That sea region is extremely special. Since ancient times, no one knows just how many people died. In the past, no one knew what the cause was, and only in recent years did we realize that it was due to the Kuan Peng's death. You all must be careful. Just before leaving, several elders gave out their final warnings. At the final moments, the purple-haired girl's father also appeared. He was the primary expert in creating this rainbow passageway, and his appearance was incomparably dignified. When Xianxia stepped onto the passageway, he called out to him. It made this honorable expert's body go rigid and his face become dark. His hand shook, causing the rainbow passageway to tremble. It made many people's faces pale. Hee. An elder began to laugh up his sleeve. This was this clan's mountain guardian, and was well known among supreme experts. After entering the void god realm, he was given a good beating by the devilish brat. The elders that knew him would always laugh secretly every time they recalled this. The elder of Heavenly Mountain was precisely the purple-haired girl's father. He really wanted to grind his teeth his anger and slap that devilish brat. The elder was going to treat the savage child rudely because he was too heaven-defying, but in the end he controlled himself. Devilish brat. In the end, he spat out these two words. He released a breath, causing frantic winds to stir and cloudy mist to cover the sun, directly sending Xianxia into the depths of the passageway. We still haven't talked about old times yet. We just met again. I wanted to ask Senior for advice. That young and tender voice rang out, making the elder's hand shake again. The rainbow passageway violently shook again. Finally, the large party left. There were divine servants, divine guards, and spirit transformation realm youth. Their numbers weren't few, totaling to roughly 600 or 700 people. It was as if they were traveling slowly through a river of stars. As they stood on top of the passageway, everyone rushed towards the distance. Time seemed to be passing quickly, and it also seemed like it was in disorder. A multicolored light shone everywhere. Without knowing how much time had passed, a heavenly light appeared in front. In addition, a salty and fishy dampness met them head-on. They had appeared several millions of li out, and were now far from the divine mountains. Ah! This is so majestic! The devilish brat's eyes were opened wide. He felt extremely shocked as he stepped on the soft sand. After getting used to the great wastelands, seeing so many great mountains and hearing so many vicious beasts' cries, he suddenly appeared in front of the great ocean. This was a type of shock for him. Xiao's eyes looked everywhere, because everything was extremely new and odd for him who had never seen such things before. The ocean is truly endless, Xiao said to himself. He had seen quite a few great lakes and blue waves, but compared to what was in front of him, they couldn't even be called small water ditches. For a child that grew up within the mountains, this was absolutely mind-blowing. On the golden beach, a group of people emerged. As they walked out from the rainbow passageway, the majority were completely calm after seeing such a vast body of water. This is the North Sea, the northernmost extremity of the wastelands. A divine servant spoke. The great sea undulated up and down, surging with great momentum. A huge wave rolled over, crashing down like thunder. A huge expanse of white stretched out in front, creating a single line between the ocean and sky. It stirred people's hearts, making them feel rather insignificant. Could the legends be true, that there is a dragon palace at the center of the ocean? Are there ocean deities? Xiao lightly spoke. Be quiet. Don't bring up those taboo matters, or else you might bring about some kind of disaster. A golden beast whose teeth had practically all fallen off was standing beside the purple-haired girl. Its body seemed like it was forged out of gold, and as powerful fluctuations were released, a brilliant and dazzling radiance shone. Currently, he became the devilish brat's personal bodyguard in fear of him acting recklessly. The golden beast would constantly advise him, as well as reply to all of his questions. At this time, several old servants were holding ancient scrolls. After spreading them out, they were placed on the sand to be studied. They wanted to make certain their targeted sea area. We are going to cross the ocean. That sea area is extremely dangerous. If we took the rainbow passageway, it's entirely possible for all of it to immediately explode along the way. This sea hasn't been peaceful since ancient times. There are many creatures within the ocean that are ridiculously powerful. Everyone must be careful. An old servant concealed within silver light reminded. Finally, a youngster's palm emitted light. It was a small, bright, and transparent boat carved from the pit of a fruit that emitted a hazy radiance. Obviously, there were some preparations that had been made. The small boat erupted in the wind, instantly becoming grand and magnificent. It was comparable to a small mountain, and it floated on the ocean surface. It was absolutely dazzling. Auspicious energy floated about the entire ship. Let's go. We are going to cross the sea and proceed towards that sea area. It was obvious that the purple-clothed girl, silver-haired girl, scarlet-haired youth, and the green-haired youth that Xiao hated made up the main force of this expedition. After they entered the Kuan-Peng's nest, they were the ones that were going to be relied on to fight. When the time came, none of these old servants could enter. Only those at the spirit transformation realm could fight it out. Everyone jumped up and entered this enormous ship. It was as if a mountain was moving as rumbling sounds rang out. With high ambitions, it sped towards the depths of the ocean. This was a precious boat that could travel extremely quickly. It was not that different from flying, and in the blink of an eye, they had already traveled several hundred li. The great ocean billows were extremely terrifying, yet they barely affected the boat. After that, they sailed through thousands of li. Suddenly, the ship violently shook and its radiance began to flicker. The entire great ship almost flipped over. What is going on? Did something happen? Everyone was startled. They could only see a silver fin appear from the vast ocean. It was incomparably terrifying, and also extremely large. It was as if they had crashed into another ship. Hong! In the next moment, lightning radiance overflowed into the heavens. The silver lightning rushed over from within the ocean, directly smashing apart this enormous boat. The electricity was absolutely horrifying as it arced across the sky. Ah! A miserable shriek immediately rang out. A large amount of people were struck by the electric arcs, exploding into pieces as a result. You bastard! An elder became furious. With a throwing motion, he tossed out a beast skin. It hid the sky and covered the earth, covering up this great ocean. Dense symbols began to flicker with holy splendor to obstruct the incoming electric radiance. In the next instant, another elder took action. After taking out a beast's skin, it quickly enlarged and spread out. It was like a piece of dry land, catching everyone else. These several hundred people suddenly suffered such an attack, resulting in large casualties. Even the survivors were wounded. We were careless. A divine servant blamed himself. Traveling in the air while using such a powerful artifact exhausted a lot of energy. For the sake of saving labor, they traveled by sea, but never expected to have suffered an attack 1,000 li from shore. What kind of creature are you? Why are you attacking us? Below, a divine servant was currently fighting the silver monster fish. Its entire body was silvery while its body like a large fish. However, there were no scales, and on top of its head was a pair of ox horns. Its body was like a small mountain. I loathe you land creatures. My children have all been killed by creatures like you in the past few days. The great silver fish roared. Hong! The lightning hacked over as if it was a huge wave. A huge expanse of white struck down, causing that divine servant's body to tremble violently. His entire body was charred black and suffered a great disaster before rushing out. What a powerful ocean creature! Everyone was shocked. They haven't even entered the sea for that long. Yet they already encountered such a monstrous fish. Just how dangerous was their road ahead? That's unrelated to us. Injustices can be paid back to their owners, so go kill those true murderers. Why would you attack us? The other divine servants took action, suppressing it together. Symbols instantly flourished, sealing up the sea surface. The huge fish roared and violently struggled. Ultimately, it soared up into the air and revealed its silvery white body, releasing undying streaks of lightning. Hong! After a final strike, its body became covered in blood and was almost cut in two. Dropping into the sea, it moved its tail to rush into the ocean depths, disappearing from their sights. You creatures must all die. It shouted this furiously before disappearing. Seems like the road ahead won't be peaceful. We are just starting. Those powerful divine servants sighed and said, Fly higher. Don't move so close to the ocean surface. Finally, the remaining 300 or so creatures began to fly on top of that enormous beast's skin. Symbols were spread out, creating a bright and resplendent expanse of light. After entering 10,000 li into the ocean, a concentrated blue light flew over towards the beast's skin. Even though there was quite a bit of distance between them, countless blue symbols flickered as they battered down. Sea demons. These were humanoid creatures with fleshy wings and serpents' tails. Being entirely blue-colored, their appearances were extremely monstrous. Even though they had human-like faces, fierce teeth extended out from their mouths, giving them extremely malevolent appearances. These creatures came from the sea. They all opened their mouths to spit out blue-colored symbols. There were almost 1,000 sea demons closely packed, and a similarly large number of symbols were descending on Sure House Party. Damn it! These creatures are the hardest to deal with. We don't have any hatred between us, yet we are being attacked again. The divine servant took action, interweaving symbols to block the rain of blue light. Rumbling sounds rang out, and all of them were destroyed. However, the sea began to turn chaotic as countless blue figures rushed out. The sea demons numbered in the tens of thousands. These creatures stirred up heaven overflowing waves, throwing the oceans into disorder. This is exactly what I meant. These guys are extremely troublesome. Upon attacking, they will send out large groups numbering at least in the tens of thousands. At the most dangerous times, there could be over 1 million sea demons. Even the several powerful old divine servants were becoming anxious. The circumstances weren't optimistic because forget millions, even hundreds of thousands was enough to bury all of them here. Layer after layer of murderous blue light rose. Mysterious symbols flickered as murderous intent filled the skies. This was a great seabed formation that could twist and kill everyone high in the air. The Supreme Sea Demon has given the order to seal up this region. Anyone that trespasses should be killed without exception. A loud voice was transmitted from within the Wuxia. Break out. We need to leave quickly. A divine servant took out a beast horn and blew with woo-woo sounds. The noise was like thunder, shattering the endless blue symbols. The beast skin lit up as if it had been ignited, quickly flying out. It was obvious how terrifying that beast horn was. The sound it produced was like the shouting of deities, penetrating through everything in the way. It blasted apart the blue symbols to open up a path. It was one of the divine mountain's ancient treasures, left with them precisely for these kinds of dangerous situations. Only after fleeing far away did everyone finally calm down. Felt like the sea was full of dangers. Just what kind of accident happened? What happened? Did the people before us provoke some kind of disaster? Why do I feel like the sea is full of murderous intent? Could it be that the seafloor dragon palace or a supreme ocean deity was disturbed? It was difficult for them to calm down, but they still advanced towards their destination. 2 hours later, they entered the great ocean abyss. Suddenly, the ocean waters turned chaotic. The sound of troops could be heard, shaking everyone to the core. It was as if a magnificent army was charging forward, and as golden spears hacked towards the air, murderous intent flooded the ocean and sky. That is, everyone was shocked. A black horse was madly sprinting on the water surface, as if what it treaded on wasn't water but the vast great earth. Its hooves created ear-splitting sounds, all of it created by itself. Behind him, a headless human appeared. Black armor covered his body, making it look absolutely terrifying. A golden spear that pointed into the heavens was held in his hands as he rushed towards them. What is going on? What kind of creature did we encounter? Everyone became greatly alarmed. The sea was just too strange. Experts came rushing from left and right, all of them extremely eccentric and odd. This headless expert in particular was even stranger. A divine servant made his move. With a hong sound, he was directly shaken by that golden battle spear. He spat out blood before flying back. Not good. This is a saint that died at sea during the ancient era. Even though this is merely its remaining force, we aren't strong enough to defeat it. Hurry and call for the great supreme experts to come down and protect us. They were all shocked. They still haven't even entered the Kuan Peng's nest. Yet they already encountered wave after wave of eccentric and terrifying dangers. This isn't right. Everything here is sealed up. Could it be that we arrived at the demonic sea? There's no way to call the great supreme experts for help. So did we already arrive at the Kuan Peng's nest? Chi! The golden battle spear slashed over, slicing at the heavens. The entire beast's skin was cut in half, and a small portion was even diced to pieces. A group of people began to miserably cry before being blasted to pieces. As Sure How observed all of this, his heart was shaken. There were so many experts within the Great Sea. Why did it seem even more dangerous than the wastelands? The beast hide was cut in two by the golden spear. Over 100 men exploded into pieces, immediately filling the air with a bloody mist. The headless creature was too powerful. No one could face it head-on. Run, or else we will all get killed. This is a holy being that fought to death within the sea during the ancient era. Its will to kill will never fade. Even the divine servants were shaken by it, let alone the others. None of them stood a chance. Woo-woo. One of the old divine servants took out a beast horn, which was a supreme treasure. It blew out a woo-woo sound, and the resulting ripples expanded to lash at the headless knight. The rest summoned their treasured artifacts before running in all directions. The split-up was necessary, or else they would have been completely wiped out, dying together in this battlefield. The woo-woo sounds were deafening. As the beast horn radiated in all colors, silver ripples began to spread and disturb the sea. Waves rose and fell violently, almost touching the sky. However, the headless creature was extremely powerful. It lifted its spear towards the horizon, causing an extraordinary golden radiance to slash everything. All of the ripples created by the beast horn were dismantled. Hong long long. The hoofbeats shook heaven and earth. The huge black horse stepped on the sea surface before leaping into the air. Its steps were like thunder as it soared upwards, creating an absolutely astounding scene. The divine servants were terrified, because they could not fend off its attack. They could not buy more time even if they wanted to. Seeing this, they no longer dared to confront this creature any longer and started to flee. However, the headless holy being was too mighty. With a sweep of the golden spear, wind howled like thunder and the sea roared ferociously towards the sky, defeating everything. Pooh! 6 to 7 mighty divine servants exploded all at once. Their bodies became pieces of flesh and blood-stained white bones flew in all directions. One sweep and they were all destroyed. The power was invincible. The remaining killing desire of an ancient holy being alone could cause a disturbance of this scale. It carried everything before it, and would stop at nothing. Be quick! The divine servants holding beast horns were the only survivors, and they were fleeing as fast as they could. The horn glowed with a precious light that surrounded them, carrying them away at a crazy speed. Run! Quickly! The others' faces ashened and fled in all directions. It was a life-and-death escape. They were no match for the headless knight, and staying here would surely lead to death. The endless sea was vast and boundless. They split up during the escape, but many were still killed. The sweep of the golden spear almost slashed the sky open. Blood spilled into the distance. People like the purple-clothed girl and the green-haired boy were specially taken care of by the divine servants. They were defended by treasured artifacts as they moved at top speed. However, they could not avoid the attack. The headless holy being chased after them. It waved the spear, and the golden light soared. 2 divine servants sacrificed themselves to cover the rear, their bodies exploding soon afterwards. Even beings as powerful as them could do nothing about it. Blocking it by force would only mean death. The treasured artifacts would split apart, and the remaining glittering pieces would then fall into the sea. This was what an attitude of true invincibility looked like. It answered to no one, yet even a holy being as mighty as this one had fought to death in the ancient times, falling into the sea. Let's gather at the sea where the Kuanpang nest is. We'll go separate ways. There was no other way. They all split up and dashed far away into the forbidden seas. Right now, survival was the only thing that mattered. Everything else was forgotten. The devilish brat was of course among those being chased. However, after all the divine servants nearby had been killed off, he found himself somewhat safer. The headless knight turned to hunt down other divine servants. The horse galloped in the other direction and was soon far away from him. He has no head and no consciousness. The only thing left is the eternal desire to kill. The more powerful they are, the more dangerous it is for them to be here since the knight's acute sense can detect them. Is this what's going on? Sure Hao talked to himself. He then stopped talking. Controlling the golden dragon scissors, he soon fled from the scene and ran deep into the sea. After all, the headless holy being had already died in the ancient time. He was under a peculiar condition now, controlled by an evil desire to kill. He was no longer a complete living creature, therefore after a while, he sank into the sea and did not appear again. Even so, the team from the archaic Divine Mountain had been severely damaged. Of all the 300 or so people, only dozens survived, and the rest had all been killed. Apart from the divine servants holding the supreme beast horns, the rest would exploded right away even by a scratch of the spear. It was a heavenly prestige that no one could fend off. Several hours later, somewhere deep into the sea, the team reassembled. No one said a word, and they all looked miserable. The experience was so terrible. They had not even reached the forbidden place, yet they lost almost everyone. This expedition of discovering the remains truly started off terribly. Maybe this was an ominous sign. How could this have happened? Everyone was frowning, afraid of failing. Another 4 hours passed and no one else had shown up. There were no more than 60 survivors, and the rest were mostly like dead. However, the most unacceptable fact was that some teenagers who were direct descendants of the Divine Mountain were also killed. Their divine servants and guards had almost all died in the battle as well. The only ones left were the purple-clothed girl, silver-haired girl, red-haired boy, Sure How, and the hostile green-haired boy. Why did this happen to you, my lady? How am I going to tell the master? A divine servant covered in blood was crying aloud. A beautiful girl, a pure-blooded creature, had withered beside him. This was not supposed to happen. We haven't even stepped into the Kuanpeng's nest yet. This place is no better than the Devil's Land. This region was full of cold winds and pouring rain. Many were wailing sadly, and even creatures as mighty as the archaic Divine Mountain ones were not invincible here. They too were attacked after entering this vast sea. Can we still make it? The silver-haired girl asked. Her name was Xianxia, or Silver Snow, and her face full of sadness. That girl was a good friend of hers, and now that she had passed away, Xianxia felt absolutely awful. We've already come this far, and the Kuanpeng nest is within our reach. We cannot give up now, said the red-haired boy. He was called Chi Ho, meaning red fire, and was a powerful and strong-willed boy. His resplendent eyes were forceful like blazing suns. We must obtain the Kuanpeng treasured artifact. It is the matchless divine power of the mightiest 10 archaic savages, so we cannot afford to let it go to others. It's so powerful that even the balance of the great wasteland will be affected, said the green-haired boy coldly. His name was Qingyun, or Green Cloud, and had chilly eyes. Several divine servants were all sighing. Danger was waiting ahead, but could they turn back now? After seeing so many die, leaving now would be too shameful. However, the beginning of their journey thus far was truly disastrous. Too many people had died before they even reached the destination, and as a result, a shadow had been cast over everybody's mind. Only 6 divine servants had survived. They frowned and started a discussion. This journey is going to be extremely difficult. The Kuanpeng remains have probably overlapped with the ancient battlefield. Each time it appears, this water would become a devil's sea. In the past, ancient holy beings have scrambled for supremacy here with the gods of the sea. They were probably also fighting for this divine power. Although the divine servants' positions were lower than the Tiage, these powerful creatures were in fact the main combat force now. Their decision would have significant impact on the rest of this journey. Sure How was unsettled. Only a small amount of sea creatures had appeared, but the consequence was horrifying, and the ferocity was no less than the wasteland. He felt this journey forebode disasters rather than blessings. Now that the group had lost more than 90% of its members, would they still have the strength to contend against others? He began to wonder how the other groups were faring. The beast horn began to emit light, becoming similar to a mountain ridge as it soared through the sky. They stood on it while looking down at the vast sea ahead. Finally, after traveling for an entire day and night, they approached the place recorded in the ancient scrolls. What appeared before them was a sea of death. Most of the intruders that set foot in it had died there. As they approached, a shout could be heard. Halt! The supreme flood dragon has ordered the sea to be sealed. No one is allowed to go in. The sound came from a seabird that was several zhang in length with black feathers and azure eyes. At the first glance, it looked like a crow. It opened its bloody mouth and shouted at them. It's a sea slave, an amphibious creatures that can both fly and swim. They are quite powerful, and usually work for other sea creatures as their guards. The Supreme Sea Devil was waiting ahead, and the Supreme Flood Dragon had blocked their rear. Both had ordered for the sea to be sealed. This was not a good sign. Could it mean that the mighty sea creatures had also learned of the situation, and were going to join in the competition? Now that stopping was no longer possible, breaking the blockade with force was the only option. Stop them! Outside the Forbidden Sea, a school of silver sharks appeared. Runes spurted out from their mouths, turning into densely knitted divine lights. They rushed into the sky before attacking everyone. Sea creatures were not only enormous, but also powerful. Each silver shark was extremely huge and caused mountain-high waves to splash out. The waves were infused with formidable precious techniques as they slammed over. The woo-woo sound started, disturbing the air. The silver ripple from the beast horn began to spread like waves as it rushed forward. The battle started. One side was trying to get in, and the other side was doing everything to stop them. The sea fluctuated violently. Blue waves soared into the sky as runes crossed each other like lightning. The battle was extremely fierce. The 10 or so people from the archaic divine mountain used their supreme beast horn to break the blockade and entered the terrifying sea of death. Tens of bodies of silver sharks were left behind. You are all dead meat. Angry roars came from behind. From the distant sea appeared silver dorsal fins. The scene was extremely formidable. Tens of thousands of sharks were closely packed and came at them unbridled. Oh my God! The sea is horrible. The boundless water contains so many creatures. Mighty beings like them can show up in the tens of thousands. There's no way we can fight this. Even the divine servants were petrified. Those silver sharks were no common sea creatures, and were all mighty beings. Now that they came in such huge numbers, the archaic divine mountain team dared not to put up a fight, soon fleeing as a result. They finally escaped into the Forbidden Sea, and the fog was thickening all around. Blue seawater rose and fell, with vapor obscuring the surroundings. The sun was blurred. The deeper they went in, the darker it became. If things went on like this, they would very likely to get lost. The vapor filled the air and mist coiled up around them. All was quiet. This place was dead silent. By then, the divine servants were struggling. They could barely operate the supreme beast horn beneath them. They had spent too much divine power here, and could not hold up much longer. It is as hard to stay aloft here as in the legends. This place is extremely energy-draining, and the more powerful one is, the more unwilling that individual would be to enter here, as unforeseeable things might happen. They landed on the sea using the beast horn as a boat. The horn released symbols as it sailed in the vast sea. We should be in the right place. I wonder where the Kuanpeng nest is. Hopefully nothing will go wrong from now on, said a divine servant. They sailed forward. The waters were calm without any waves. Sure, Hao and the others didn't feel anything unusual, but the divine servants immediately became shocked. They were suppressed, their cultivation level weakened. The further they sailed, the more uncomfortable it became. The feeling of being suppressed was terrible. That's not quite the case. Sometimes the suppression is lifted. My cultivation is fluctuating, very unstable. It's clear that we are approaching the archaic divine nest. Something is not right though. When the mighty experts approached the divine nest, their cultivation levels would be gradually confined until they were reduced to the spirit transformation level. The situation now was somehow different. The circumstances are different, and one does not have to be in the spirit transformation realm to enter the Forbidden Land. It seems like even mightier beings can also get in. After traveling for more than half a day, the divine servants came to this shocking conclusion after their repeated deduction and analysis. Some shocking changes were happening within this ocean region, and it was possible that the archaic Kuanpeng nest was about to fully come into being and no longer force such restrictions. Creatures from the divine mountain all rejoiced and immediately tried to contact the elders. If the elders came, then the chances of succeeding would become much greater. Sure Hao was the only one that felt that something wasn't right. These changes were very disadvantageous to him. The Forbidden Sea was calm, even to a point of feeling lifeless. If no one spoke, the silence could drive them mad. The sea surface was perfectly flat. The water mist waved in the wind and fog rose in the air. The surroundings were blurrier than ever, and the sun was nearly covered up. It was dim all around. What is that? Someone suddenly called out in surprise and pointed to the front where a glimmer could be seen. A mountain-sized ship that was in terrible shape appeared. Symbols flickered as it floated on the sea surface. That's a battleship of the Southern Meteoric Divine Mountain. I've seen it before, said Qihua. He's right. I have also seen it, nodded Xianxia. They all came from the archaic Divine Mountain and had visited each other. They had met rivals among the disciples and descendants of other great forces, so they naturally knew about this remarkable battleship. Obviously, the people from the South Fallen Divine Mountain had been attacked and their treasured ship had been destroyed here. They could not tell if anyone had survived. This made them even more nervous. The Dead Sea was full of unknown dangers. If they behaved incautiously here, then those might become their last moments. The fog was thickening. They kept moving forward, but things on the sea surface were hard to recognize. Everything was a blur. I can see a ship, someone called out in surprise and pointed into the distance. Through the heavy fog, they could barely make up some ships sailing slowly. Some were as huge as mountains, and others were only over 1 zhang long. The ships were separated far from one another. This is so weird. Why aren't they making any sounds? When the ships were closer, they could see greenish lights glimmering on them. The color gave the ships a miserable look and was a bit frightening. How ancient are these ships? When were they made? When they could see more clearly, even the divine servants became astonished. They are lost ships of the ancient time called ghost ships. Don't go near them, or terrible things will happen and we may all be killed. They turned to another direction immediately, trying to avoid the ships. Hong! Shocking waves suddenly rose up. Enormous torrents shook the enormous beast horn. Even though symbols were still shining, they were still nearly overturned. Watch out! Shouted Xianxia. She looked behind the purple-clothed girl, and horror filled her eyes. Hair stood up on all their backs as a murderous enmity chilled them to the bone. Kuan-Peng wings shone brightly on Sure Hao's back. He threw the purple-clothed girl into the air, and he himself also dodged quickly from the spot. Pang! A huge tentacle struck down on the place where they were standing. The beast horn was shaken as symbols flashed. Felt like an earthquake. How dare you! The divine servants operated the beast horn together, releasing precious light to fend off the monster. Huge waves rose up to the sky. A black monster as big as a mountain appeared from the sea, and each of its tentacles were long enough to reach the sky. The beast horn was a supreme treasure itself, yet the monster could still face it head-on, proving how formidable it must be. It was a leading figure of the great savages. With a honglong sound, black lightning struck the beast horn, almost knocked it over. Runes penetrated inside, striking the precious light guarding them and attacking everyone. At this moment, the beast horn was being struck chaotically. All the divine servants and guards moved to defend the teenagers. The only one forgotten at this critical moment was Sure Hao. After all, he was only a stranger. When everyone's fate hung in the balance, he was left out. No one came to him. Hong Long. He was thrown away by a wave of turbulence and fell into the water. Not good. Sure Hao was startled to see a tentacle coming at him like a mountain ridge. Screw it. His eyes flickered. Moving at top speed, he stepped on the sea surface and rushed onto one of the ghost ships that had been lost here since ancient times. Ghost ships represented death. Those infected by them rarely lived, however. Sure Hao currently had no choice. Behind him, a mountainous monster was running rampant, so without borrowing the force of this ship, there was no way for him to defend himself. Dong great waves took to the skies as a mountainous tentacle that flickered with cold light slammed down. There were many sharp and dazzling spikes on its surface, and as it smashed into the great sea, a multitude of waves rushed out. The ocean waters swirled high into the air, causing even the clouds to scatter. The ghost ship began to sway, but it did not flip over. Hao fell inside and felt cold air blowing about his body. However, he finally avoided that life-threatening disaster. The black-colored monster did not attack the ancient boat and instead retracted its tentacle. As it stirred the ocean waters, it began to attack the beast horn in front. In addition, it was at this moment that its entire body was revealed. This was an enormous octopus, and just its feeler alone was as large as a mountain ridge. When all 8 converged, it became ridiculously large. While it moved its body, whirlpools would appear, undulating within the great sea. Oh, the symboled horn began to sound. It began to emit light, causing silver ripples to proliferate. They all smashed into that tentacle. In a split second, an angry cry sounded as the octopus began to struggle about. One of the tentacles trickled out blood, dyeing the sea in red. However, the divine might that it released was even more shocking. Its 8 legs moved simultaneously to seize that beast horn and completely refine it. The divine servants' hearts began to tremble. Just how powerful was this creature? Was even a supreme treasure left behind by a supreme expert going to be seized? They became exceedingly nervous as they poured in everything they had. In the end, the shining beast horn began to release ripples that were even more concentrated, breaking free from the 8 tentacles. Moreover, it broke apart a few tips, making this vicious ocean creature let go from the pain. With a chi sound, multicolored light shot out in numerous streaks that tore through the hazy mist. The entire beast horn lit up and rose high into the air before leaving the great sea. This area was too dangerous, so it had no choice but to take flight. However, the amount of energy this consumed was great, and the divine servants were starting to find it difficult to endure. After all, this was the Sea of Death. Their cultivation levels were constantly fluctuating from the unstable restrictions, making them feel rather unbearable within the great sea. The enormous, vicious black creature's tentacles reached towards the skies. This was a divine ability, and after penetrating the clouds, they struck the beast horn. As the two collided, a dazzling brilliance flourished. A few people cried out miserably as they were separated from the beast horn. While falling, they were sucked in by the tentacles. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were badly mangled. In the end, not even their bones were spared. Everything was digested. This type of scene was just too horrifying. As the beast bone was struck high into the air, 10 or so people disappeared from its surface. The remaining people panicked as they mutually felt fear. Eventually, they were able to fly high enough to a point where the vicious ocean creature gave up. It submerged itself into the waters and could no longer be seen. Without knowing how much time passed, the people on top of the beast horn finally snapped back to reality. This time, their journey to sea went terribly. All types of disasters befell them, making everyone feel both mentally and physically withered. We finally avoided this calamity, but the one with 10 heavenly passages climbed into the ghost ship. What do we do? A divine servant spoke out with an ugly expression. At the crucial point, Hao was actually left behind by them. He had no protection at such a critical moment, and as a result could only fall into the ocean. What else can we do? Once affected by the ghost ship, it becomes extremely difficult to survive. Let's give up. An elder spoke. Everyone's expressions were ugly. Were they going to end their journey to sea fruitlessly? They never even reached their goal, yet they had already lost their qualification to enter. He's still alive. The purple-clothed girl stood on the beast horn's back, her clothes and hair fluttering behind her otherworldly body. Her brilliant pupils released a divine light that penetrated through the mist, allowing her to see what was happening within the ocean. We can't go down. That vicious creature might still be hidden within the waters. Moreover, he has already stepped on the ghost ship, so he will die sooner or later. The green-haired youth stopped her, his gaze ice-cold. He isn't dead and is waving to us right now. We must save him, or else how will we enter the Kuan Peng's nest? the purple-clothed girl retorted. Let us take a look. The other people were all amazed. That youth actually didn't immediately die. He was truly rather formidable. The beast horn descended a bit, and everyone looked carefully through the mist to see the ocean scene. The area became calm, and an old boat was lying in disarray. A single youth was currently waving towards the sky on top of it. He really is alive, only there seems to be a problem. There are black-colored streaks of light around him, making it so that he can't break away. Sure, Hao truly did encounter an inconvenience. Black light was being released from the boat, trapping him and making it difficult for him to break free. The boat was extraordinarily large and incomparably broad. It was like a small mountain as it floated in the sea. Its body was ancient, with its wood almost rotten, clearly reflecting the great changes of time. There was a demonic aura within the boat, and as it rumbled, it was as if an ancient devil was regaining consciousness. Heavy breathing sounds could be heard as it tried to plunder his body's blood essence. There's no way for him to live. He has already become the ghost ship's food. He will undoubtedly die, so there is no reason to pointlessly put ourselves in danger. The green-haired youth said. Seems like the situation is already hopeless. It would become a huge problem if we became infected by the ghost ship as well. Let's give up. An elder sighed before saying. But he's still alive. Xianxia muttered quietly. Her large eyes glanced over, looking in that direction. What can we do? How can we save him? The purple-clothed girl asked. Even though she was always angry whenever she saw Sure Hao, he did save her just now. Otherwise, that vicious beast's attack would have definitely landed on her body. There is no way. The divine servants all shook their heads, because these things were truly troublesome once provoked. They've drifted within these demonic seas since the ancient times until now without decay, proving how monstrous they were. Since he is going to die anyway, let's see his final struggle. Qing Yun spoke. His entire body lit up. His green hair flew behind him as he watched with a piercing gaze. A chi sound rang out, and a streak of divine light flew out. It was a piece of beast bone. It quickly combusted as the symbols on it flickered, turning into a circle of light that wrapped itself around the bone. The light became more and more magnificent before it ultimately turned into a small sun, smashing into the ghost ship. What are you doing? The purple-clothed girl turned around and shouted. Since he is going to die anyway, I was going to stir up that ghost ship a bit. Who knows? Maybe it might even injure that enormous octopus. Qing Yu laughed coldly as he spoke. Sai, let's go. A few divine servants shook their heads. They couldn't change much at this point, and it was quite possible that staying longer would lead to bigger problems. Symbols began to linger around like lightning, and that beast horn carried everyone far away. Hong! The beast bone piece dropped onto that ghost ship and exploded. Multicolored light overflowed into the heavens, making the ship shake violently. The little guy stared furiously at the sky. Those people didn't reach out to help, and actually struck him when he was down. He was currently facing an extremely troublesome situation. The black light within the boat began to burn with an even greater ferocity, as if it was going to devour and refine him completely. Blood continued to trickle from his body as essence energy drained from his body. This was a dense wave of heaven overflowing killing intent that made him feel as if he had reached the land of the dead. This type of chilliness was absolutely terrifying. Sure enough, that octopus didn't leave the vast body of water yet. It also began to feel these fluctuations, so it immediately began to scurry away as if it was trying to escape from a poisonous creature. Great waves soared into the heavens. Not even the enormous vicious creatures were willing to mess with the ghost ship, proving just how terrified it was. Gigi. Harry Ball woke up, and all of the golden fur on its body stood on end as it jumped endlessly on Sure Hao's shoulder. It had also been trapped by that black light and was going to be devoured. During the past few days, it seemed to be addicted to sleep. It would sleep through the entire day without waking. The situation was dire. After being caught, both Sure Hao and Harry Ball's bodies were chained up by the black light. They couldn't move any of their limbs, making it difficult to escape. If his terrifyingly powerful body had been switched for any other normal creature, they would have exploded on the spot. The resulting bloody mist would have been devoured by this part of the ship. What kind of demonic thing is this? Get out here, he shouted with a loud voice. With a sound similar to a breath, all of the black light on the ship began to resonate and burn even greater as they refined him and Harry Ball. Break apart. He brandished the broken sword while concentrating all of his essence energy. The demonic cluster was sent flying before erupting into a burning radiance. A wong noise began to sound. The black blood marks on the broken sword suddenly became scarlet red and moistened, as if it had revived. The sight of it frantically devouring the black light was a bit scary. And Xianxia was startled, because he merely wanted to try something out. When he considered how strange the sword was, as well as the degree to which Ghost Grandpa yearned for it, he began to feel that it probably possessed characteristics that he hadn't observed yet. However, he never thought a simple movement would bring about such divine might. It devoured the black light, stripping the ghost boat of its energy instead. This scene was extremely bizarre and shocking. All of the heaven-overflowing black light, cold aura, and deathly demonic clouds were absorbed. The broken sword was like a black sun, both bewitching and astonishing. Xianxia quickly recovered his freedom, and Harry Ball stopped screeching as well, looking at everything in a daze. After the broken sword resurrected, it no longer needed him to control it. It automatically swallowed all of the ghost ship's mysterious force as if it found the most effective tonic. The two seemed to be of similar in origin. This entire ocean region was flooded by the radiance of this demonic force. Black light circled about like black-colored lightning to block out the heavens. As a result, even the sea began to tremble. The ghost ship continuously underwent transformation. The ancient boat's frame turned into a rain of light as it continuously melted. All of the black-colored rain fell on top of the broken sword, making it look even more intimidating. The rotten wood transformed into light, and the ship shrunk in size as it continuously changed. Xianxia and Harry Ball were both dumbstruck. This boat, in the end, became only 3 or so meters in length. In fact, it was going to shrink even shorter, but Xianxia forcefully controlled the broken sword, not allowing it to absorb all of the ship's energy. Only then this process stopped. How did this all happen? He was considerably shocked, because it was no longer a wooden boat but instead a black paper boat. It clearly used to be a terrifying mountain-sized ghost ship that emitted powerful fluctuations. Why did it turn into a black paper boat? Even Harry Ball quickly widened his eyes as it continuously cried out with zhizhi sounds. Couldn't believe what it was seeing. It was completely different. It was not constructed at all, and was clearly a paper boat folded by someone. This was absolutely stunning. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed a line of text on top of the paper plate. I am the only one left. He could feel a type of sadness emanating from those words, as if he could hear someone sighing. What did this mean? A ghost ship that had floated from the ancient times until now actually had this kind of history to it. Could it be that there was some type of hidden meaning? He began to carefully look it over, earnestly trying to find any other abnormal things. Soon afterwards, he found a large area of bloodstains. There were fingerprints everywhere, and it was to the point where traces of the loops and whorls of the fingers were still present. Xianxia became dumbstruck. Immediately after, he felt a wave of fear. His entire body became cold and he began to tremble. The paper plate could shrink further, so its original body could become even smaller. Meanwhile, these blood stains and fingerprints shouldn't be that big. As he looked them over carefully, these should have been left behind by the slender jade-like hands of a female. Was this supposed to be like a message in a bottle? A scene appeared in his mind. A woman was creating paper boats one after another, releasing them after she was done. However, these boats hadn't been destroyed, floating since the ancient era until now, becoming ghost ships. How powerful exactly was this woman? This was just too scary. The message she left behind was especially shocking. I am the only one left. Was there some kind of hidden intent behind those words? Was this a reminder for the rest of the world? Or was it a request for help? Was this where she released the paper boats? The more he mulled over it, the more disturbed he became. The ancient era was extremely terrifying. The energy released by the paper boat and the force contained within the broken sword was quite similar, almost to a point where they could have came from the same source. As Xianxia examined it carefully, he noticed that there weren't any special symbols on top of the boat. The sentence and those delicate fingerprints alone made the boat gain intelligence. So powerful and terrifying. With just a few blood-soaked characters, it actually began the incomparably horrifying ghost ship. How powerful of a diving ability is this? Her methods must be ridiculously powerful. Moreover, their creator's original intent wasn't even to create ghost ships, but rather to fold paper boats to float with the current. Only they weren't seen by the correct people, so they ended up turning into demonic ships. When everything became peaceful again, Harry Ball once again fell asleep. These matters began to toss around a bit within Xianxia's mind, but he decided not to overthink it in the end. Standing stupidly within the vast forbidden sea like this was not good. They had to continue moving. You all invited me to open up the road to the Kuan-Peng nest, yet you didn't even protect me during the most critical moment. That's already barely tolerable, yet you even struck me while I was down. You guys truly are something. The devilish brat became indignant. He began to travel using the small boat. He didn't want to enter the depths of the ocean because he knew that some kind of change had happened, making it so that all of the outside experts could enter. The divine servants speculated that the Kuan-Peng nest was going to fully come into existence, and that was the reason why the power of the restriction became so strange and unstable. It could no longer completely suppress someone to the spirit transformation realm. He didn't want to place himself in danger, so he was going to leave these chaotic seas first and foremost. It was best to watch the course of events calmly from the side for now. Soon after, he encountered another ghost ship. This time, he voluntarily got closer, bringing the paper boat with him as he leapt over. Black light flickered, and the previous strange event happened again. The broken sword displayed its might again, devouring the ghost ship's energy. This time, he didn't wait for the ship to shrink too small before stopping. He needed an empty ghost ship to protect himself. By hiding inside, others wouldn't dare come close. The black paper boat was too small, and its divine might had already waned. Scaring off enemies with it didn't seem likely. Just like this, he began to move along the ocean. During these days, he saw many creatures from all different races that were moving quickly in a certain direction. In addition, more and more creatures emerged from within the ocean. It was as if they were all making some kind of pilgrimage, all of them traveling towards those directions with their large numbers. This was a large gathering of powerful individuals. Experts were numerous, and it was entirely possible for a world-shockingly great war to break out. If they were all leaving for the Kuan-Peng precious technique, then this entire sea region would inevitably be dyed red in blood. These creatures were all scared of the ghost ship. None of them were willing to get close to it, immediately running away as soon as they saw it. Xianxia was extremely safe as he leisurely traveled forward. He wanted to go and take a look for himself. 2 days later, he finally approached his destination. There were countless creatures within this restricted ocean abyss, and all types of creatures were occupying this region. Blood flowed from numerous corpses on the ocean surface within the forbidden ocean abyss. Shouts of war shook the heavens as powerful creatures fought. That is, he was finally able to survey the scene. An enormous cliff was situated within the ocean abyss. It was more grand and imposing than an archaic demonic mountain as it rose from the ocean surface. A simple and unadorned ancient bird nest rested on the cliff. There were no symbols or divine light being emitted. However, strand after strand of primordial energy fell down, creating a scene that was absolutely terrifying. Kuan-Peng was one of the archaic vicious 10. Now that the remains of its nest were surprisingly displayed right in front of everyone, the breathtaking scene had left everyone astonished and shaken. A withered and grand cliff stood in the middle of the sea. The nest was built on it and had existed since the archaic times. It had always hidden itself in the vast ocean, and no one had been able to set eyes on the divine power in the nest. The sea was blood red with the bodies from all different species floated in the water. Ear-splitting cries of war shook the heavens. With the inevitable appearance of the Kuan Peng's matchless precious techniques, all the clans brought over their elites. Lightning dog! How dare you to kill my offspring? The loud roar of a bird could be heard. A green bird spread its wings, creating strong winds that made the blue ocean waves rise and fall. The big green bird was a descendant of the divine green Luan. The brilliant creature shone with resplendent light as it arrived from the horizon. As it swooped down, waves reached high into the sky as the waters moved chaotically, showing signs of just how terrifying and powerful it was. In front, there was an enormous dog whose entire body was shining. Streaks of lightning flickered all around it as it moved through the waters. As it attacked, Green Luan descendants were killed one after another. The lightning dog refined their blood essence to replenish itself. Fluctuation happened now and then in the Forbidden Sea, suppressing the cultivation of the mighty ones, squandering a large amount of their divine force. Experts with cultivation levels exceeding the spirit transformation realm felt strenuous here, constantly needing to replenish their essence energy. The big green bird dove down and released resplendent blades of light. Even the waters exploded upon being struck. The endless sea began to evaporate. This attack was too powerful. However, the lightning dog was also incredible. It howled towards the sky, drowning the green Luan in bolts of lightning. Lightning interweaved in the air as blades of light flurried about, causing blood to flash and feathers to dance about chaotically. Both creatures were injured. Meanwhile, an enormous living creature seemed to be breathing deep in the sea. It was so incredible that the entire world seemed to resonate with it. As it moved up and down, layers of ripples began to diffuse outwards. This is bad. It's happening again. Many creatures panicked and cried out. Ordinary creatures weren't affected much, but the faces of experts beyond the spirit transformation realm immediately changed. They dashed away from the battlefield at top speed for a peaceful region to occupy. The fluctuation was a form of suppression, forcing them down from a higher cultivation level. Not being able to surpass the spirit transformation level was extremely dangerous for these experts. Sure enough, there were some experts that suffered attacks after being suppressed by the fluctuation. A group of sea demons leapt high into the air to pursue and kill the experts situated at the lowest points. Pooh! The big green bird and the lightning dog were both killed after being surrounded by thousands of sea devils. It was truly like the saying where enough ants could kill an elephant. Blood sprinkled everywhere as the two were killed in midair. Similar things happened all over this sea. The waters become crimson as the corpses painted out a tragic sight. The suppression finally ceased. Another tumult was over. Oh ho! A 9-headed lion roared in the distance. It opened its gaping mouths and raised all 9 heads high, shaking the heaven and earth. Fierce golden light radiated from the lion, and as it sucked in with its mouth, the sea demons in the sky all fell into its mouths. This type of might startled many creatures. They all became frightened. Could it be the 9-spirit king? Sure stood on the ghost ship and watched the battle from afar. He was quite surprised at this, as his sworn younger brother, the 9-headed lion, had a grandfather called the 9-spirit king. Beside it, a huge fish leapt out from ocean surface. It radiated a purple glow, making it look like a purple divine mountain. The fish similarly devoured many creatures with a single bite. It was a strike back against those experts beyond the spirit transformation level, killed off by creatures at lower levels. It was truly a humiliation, but there was nothing they could do due to the peculiarity of this place. Following the release of fluctuations of the Kuan Peng nest from time to time, their cultivation realm would immediately be suppressed. More bodies decorated the sea surface, dyeing the ocean surface in blood. Oh ho! The 9-headed lion roared before ultimately dashing far away. It left behind a trail of blazing golden light as it fled, not wanting to die here. In fact, other mighty creatures also planned to do the same because they didn't want to take further risks. They started to back away, leaving this battleground. However, everything was still in chaos. Some mighty beings beyond the spirit transformation level were still moving in and out of the water. They were trying to approach the ancient nest, willing to take the risk for the Kuan Peng treasured artifact. It was to a point where this place did not lack extremely powerful individuals. Even a group of supreme experts quietly sneaked in. Sure Hao was full of excitement. Even though he was watching carefully, he did not act hastily. It was extremely dangerous here with many big shots lurking. Hong! Ocean waves reached sky-high as the sea split open to reveal a gray mountain ridge. It was shockingly enormous. Many creatures in the sea panicked and fled at once. The mountain ridge began to rise higher and higher from the sea surface. It was almost like a continent, appearing incomparably majestic. Oh my God! It's an ancient flood dragon. It's the elder flood dragon. Many creatures cried out in surprise. All species, regardless of terrestrial or aquatic ones, shuddered at the scene. They knew who was coming, and that creature was the most powerful creature of its region. The reputation of the elder flood dragon could shake this sea. Like the elder sea devil, it was also the master of a region. Even the creatures of the sea god island had to show it some respect. The elder flood dragon had came in person. It was so powerful that even while suppressed, it could sweep over this place with its mere physical strength. How could the creatures here not cry out in surprise? Hong! The sky split open and black fog filled the air. An enormous devil bird crossed the sky, covering the entire sea. It was about to dive directly towards the massive withered cliff. The heaven-swallowing sparrow. It's still alive. Sure Hao was surprised. His eyes were opened wide as he stared at the bird with hatred and rage. It was directly related to the destruction of Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Had it and the Xianxia not come, the Divine Vine would not have fought to death, and the other sects would not have dared to attack them. Although the ghost grandpa chopped off a wing and claw later in the fight, the sparrow had obviously survived the injury and fled the scene. Now that it appeared again, its mighty strength was world-shaking like a Kuan Peng. Being a bird as well, it craved this type of precious technique the most. Dong! The body of an enormous flood dragon surfaced in the sea, shaking up endless waves and violently disturbing the waters. The splattered water pierced into the clouds, showing how formidable the power was. Many creatures were sent flying by the wave. It was very difficult to keep one's footing here. The withered cliff stood tall and was the only thing unshaken, and not even the ocean waves could drown it out. The gray flood dragon attacked no one but the heaven-swallowing sparrow, trying to drive it away. The dragon did not want the sparrow to get hold of the divine cliff, wanting the precious technique for itself. Hong! The two fought ferociously. Symbols flashed like a sea of thunder, shaking the heaven and earth, evaporating the water nearby, almost drying the surrounding sea area completely. Something has definitely gone wrong. Those above the spirit transformation level are able to enter as well. This is not good. Sure Hao felt regretful. All of a sudden, the ancient cliff glowed, as if it was responding to something. Circles of golden ripples spread from it and expanded gently into the air. The heaven-swallowing sparrow cried out in surprise. Its feathers began to flutter in the wind, and blood trickled outwards. It quickly rushed into the air, rushing into the distance while shuddering severely. At the same time, the gray flood dragon sank into the sea, leaving a huge whirlpool and a trail of blood behind. It had also fled after experiencing the equally terrifying suppression. This place was full of mighty beings with creatures like the elder flood dragon and the heaven-swallowing sparrow that were rarely seen. They were willing to risk their lives for the Kuan Peng's precious technique. To sum it up, the wasteland was going to be thrown into chaos. Something vital was about to happen. So these supreme experts all had their eyes set on the Kuan Peng's precious technique, wanting to strengthen themselves with it. The sea quieted down. The water turned even redder as bodies piled up higher and higher as the other creatures rushed back again. However, no one knew how many mightiest beings stayed, hiding among them. A few moments later, the sea was crowded again. Many creatures dashed forward, but no one could get close to the withered cliff. The Kuan Peng nest seemed to be within their reach, but it was always some distance away, like a mirage. The ghost ship was also moving forward. Xianxia sat in it and watched it all quietly. Whenever species holding grudges met in this sea, they would immediately fight to death, filling this place with heaven-shaking war cries. The majority of them were powerful beings. The weak ones were not qualified to come here. Of course, nearly 90% of them were creatures of the sea. This was their home court, so if a member of a clan showed up, thousands of them would follow into the fight. Why are such strange things happening? Xianxia wondered. 3 days had passed. He had seen too many bloody battles since then, and even his ghost ship was attacked several times. Countless bodies floated in the water. However, they were still unable to approach the ancient divine cliff. It didn't seem that far away and was quite distinct. Streaks of chaotic energy descended one after another, yet no one could truly approach and enter. The journey had cost them half a month, with fights breaking out through this entire trip. All the clans fought with their lives on the line, some for old grudges and others to gain a dominance here. Their competitors were wiped out, and some hope could finally be seen. After trudging for half a month, the ancient cliff suddenly seemed vast and unclimbable. Marks from claws, knives and swords had been left on the wall, recording the struggle of countless years. A stone staircase was laid out in the sea, leading up to the cliff. The length of the staircase was a bit terrifying. It was boundless, allowing countless creatures to simultaneously climb any congestion. The ridiculous amount of effort involved in building such a grand structure amazed them all. Even though all of them could have climbed it together, the endless killing continued. Experts from all different races fought as they ascended, leaving behind numerous corpses. This doesn't seem like the withered cliff we saw before in the middle of the sea at all. After getting closer, it seems more like a large piece of land, Xianxia exclaimed. This was one of the Kuan Peng's personal creations. He fought back the urge to climb up with everyone else and waited in the sea nearby instead. Other powerful clans had their elders as guardians, some of which even hid in the crowd. He was all by himself, so acting incautiously would be risky. Several days passed in succession. The fluctuations from the withered cliff became more and more frequent. In the end, the ripples seemed to have become continuous, spreading towards all directions. It meant that those beyond the spirit transformation level had been completed suppressed, bringing them much trouble. Several days had passed since those people climbed up the stairs, and no bad news had been heard since then. The devilish brat could not wait any longer and wanted to move into action. Otherwise, he might be too late to obtain anything. The mightiest experts had retreated. "We can move now," someone murmured from the distance. Quite a few creatures were thinking the same thing as Xianxia. Another wave of figures began to climb up the stairs. "Be careful. I heard that some supreme experts took the risk to hide in the crowd. They are also trying to get into the Kuan Peng nest." "What? Are they crazy? Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate to their level? They have achieved their cultivation level after many years of hard work. If they die here because of the suppression, all of it would have been for nothing. The precious technique of the archaic vicious 10 are simply insurmountable. Obtaining one would immediately give them the qualifications to aim for the peak of this world. Even creatures as powerful as them have gone mad over this." Many creatures fell into discussion. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Hearing this, Xianxia held back his impulse and calmed down again. He had to wait. Only after the fluctuations of the cliff truly became continuous and an unsurpassable suppression had formed would he enter. It would be safer that way. 2 days later, the condition was reached. The violent fluctuations formed a carpet of ripples, suppressing this region completely. During this time, he had witnessed many terrestrial creatures climbed up the staircase while accompanied by divine servants, including several groups of pure-blooded ones. Those are alliances of other divine mountains. So powerful. Those youth are all extremely formidable, commented Xianxia. Those youth were all extremely talented and heroic. They were all at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. If they fought, they could easily defeat their enemies. The girls all possessed ethereal beauty, looking like fairies that descended into this world. There were a few that especially beautiful, possessing a grace and elegance that was almost peerless in this land. Pure-blooded creatures from the sea also showed up, and they were all quite young. It was rumored there were descendants from ocean deities and heirs of supreme experts. They were extremely powerful and were currently taking on human forms. A power struggle was destined to happen here. Outstanding talents were going to display their skills, and the strong ones will rise. Heavenly youths and peerless beauties moved out at the same time, and the truly unrivaled characters were going to fight for the top. Only the most powerful could have a chance at obtaining the precious technique. Xianxia abandoned the ghost ship and finally stepped onto the staircase within the sea. Step by step, he walked towards the ancient land. The closer he got to the withered cliff, the wider it became. It was as if he entered a new world that was incomparably massive instead of an ocean cliff. You are still alive? Xianxia was just about to approach the ancient land after leaving the sea when someone noticed him, revealing a look of shock and coldness. Obviously, Xianxia had noticed them as well. They were none other than the members of the Heavenly Mountain Alliance. The purple-clothed girl, Xianxia, Qihua, several divine servants, and Qingyun were among them, and Qingyun was the one who spoke. Xianxia looked calm, but his eyes contained a slight chilliness. Not long ago, these people not only did not save him but even struck him while he was down, wanting him dead. "You haven't died yet," was the first sentence after he arrived. With such a cold tone, even a statue would be angry. Moreover, after being invited to travel together and help one another out, he was struck while down by these people. How could there not be any killing intent behind Xianxia's cold gaze? "Shut up," the purple-clothed girl spoke, berating the green-haired youth. She was extremely discontent with his words and actions. If not for him attacking the ghost ship at such a crucial juncture, Xianxia would have probably joined them after meeting again. However now, it became difficult. "Yunxi, you are overstepping your boundaries. Watch how you speak to me." The green-haired youth spoke with an unpleasant expression. When the purple-clothed girl heard what was said, she coldly snorted without paying him any attention. She spoke towards Xianxia, saying, "What happened previously was our fault. In the future, we will give you an explanation, or even compensation." "Right?" Qingyun was too impulsive, committing a few things that were excessive. However, he can make it up to you in the future. He definitely has to suffer a bit and hand over something precious. Xianxia also spoke. It was clear that they didn't want to give up, doing everything they could to rope Xianxia in. They were hoping to continue their cooperation as they deliberately spoke in a gentle manner. "I am only interested in his blood. What kind of race does he belong to? I wonder if the medicinal effects are strong." Xianxia spoke. Qingyun's eyes were malicious, and a hint of cold laughter hung on his lips. "Do you guys see now? Not only does this human not care about your invitation, he even wants to kill me." The divine servant sighed, knowing that this situation was unsalvageable. Meanwhile, the purple-clothed girl named Yun, she also frowned. Her quick-witted eyes that were filled with divine multicolored light stared at Qingyun. If not for him, how could the situation ended up like this? This fellow is truly lucky, not dying even after entering the ghost ship. He really is an oddity, and there has to be something eccentric about him. Qingyun spoke. Following that, a slight cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "It might be true that we need you to open up the passage. However, there is no need to cooperate, and we only need to restrain you." He was incredibly direct and arrogant as he hinted for the old servants beside him to take action and capture Xianxia. "What do you guys think?" After speaking up to this point, the smile on his face became even colder. "Since we met up again, then it can't be helped. Capture him. Why do you guys have to waste your time trying to invite him?" This tone and attitude made it impossible for others not to be angry. He was suggesting that they capture Xianxia and force him to open the passage. "Crawl over and accept your death," Xianxia said to him. Qingyun's expression suddenly became even colder as he said, "We might not necessarily use you. Rumor has it that the Kuanpeng nest has completely appeared, opening up by itself, so we might not need some special method to open it. When we ask you in a bit, please don't struggle too much. It'll be unfortunate if we became a bit careless and take your life. So noisy. If you have the strength, then just crawl over. Stop wasting time. Hao seemed extremely calm. Moreover, he had a look of contempt. Seize him. Qing Yun spoke, telling the old servant beside him to move. This was an honorable descendant who was extremely powerful. He served as a divine servant within the divine mountains, and after turning into a human form, appeared to be extremely old with thinly spread hair. However, his eyes were like two lanterns as he stepped forward to suppress Hao. Pretending to be strong in front of me? Hao's eyes were clear as he erupted with divine strength. He definitely wasn't going to act carelessly, and as essence energy erupted, a huge swan and I rushed out, roaring towards the heavens before charging forward. This was simply an ocean of lightning. Within the mountain-sized swan and I were streaks of gold, and together with the hundreds and thousands of lightning streaks that descended, this place immediately exploded. The blazing light was absolutely dazzling. The old servant's palms and fingers were covered densely in symbols. Even though his cultivation was restricted, this deafening attack was still at a high level of power within the spirit transformation realm. The two collided, and the old servant's hands violently shook. His arms were scorched black, and his sleeves immediately exploded, turning into ashes from the lightning radiance. Meanwhile, Hao personally rushed forward. He was just too fast, because a pair of Kuan-Peng wings appeared behind him, increasing his speed by an enormous amount. With a pung sound, he firmly grabbed one of the old servant's arms. He shook it fiercely, immediately shattering the symbols that the opposing party was trying to activate, making him cough out large amounts of blood. The descendant felt as if some kind of strange force penetrated through his arm. It was extremely fierce, and with a kacha sound, his bones began to continuously shatter. It was too ferocious. Everyone became overwhelmed with horror. They had only seen Hao move close and grab the old servant's arm before seeing the other party's body ring out with pai-pa sounds. His precious bones continuously broke, creating a scene that was simply too intense. The old servant released a loud howl. His opponent took advantage of the slightest bit of carelessness. However, his skills were still great, and after having his cultivation restricted, he could still display a high level of power within the spirit transformation level. In just a split second, he became to blaze like a stove. An expanse of mysterious symbols rose, curling beside his body to shake Hao off and protect his own body. Even though Hao had just entered the spirit transformation realm, his fighting strength was somewhat shocking. He began to move, putting to use the symbols within the true primordial record to dissolve his opponent's bone text skillfully, not suffering any injuries. He was exceptionally strong and vigorous. Like a swan and I, his entire body was surrounded by lightning. Drawing support from the servant's great power, he rushed towards Qing Yun to directly kill him. Just entered spirit transformation and you want to fight me? Qing Yun's face became cold. With a fierce gaze and a cruel smile, his body erupted with green radiance. Qi, a huge green-colored bird rushed out with bright and beautiful plume feathers. They seemed like they were made from green metal as they rang with kungxiang sounds. With a might that could tear apart the heavens, it rushed murderously at Hao. Hao's eyes were astonishing as his mouth released a clear roar. Lightning surged, and the purple electricity rushed into the sky, colliding into that green luan with a honglong sound. Dazzling radiance exploded in the sky. Die! Qing Yun shouted as he dove down. He was a pure-blooded creature that opened 9 heavenly passages. Moreover, he entered this realm a long time ago, possessing strength that was extremely tyrannical. He firmly believed that no matter how heaven-defying Hao was, he was still someone that just entered the spirit transformation realm. With a low cultivation level, Qing Yun was confident that he could kill Hao. His right hand became hazy. Green symbols erupted as multicolored light danced about, smashing down together. The clashing of metal sounded, creating clanging sounds. The scene was extremely terrifying. It was clearly a single hand, yet countless beams of light flew out from within it. They illuminated the skies with endless divine swords. Tens of thousands of swords began to spin around, hacking down together. The boundless sword chi slashed at everything, and even Sure Hao with his incredibly powerful body felt as if the killing intent could make him bleed. Hong! Enormous waves rushed towards the heavens as a black body of water surged behind Sure Hao. A huge fish appeared. This was the Kuan Peng's aquatic form, and its might was increased many times here. It was because the sea was right behind the stone staircase. The blue waves were boundless as they surged ferociously, easily absorbing an endless amount of essence energy. The great fish displayed its might, as if it was on a level of its own. It swept through the void, smashing apart the numerous swords. Its own body was pierced by a few of the divine green swords as well, causing blood to trickle out. This strike was extremely astonishing, with Sure Hao obstructing Qing Yun. This was the first time they fought against each other. Qing Yun's face was ugly. The opposing party had just entered the spirit transformation realm, yet his cultivation had already reached such a high level. This clash of power immediately made his gaze even more malicious. "Enough! I'm going to take your life," the green-haired youth shouted. His pupils shot out two discs of green moonlight. Rumbling sounds rang out as two streaks of terrifying beams of light flew out. Those were two starry rivers created from symbols. The stars converged into one, making this world seem as if it was being recreated. Rumbling noises continuously sounded. After these two streaks of light flew out, his pupils quickly dimmed, returning to their previous state. Energy blazed aggressively all around him as he suddenly jumped up and stamped his foot towards Sure Hao's skull. Not only did he possess powerful strength, even his methods were extraordinary. Even though he was so domineering normally, he would hardly ever encounter hardships due to these assets. The two starry rivers that were shot out were actually a type of strange demonic force that sealed up this area. It locked Sure Hao in place, making him feel as if he was stuck within a swamp. Qing Yun wanted to end this as soon as possible, so he began to use his race's innate ability. Soon after, he soared into the sky, tramping towards Sure Hao's head. He wanted to use brute force to completely crush his opponent. Hong! However, Sure Hao broke out at this moment. His 10 heavenly passage appeared, containing the divine force of spirit transformation within them. Following that, they drew out a flourishing circle of light, allowing everyone to open their eyes. What? Everyone began to cry out in alarm, and even the purple-clothed Yun, she was stunned. Her small mouth formed an O shape as her spirited pupils flickered with multicolored light, staring towards that direction. Why are they connected together? Xianxia also cried out softly. Her beautiful face was full of astonishment. 10 heavenly passages appeared around Sure Hao, connected together to form an immortal divine ring. It actually allowed him to break free from the imprisonment, enabling him to smash apart the two starry rivers as if they were rotten vines. As a scarlet flame burned around the youth, his hair seemed to be like a fiery flame. The essence energy around his body rose dramatically as everyone watched with absolute disbelief. As for the divine servants, they were even more terrified. What kind of divine might was this? How did he accomplish such a thing? To link up all 10 heavenly passages, did he advance even a step further from the highest level of enlightenment? He had just entered the spirit transformation realm, yet he was able to smash apart Qing Yun's innate divine ability. He tore through everything along the way and arrived right in front of his opponent. Qing Yun's body in midair could see the situation clearly. His mind began to tremble. This child that was younger than him by several years was too formidable. Just how did he do this? The 10 heavenly passages merged together into a divine ring, and as it used the strength of spirit transformation, it was simply too shocking. Sure Hao stood within the divine ring like a supreme deity. His foot descended, wanting to trample on Sure Hao's face. This action was both humiliating and domineering, and even more so an act of arrogance. Qing Yun had his eyes set on Sure Hao, wanting to end this in the shortest time possible. This was clearly a catastrophic decision made from the contempt he had for his opponent. He had undoubtedly placed himself in an absolutely perilous situation. Even though Sure Hao had just entered the spirit transformation realm, he was not trapped within his technique. He tore through the restriction like a hot knife through butter, using the divine ring to rip apart those starry rivers as he personally welcomed the incoming Qing Yun. Pong! Sure how avoided the foot aimed at his face and grabbed his ankle. Following that, he seized the opportunity to make his move. With a hong sound, he directly smashed his opponent into the stone staircase as if he was a scarecrow. This was a historical place that had existed since the ancient times. It remained immortal through those endless years due to the symbols contained within. Qing Yun cried out miserably as blood gushed out from his mouth and nose. His face directly met the stone stairs, and after colliding, it directly became distorted. This kind of tremendous pain was simply unbearable. Sure how seized every moment, obviously not willing to let him go. He spun his arms around again, using all of his strength to smash Qing Yun down on the stone staircase again. Not to mention Qing Yun, even the people watching could feel the pain. The green-haired youth's nose was smashed, immediately sinking in. His face was completely deformed. He couldn't help but shriek miserably. This type of pain made even his soul throb. Symbols exploded from his entire body as he struggled for his life. His true strength was extremely great and his cultivation far surpassed Sure Hao's. Upon flaring, he would become extremely horrifying. However, how could Sure Hao waste a single opportunity? He took the initiative once again to smash him onto the ground, smashing apart his bones and dispersing those symbols. At the same time, his two hands grabbed at the green-haired youth's leg while a foot locked down the other leg. He began to ferociously tear with everything he had. Poo blood splashed outwards simply and violently. Qing Yun bawled miserably, and even though he wasn't completely split in two, a large part of his legs were split open. This type of pain was carved eternally into his memory, and he wouldn't be able to forget it for the rest of his life. Qi. Brilliant symbols began to pour down streak after streak like lava from the sky. Several divine servants were collaboratively taking action, because if they waited for even a moment longer, Qing Yun would have been hacked in two. Sure Hao sighed, turning around to deal with the symbols. At the same time, the symbols fell down. Most of them wrapped around Qing Yun to guard him and seize him back. All in all, Qing Yun himself still had to be powerful enough to survive the attack. Otherwise, he would have already been cut in half by Sure Hao just then. Hong! Sure Hao released his final strike. His hands lit up, and all of the brilliance was used on that green-haired youth. Bones all over his body were crackling, tens of which were broken. Unfortunately, he was hindered by the divine servant's symbols and could not unleash his full power. Those divine servants were very powerful, possessing the strength to offset such a fierce attack. Catch him! Several divine servants moved at once, spontaneously trying to suppress Sure Hao. The boy's abilities were beyond their imagination. The fusion and joining of 10 heavenly passages was such an invincible might. The fluctuation it emitted was immortal. Was he making miracles? He had stepped on a path that no one had walked before. Now that they've become enemies, if they let the boy leave, who knew how powerful he would grow up to be? Even the divine mountains would dread him. They shuddered just by thinking of it. In addition, he was able to break through the limits of their predecessors, which would even shake the elders. If they could catch and bring him back, the elders might be able to comprehend something from him. Among the divine servants were golden beasts and long-cultivated archaic descendants. Those were powerful and extraordinary beings, with a single one possessing the power to disturb the world. However, they were under suppression here. The Kuanpeng nest was sending out surges and waves, limiting their battle capabilities to the spirit transformation level. Even so, the battlefield was terrifying. Resplendent symbols dropped like falling stars, making even the sky shudder, as a wong-wong noise sounded. Sure Hao took an evasive move and fell back without hesitation. He did not confront them head-on. After all, he had only just reached the spirit transformation level and should be content with his earlier achievement. Don't even think about leaving, the divine servants shouted and were about to dash forward. Just then, baking heat came at them, ready to melt down the sky. Flaming light rushed in like tides, dyeing the heaven and earth in crimson radiance. What is that? exclaimed everyone. Not only them, but all the creatures on the stairs were shocked by the scene as they quickly moved out of the way. The red light expanded wide in the blue sea. Vapors rose up like fallen clouds, filling the space between the sky and sea's surface. White mist rolled and swirled like smoke, as if the divine clouds from heaven had blanketed the vast ocean. The flaming tide moved forward at incredible speed without end. The water was almost evaporated completely, turning the sea into a fog and mist that spread up the stairs. Those are legendary flaming fish, some sea creatures cried out in surprise. Lengths of these fish ranged from several chi to several zhang. Their bodies were vividly bright red and scorching hot, and as they moved together, it was as if a volcano was erupting. They were like a gush of living lava, only hotter as they almost boiled the blue sea dry. Legend has it that the flaming fish were formidable creatures that always appeared in the tens of thousands. They were born with a gift of fire essence and symbols. When such forces set out together, their power became terrifying. Within ancient times, one of the flaming fish became a deity and even tried to grab power from several great deities of the sea. The battle astonished the seas, and in the end, this fish clan was defeated and sealed. No one had expected to see them come back now. Peepa peepa after these sounds spread. The school of fish leapt up like shooting arrows before landing on the vast staircase. They stood on their tails and waddled forward with them. The school of fish consisted of at least hundreds of thousands. The joined force was frightful, burning everything on their path to ashes. Had the stairs not been built by the Kuan Peng, this place would have been swallowed by lava and erupting volcanoes like everywhere else. The Tao field of an archaic vicious ten was indeed true to its name. The crowd backed off. Anyone dared to challenge them would be devoured instantly by the fast-moving fish and burned to ashes and dust. Pang! The divine servant was able to release one last attack towards How before he had to back off. The flaming fish rushed in like an unstoppable tide, rushing right through the middle of the stairs. They would kill anyone and anything standing in their way without any hesitation. How and the divine mountain group looked at each other across the blazing wave. He too did not want to continue their bloody battle at such time. Wait until I'm recovered. I'll kill you myself next time. Qing Yun roared with a twisted face. The pain was excruciating. He was cleft between his legs, and blood was oozing out from the wound. So arrogant. Exactly who do you think you are? Had they not saved you in time, I would have cut you in half. As for the future, there's no chance. The devilish brat responded scornfully. The green-haired boy was so enraged that he coughed blood. This should not have happened, but he was reckless and did not think much of his opponent. Consequently, he ended up like this. He was powerful enough to overpower Hao, but the fight only got himself stamped and ripped apart, making him resentful beyond belief. The frustration clogging in his chest gushed out as blood kept dripping from his mouth. He had to roar towards the sky to vent out his hatred. The divine servants also sighed. The flaming fish came ashore unexpectedly, which had interfered with their attempt to kill the boy. They were afraid that How would become a great threat to them in the future. With the passing of the flaming fish army, all living creatures gave way to them. Each flaming fish has trace amounts of divine flame essence within them, but the concentration is extremely low. Extract from 1,000 of them and you may still only get 1 drop of it, of which the value is immeasurable. The essence is a rare divine substance, which can be used to refine divine instruments. Even though everyone knew the rare value of the flaming fish, no one was bold enough to provoke them. Everyone realized that they were in big trouble now. Flaming fish would definitely be a formidable competitor in fighting for the Kuan Peng's precious technique. Their clan even dared to challenge a deity before. How turned and merged into the crowd. He did not linger around this place. The withered cliff was a vast place, and when he actually climbed onto it, he found it was almost like a continent. Moreover, the higher he climbed, the pettier he felt. The symbols here had taken after the nature itself, and was a small universe in itself. Despite the great number of creatures, this place could fit them all without any crowding. All the powerful ones dashed up the mountain rapidly. 10 days quickly passed just like this unexpectedly. This was extremely shocking for everyone because this was the result of running and leaping at top speed. After another 10 days or so, Hao finally reached the top of the cliff. The Kuan-Peng nest was no longer there, and the flowing chaotic energy was the only thing left. What had happened? He was not the only one. Everyone else was dumbfounded as well. The vast cliff top was barren without a single blade of grass. Fog filled the air and crimson glow loomed through the mist. A mysterious fluctuation spread out from here. There are remains of an archaic formation. Creatures arrived later realized that the mighty ones were disappearing one after another, stepping into the distance from that cliff. I knew the Kuan-Peng nest wouldn't be that simple. After all, it was one of the archaic vicious 10. How could its nest be built on ordinary sea surface? A wholly different world surely hides behind this. Some of the older ones sighed, not surprised by this discovery. It was said that the Tao field of the Kuan-Peng was built in the realm of gods, so there might be some truth in that. It could also mean that the Tao field was a divine land on its own. People realized that this cliff was only a launch point. The nest seemed to be here, but this place was nothing but a transport formation. Could it be that this place is merely a projection of the real Kuan-Peng's nest? Hao did not linger. He stepped on that passage after the other creatures and entered the ancient formation, disappearing from the cliff. Quite a while later, they could see light in front of them. They were transferred to an even stranger ancient land. Masters of symbols among them whispered their thoughts, speculating that they had been transferred at least 7 to 800,000 li away. The deduction surprised them all. They were sent this far. They were on a tiny island now. Golden sunlight surrounded them, and everything here looked dreamlike. Even the plants here were golden-colored. They looked far into the distance and saw many similar islands in the sea. They were all glowing and radiating different colors. Many creatures could be seen on each island. They had been transferred to different locations. The spirited essence was extremely dense here. One would feel like transcending by taking a deep breath. Their physical strengths were all enhanced. The sparkling sea water did not form big waves. The vapors suspended within midair were actually Xianxia essence. There. The Kuan-Peng nest is over there on the sea. A nest was on a reef in front of them, almost level with the sea surface. The nest was extremely grand, larger than the islands nearby. The crowd shouted and screamed. All were rushing forward with bloodshot eyes, trying to enter the divine nest. Actually, killing and fighting had already started there. Every living creature had joined in crowding that area. Some people had traversed here several days ago and had been fighting ever since. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter. The seal is no longer as firm as before and might break. Everyone can head over then, whispered someone. However, despite the ferocious fights and fierce attacks, no one succeeded. The reef was covered in endless blood and dead bodies. It was a gruesome scene. Hao, of course, did not hesitate. He rushed forward with the crowd and landed on the immense reef, approaching the ancient nest. Countless logs of divine wood were used to construct this boundless and unparalleled nest. Chaotic energy surrounded this place, creating a shocking sight. Obviously, it would still take some time for the nest to open by itself. Hao had already known that those with 10 heavenly passages were no longer the only ones able to open the nest. Some divine servants said that people had found some bone remnants of Kuan-Peng in the divine mountain, and were going to open up the passageway with them. The top alliances all had their own methods to rely on, or else they would not be here for the competition. On one path, a young man was standing with his back to everyone. He was wearing golden armor with a golden trident in hand. His blue hair cascaded down like a waterfall. With a cold and merciless voice, he said, "Leave. This road is closed." This? The crowd was shocked. He obviously was a descendant of the sea deities. "Who do you think you are, telling us the road is closed?" shouted someone. "Get lost." The blazing golden-armored boy still kept his back to the crowd, his blue hair flying in the wind. With a shake of his trident came a hong sound, and golden light swept towards them like tides. The speaker and the crowd near him were all bombarded to pieces. Blood mist filled the air. The mightiness of the boy was blood-curdling. The vast Kuanpeng nest was boundless. Symbols flickered around it, turning it into a restricted land. Dozens of roads that led to the entrance had already been occupied by now. Sure Hao did not immediately take action. He noticed that there was another enormous wondrous scenery right beside that Kuanpeng nest. Some others were looking at it as well. An enormous gateway was situated on that island. It was flourishing with brilliant light, as if it connected straight towards the realm of gods. A single river flowed out from within, pouring into the ocean. The spirit essence was so concentrated that it liquefied into a river. Sure Hao was shocked. There weren't many people there. Most of the people flocked and gathered around the Kuanpeng nest. Suddenly, Sure Hao's eyes were wide open with surprise, because he saw a black paper boat float out from the golden gateway down into the river. The black boat was extremely small and delicate, no bigger than a palm. It was far from possessing the might of a ghost ship, and there was even less of a need to compare their size. Sure Hao trembled. The ghost ships that had drifted about since ancient times until now were originally like this? Where did they come from? The shining translucent river was formed from concentrated essence energy. It surged with multicolored light, and as soon as they approached it, they would feel as if their bodies became as light as a feather and incomparably relaxed. Sure Hao became suspicious. Did that gate truly lead to the realm of deities? Otherwise, how could such a phenomenon like a river of liquefied spiritual essence happen? Within the great wasteland, such a thing was simply inconceivable. Such a river would have triggered a huge war between ancient countries, making all types of ancient powers fight each other for it. Its value was extraordinary. He walked up, and with symbols flickering within his palms, he intercepted the paper boat that was drifting with the current. After getting his hands on it, he immediately felt a vigorous life force flowing out from it. At the same time, a soul felt a tremble that almost made him collapse right there. He felt the sun, moon, and stars fall down numerously, as if the heaven itself was going to collapse. Sure Hao was overwhelmed with shock, and only after a while did he stabilize his state of mind. What kind of power was this? It was all sent out from the black paper boat. Finally, his mind stabilized and everything calmed down. He was no longer affected by any fluctuations. The black paper boats seemed new, as if they hadn't been folded long ago. There were a few frightening and glistening words that flowed with extraordinary splendor. The bloody characters wrote, "I am the only one left." As the wind blew and river flowed, it was as if a woman was sighing. It carried with it the mysteries of the ancient years, bringing sorrow and dreariness. Sure Hao felt all of his hair standing up straight. The paper plate was still relatively new, and the blood on it hadn't even dried yet. Could it be that the woman was still alive, residing beyond that brilliantly blazing gate? That can't be right, because even though the liquid hadn't dried yet and was still sparkling, he could clearly feel the force of endless time after carefully examining it. Everyone has heard of the ancient ghost ships since ancient times. However, other than Sure Hao, no one knew about the mysteries and origins of the black paper boats. Sure Hao's heart was constantly rising and falling. It was difficult for him to calm down. Since the black paper boat originated from that place, could it be that it was truly another world? How else could it have drifted through such endless years? The nest constructed by Kuanpeng is adjacent to the gate. Sure Hao suddenly became silent. He stood there for some time without moving. After quite a bit of time had passed, the murderous shouts in the distance brought him back to reality from his deep thoughts. He lowered his head and looked at the black paper fan in his hands. The boat seemed to tug at his heartstrings for some unknown reason. It was as if he could vaguely feel the bleakness and sorrow of a woman. With a single glance, endless ancient eras would seem to have passed by. He shook his head fiercely to snap out of his state of stupor. This blood is so powerful and mysterious, yet it is all contained within this black paper boat. Sure Hao sighed in admiration. A boundless divine might was contained within the black paper boat's bloodstains. It wasn't a big deal if it was never burst, But if it really did come out, then the entire world might be affected. So shocking! Xianxia was shaken. He felt as if the stars were falling out of the sky and the heavens were collapsing when the paper boat first entered his hands. Was this a representation of this blood's power? It was clearly just a tiny bit of blood, yet it was able to evolve the paper boat into an unrivaled ghost ship. Currently, the divinity of the blood still had not completely dispersed, and so he should still be able to experience its elegance. The blood on the ghost ship had already long dried up, while the blood on this black paper boat was still like before. Even though its divinity had already begun to disperse, there was still a portion that had been preserved, radiating within. Xianxia carefully preserved it, storing it within his heaven and earth pouch. He decided to stop thinking about it for the moment and leave this area. Now was not the time to be absent-minded. A single bit of inattentiveness could cost him his life. The number of people outside that gate gradually increased. This seemed to have brought about some kind of disturbance, and a group of people suddenly took action. Symbols began to fill the air, causing a great battle to abruptly break out. Heavens! There's a piece of divine wood here. Eventually, someone cried out. It startled the people around the Kuanpeng nest, and many powerful experts rushed over after hearing that. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he watched. Within that flourishing gate was a piece of rotten wood. Even though it had nearly been soaked rotten, it was still releasing a divine splendor that dripped out brilliantly. He suddenly had a flash of understanding. The reason why this black paper boat took so long to drift out was most likely due to being obstructed by this brilliant piece of wood for all so many endless years. The broken log was most likely a tree branch. It had the thickness of a barrel with coiling symbols over its entire body. Even though it had already rotted to a serious degree, it still contained a sparkling divine radiance. It was extremely astonishing. Thanks to the brilliantly burning gate and river of spiritual essence, no one noticed the log previously. Look at its patterns and radiance. Why does it seem so similar to the legendary elderwood? Someone cried out in alarm. There is a green sparkling and translucent leaf that hadn't rotted yet. It looks exactly like the elderwood's leaves. A huge sensation broke out in this place. The battle became even more intense. Creatures from all different races began to call over people from their side to assist them. Blood began to splash and spread out as a large amount of corpses fell. A bitter battle broke out. The island's region immediately became chaotic, and the people that rushed over weren't any less than those at the Kuanpeng's nest. They all went crazy over the two words elderwood, causing numerous creatures to fill up every corner of this place. Symbols filled the sky before submerging this place. Xianxia was also astonished. What kind of place was this? How could there be elderwood? Is the sky opening and the earth splitting apart? Could it be that there really is a divine realm beyond that gate? Elderwood, are you sure you aren't mistaken? This is too unbelievable. Did it truly appear? There were some creatures who tried to confirm this information with their clans as they fought. They frantically killed their way, leaping into the waters to seize the rotten piece of wood. Pu, however, after entering the river waters, when they went against the river to pass through that gate, everyone was blasted apart and burned into ashes, turning into a rain of light. This stunned everyone. Even some powerful creatures like the several hundred zhang long ocean beast were still blasted to pieces and turned into a bloody mist, not able to stand a single blow. That gate seemed to have locked down this region, not allowing mortals to come in contact. Xianxia stood in the distance, as emotions flooded his mind. He couldn't calm down at all. His head began to swirl between the paper plate, Kuanpeng nest, blazing gate and elderwood. These things were all too mind-blowing. With the emergence of the elderwood, everything pointed to the divine heavens. This was a bridge that connected man and heaven. This kind of tree had only appeared in legends. It was known to be heavenly reaching, directly connecting to the blue dome of heaven. It was simply incomparable. Supposedly, it had been cut down during the Archaic era, and ever since it had never shown up again. Of course, a few of the oldest divine mountains might still have one or two of its leaves. Anything else would only exist as records within ancient texts. When everyone initially began fighting, there were still some doubts after the cry of surprise rang out. They thought that it was merely similar to the ancient wood. However, there was a chance that the world behind the restrictive gate of light was truly the realm of gods, so many people immediately believed. This was most likely really elder wood that contained worldly profound mysteries. With one of its leaves in hand, one could comprehend the Tao with much less difficulty, increasing one's cultivation speed. It was a remarkable treasure. There was a sparkling and translucent elderwood leaf, as well as a piece of rotten wood. It naturally made everyone go mad, and even pure-blooded creatures began to fight over it. "Get lost, all of you!" Right at that moment, a loud shout rang out. It was powerful and overbearing, carrying with it a heaven-overflowing golden light. It hid the sky and covered the earth, immediately making many people shake until they coughed out large amounts of blood before flying outwards. There was even a group of people that was crushed into a bloody paste upon being swept by the golden waves. They were as frail as porcelain, losing their lives on the spot. Descendant of an ocean deity, everyone shivered inwardly. It wasn't that those people were weak, but rather that the ocean deity's air was too strong. His head of hair and golden battle clothes fluttered behind him. With pupils like sapphires, his beauty was like that of female. This was an extremely powerful youth. While pointing out with the golden halberd in hand, he said, "All of you, back off. Otherwise, be killed without mercy." Golden light surged like ocean waves, and he seemed as if he was standing within a vast body of water. His essence energy burned around him vigorously like a furnace as he looked at everyone with disdain. Naturally, there were people who weren't willing to yield. Among them, the individuals that had long surpassed the spirit transformation realm were even more unwilling. This was merely youth from the younger generation. Acting so arrogantly and domineering in front of them angered them too deeply. A rumbling sound rang out between the heaven and earth. It was like a falling star as a large expanse of precious artifacts suppressed forward and everyone made their moves. Hung long. However, the golden halberd in the youth's hands swept out, causing an immensely powerful radiance to burst forth. The aura it gave out felt as if it could defeat even tens of thousands of enemies as murderous light soared into the heavens. Pu-pu sounds rang out within the golden waves. In front of the golden halberd, experts exploded one after another, and even the most powerful were sliced apart. Only their ruined bodies remained, without a single person able to survive. Those precious artifacts all cracked open before falling down. Not a single one remained. Those that rushed over all died without a single survivor. This type of power and unrivaled technique deeply shook every single person here. This was simply the rebirth of a young deity. Those that want to live, back off. The sea deity's air was unrivaled in power. His head of blue hair danced about as he pointed out with the halberd in hand. Even though his age wasn't great, he possessed a supreme aura that could devour mountains and rivers. The nearby groups of people couldn't help but retreat. This youth was too powerful, reaching great heights within the spirit transformation realm. He far surpassed everyone else, and within this region he was like a young deity. "Did you not hear? Still not backing off? Are you asking for death?" A group of people wearing golden armor appeared, all of them with cold expressions as they shouted towards everyone. Among them, one was pointing and berating loudly towards Hao, who was standing right in the middle of everything. "An armored servant like you even dare to act so unbridled?" The devilish brat was naturally unconvinced. The youth that fought just now was already unbearably arrogant, yet now the servants below him even dared to act like this. "Not only did you not show gratitude towards us for not immediately killing you, you even dare to resist our divine ocean group? You're courting death." Those individuals in golden armor's eyes all widened, their pupils cold while staring at Hao. Among them, one person soared up valiantly before stomping down. These were all fighters from the ocean race who had gone through the tests of life and death. They were powerful, and had bathed in the blood of many creatures. They followed the descendants of the ocean deity, and currently, they swiftly and decisively rushed forward without mercy. This type of style reflected their strength normally. After soaring into the air, a foot smashed down towards Xiao's chest. They were incredibly arrogant as coldness filled their eyes. Symbols flourished magnificently within their hands as they slapped down. Everyone's expression changed. This was an extremely powerful ocean creature. Could this be a lord? His harsh words were cold and valiant, but he truly possessed strength. Many people could tell that they could not defeat him if they fought alone. The ocean deity's servant was too powerful. Xiao's gaze was chilly, and without a single word, a broken black sword was raised. It hacked forward, and immediately, black light erupted into the heavens. The ocean race creature cried out. Hidden symbols erupted from all over his body, covering the skies. A powerful force was released, but it was still unable to block it. He was hacked in half by Xiao, and from top to bottom the cut was extremely smooth. A huge rain of blood splashed out as the two halves fell onto the ground. His broken sword's power is so great, but he himself is only at the initial spirit transformation realm. Someone was able to see through the real situation. Everyone felt their eyelids jumping. A powerful ocean race creature was cut down just like this? Many people felt exceptionally overjoyed, because these golden warriors' attitudes were too excessive, making them furious. All of them were feeling stifled. The ocean deity descendants' demands were already bad, but to be berated by his servants too made them ridiculously furious. You dare to kill one of my followers? Do you want to die? The ocean descendant turned around and pointed his golden halberd at Xiao. His head of dark blue hair fluttered about as two streaks of penetrating light shot out from his eyes. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are the ocean deity? Even if the ocean deity were to come here himself, I will still chop him up if he provokes me. The devilish brat responded fiercely.